Chapter 1. Rebirth S. As the preceding chapters are necessary for the plot, I kindly ask all esteemed readers for their patience. The story will take flight after Chapter 10. I also beseech all the charming and graceful individuals to refrain from neglecting this work. The author humbly requests your support. A reassembled expedition after 100 chapters, 2 expeditions after 200 chapters, and a full army after 250 chapters, with overwhelming firepower for an exhilarating experience. In a lavish villa, Lin Yi abruptly sprang from the silk bedding, his eyes swirling with remnants of crimson. His hands clutched the sheets tightly, knuckles widening, as his chest heaved violently, akin to one who had just been rescued from drowning. Just 3 seconds prior, he had been in the moldy corridor of a rental apartment, witnessing with horror as a zombie's decaying fingers tore into his abdomen. The piercing laughter of Wang Qian penetrated his eardrums, while a burly man named Lu embraced his girlfriend. No, his ex-girlfriend, right in front of him, brazenly caressing the body he had never dared to touch. Why? The memory of himself pounded against the iron door like a lost dog. Lu's mocking taunts mingled with the zombie's growls. With my ability to protect her, what can you, with your scrawny physique, possibly offer? Yet I must thank you. Had you not left, I would not have had this opportunity for romance. Haha. With that, the imposing Lu Chong, towering at nearly 6 feet, seized Wang Qian's rear with a firm grip. Yikes. Lu, stop it. There's someone watching, Wang Qian protested, her face buried shyly in Lu Chong's embrace, lightly patting his chest. The pain. It was not the agony of being bitten, but the excruciating torment of betrayal, akin to ants gnawing at his heart. In that moment, Lin Yi was consumed by boundless hatred. Hatred for his own helplessness, for his misplaced trust in others, and for his servile devotion. He had sacrificed everything to please a woman who was never his. In a world overrun by zombies, he had even ventured out to scavenge for food, fearing she might suffer from hunger or cold. But what had he received in return? A merciless betrayal. You wretched scoundrel. The mere thought of it made Lin Yi involuntarily shout, his right hand striking the headboard with force. The ornate wooden nightstand groaned under the pressure. Ah, young Master Lin. You're hurting me. A delicate voice jolted him back to reality. Turning, he beheld a slender arm emerging from under the snowy sheets, followed by cascading rose-gold hair and a beautifully crafted face, tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, her collarbone marked with suggestive red traces. These features unmistakably revealed that a passionate encounter had transpired the night before. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yi's mind went blank. The woman, curled beneath the covers in her nakedness, was none other than Lin Xueqing, a top-tier star he had once seen on a poster. That very poster had been coveted by countless survivors as a talisman, and now, the real person gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Last night, Lin Xueqing bit her lip, revealing a bruise on her shoulder as the blanket slipped away. She was still in pain. It was truly unbearable. Lin Yi, having spent 23 years in solitude, felt a warmth rising in his nostrils. In a flurry, he donned a silk robe and staggered into the bathroom, hearing the woman's puzzled call from behind him. The reflection staring back at him was both strange and familiar, bearing the same name, yet encapsulated in a completely different guise. He observed his sharp brows and bright eyes, the defined muscles, and a prominent wolf head tattoo on his right shoulder. The chill of the marble floor confirmed his reality. This was no dream. In the next moment, a surge of foreign memories inundated his mind. Moments later, he rubbed his throbbing head, piecing together the original owner's recollections. The original Lin Yi shared his name, but was a far cry from his identity. One was a humble farmer, the other the sole heir of a billionaire, born with a golden key. Tragically, the original's father passed away a year ago from a severe illness, and his mother died early in childbirth. Thus, he was left orphaned. Fortunately, his father had bequeathed him an inexhaustible fortune of billions and a villa worth millions before his demise. Moreover, the apocalypse had yet to unleash its zombie plague, allowing him the opportunity to utilize this wealth to procure abundant survival supplies and fortify his defenses before chaos ensued. He keenly remembered the rain that descended without warning, transforming 70% of the population into zombies and plunging the world into disarray. Thanks to his previous introverted nature, favoring the comfort of home, he had managed to evade this calamity. As he processed the final fragment of memory, his fist struck the mirror with force. The spiderweb of cracks reflected his eyes, now brimming with a chilling murderous intent. Since I have been granted a second chance at life, Lin Yi declared, a feral smile stretching across his face as he gazed at his reflection. Wang Qian, Lu Chong, this time, I shall not let your deaths be an easy affair. After a brief wash, he emerged from the bathroom, only to stumble upon Lin Xueqing seated on the bed, dressing. Her well-proportioned figure and alluring silhouette undulated under the dim light, igniting a fire within him. For someone like Lin Yi, who had previously lived a reclusive existence, such a scene had only existed in fantasy. He had never anticipated it becoming reality. Lin Xueqing turned her head, meeting his unabashed gaze without a hint of modesty. Instead, she paused her actions, approached him, and, standing on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, her lips parting slightly. "Young Master Lin, what happened just now?" Her intoxicating voice rang in Lin Ye's ears, sending shivers down his spine. This was his first experience with such an assertive woman, and he found himself momentarily taken aback. Yet, having inherited the original's body, he felt compelled to embody the essence of a wealthy heir. He reached out, encircling her slender waist, and pulled her into his embrace, their bodies melding together in an instant. This indescribable feeling was unprecedented. "It's nothing. I just recalled some unpleasant memories," Lin Yi spoke in a calm manner. "Oh." Lin Xueqing began to speak, but was interrupted as she squirmed in his embrace, igniting an unbearable heat within him. "How about I help you relieve your frustration?" She gazed at Lin Yi with longing, her delicate hands slowly descending. Having been a virgin in his previous life, Lin Yi was utterly unprepared for such advances. He abruptly came to his senses and instinctively pushed her away. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he found himself unaccustomed to such overtures. In his haste, he miscalculated his strength, causing Lin Xueqing to stumble and fall to the ground with a soft ow. Fortunately, the unique decor of the original owner's bedroom featured a white goose carpet atop the tiled floor, mitigating the risk of injury. Otherwise, a fall like that might have resulted in a nasty bump on her head. Lin Yi hurriedly helped her up, his eyes filled with remorse. "I'm sorry. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. But Lin Xiao, what's wrong with you today?" Lin Yi remained silent. Observing this, Lin Xueqing refrained from pressing further. Someone with her level of street smarts would possess the necessary awareness. She turned and began to put on her coat, speaking as she did so. "Lin Xiao, I must take my leave. Today is the last day of the month, and I have an album that remains unrecorded. I must hurry over. I will come back to keep you company once I finish." Just as Lin Yi was about to nod in agreement, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, the last day of the month. His pupils contracted as he dashed to the bedside, searching for his phone. Upon unlocking the screen, he was met with the date, December 31st, 2109, 8:10 a.m. "What the hell?" he instinctively exclaimed. Chapter 2. The countdown to the apocalypse. Lin Yi stared intently at the date on his phone screen, his heart gripped by an icy hand. Blood rushing to his head only to retreat rapidly, leaving behind a chilling void. He remembered it all too vividly. The memory was etched into his very being. January 1st, 2110, 8 o'clock a.m. That bizarre, crimson rain, laden with a deadly virus, would descend upon the world without warning. Countless individuals, while playing, exercising, commuting, would be caught unawares, drenched in the deluge, only to transform into bloodthirsty undead within a matter of moments. Order would collapse in an instant. Civilization would be reduced to ruins. That was the dawn of the apocalypse, the first day of hell on earth. And now, less than 24 hours remained until that cataclysmic rain. This sudden and brutal reality felt like a heavy hammer crashing down on Lin Yi's recently ignited flames of vengeance and survival plans. He had believed that with the original owner's immense wealth, a fortune in the billions, and the sprawling cloud villa, he had ample time to construct an impregnable fortress for the impending apocalypse, stockpiling a vast array of survival supplies, waiting patiently for his moment of revenge, even living like a king amidst the chaos. And yet, time was reduced to a mere day. One day? This was hardly an explosive beginning. It was nothing more than a slightly better temporary shelter than his previous life's rented room. His grand visions were instantly reduced to the most fundamental and urgent survival needs. "Damn it," Lin Yi growled, a strong sense of urgency tightening his muscles, as every second became exceedingly precious. This was not the time for regret or indecision. Every moment must be utilized to its fullest. Stockpile supplies. Immediately. As much as possible. This villa spanned several acres, offering ample space. Now was the perfect opportunity to fill it to the brim. As his mind raced, a mechanical voice echoed. "Apocalypse detected. Merit War System activation countdown initiated. Countdown begins, 23 hours. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression froze, then gradually transformed into one of excitement. He began to doubt whether he had misheard. Yet, the hourglass countdown in his mind relentlessly reminded him that the system was about to arrive. A surge of joy filled his heart. Indeed, it did not deceive him. Although he was uncertain about the system's true function, based on his extensive knowledge, how far could it deviate from his expectations? Nevertheless, in light of the unknown system and his own safety, he prudently decided to secure immediate resources and survival matters first. What if the system's demands were excessively stringent? Therefore, under such uncertainty, it was wiser to take control of his own fate. With that resolution, he abruptly turned, completely disregarding Lin Xueqing's increasingly pronounced confusion and inquiries. Drawing from the original owner's memories, his fingers swiftly navigated through his phone's contacts, pinpointing a number with precision, and dialed without hesitation. The call was answered almost instantaneously. A coarse male voice tinged with evident respect and eagerness emerged. "Hello, young Master Lin. How may I assist you?" "Chen Dashan." Lin Ye's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable commanding tone. "I need supplies. A substantial quantity of living essentials. Food, drink, clothing, and medical supplies. Immediately. Deliver them to the Cloud Villa." There was a noticeable pause on the other end, followed by a cautious inquiry. "Young Master Lin, what do you need all this for?" "With your status, a mere phone call would suffice for anything you desire. Less chatter." Lin Yi interjected sharply, his tone as cold as steel. "Can you do it or not? If not, I'll find someone else. There are plenty eager for this job." Yes, I can. I must." Chen Dashan's voice rose in urgency and flattery. "Young Master Lin, please, do not be angry. I will handle it right away. I'll arrange everything. Rest assured. You will be satisfied. How much do you require, so I can prepare?" "How much?" Lin Ye's lips curled into a nearly maniacal smile. "I want as much as you can procure. Money is no object. Whatever you manage to gather today, I will pay you for. But remember, I'm giving you just one day. Before nightfall, I want to see the first batch of supplies in my warehouse." "Understood. Understood. Absolutely." On the other end, Chen Dashan was overjoyed, the prospect of immense profit obliterating all doubts, his voice trembling with excitement. "Young Master Lin, you can count on me. I will clear out the warehouse at once. All the supplies in the city will be brought to you. I guarantee they will arrive before dark. Just wait and see." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi let out a slight sigh of relief. The first step had been taken. It was then that he noticed Lin Xueqing beside him, staring at him with an expression akin to that of someone gazing at an extraterrestrial, disbelief etched in her beautiful eyes. "Lin Xiao, what are you?" Lin Xueqing began, hesitating. "I have urgent matters to attend to. You should leave quickly. Aren't you pressed for time to record your album?" Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, too preoccupied to offer explanations. "Oh, right. Lin Xueqing seemed to awaken from a dream, hastily grabbing her small bag. "Then I must go, Lin Xiao, or I'll be late. Once I finish, I'll—" Her words were cut short as Lin Yi suddenly raised his head, his gaze unusually grave. "Wait," he called to her, his tone imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. "Lin Xueqing, if you trust me, do as I say. After recording your album, return home immediately. Use all the money you can muster to buy food, drinks, medicine, and other long-lasting supplies. The more, the better. Then, lock yourself in the safest room of your house and reinforce the doors and windows. Remember, starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow, do not open the door for anyone who knocks. Absolutely do not open it, unless you are certain they are completely safe." His words struck Lin Xueqing like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. She instinctively blurted out, her voice trembling with a touch of absurdity, "Lin Xiao, are you saying? Could it be that tomorrow is the end of the world?" Lin Yi was taken aback, surprised by her quick response. However, he refrained from answering directly, merely gazing deeply into her eyes, his tone solemn. "You might as well consider it so. Believe it or not, I will say this only once. Your life is your own." Lin Xueqing's expression of uncertainty lingered for a few seconds as she regarded the seriousness in Lin Ye's eyes, devoid of any jest, radiating coldness and urgency, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Ultimately, she nodded resolutely, a glimmer of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. "I understand, Lin Xiao. Thank you. I will take my leave now." Without further hesitation, she turned and hurried away, the sound of her high heels tapping against the ground betraying her anxiety. Once seated in her sports car and starting the engine, Lin Xueqing's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel, her mind replaying Lin Ye's words and the phrase "end of the world." She pulled out her phone, glancing at the date and time displayed on the screen, December 31st, 2109, 8:25 a.m. Only 23 hours and 35 minutes remained until the 8 a.m. Lin Yi had mentioned. A chilling sensation crept up her spine. Lin Yi watched as Lin Xueqing's car vanished beyond the gates of the villa, taking a deep breath. The apocalypse was upon them, and human nature was unpredictable. Were it not for her diligent efforts the previous night, and the remnants of a lingering instinctive fondness from the original owner, he would have remained silent. Whether she heeded his warning and whether she would survive was entirely up to her fate. He forced himself to regain composure and swiftly returned to the leather sofa in the living room, his mind racing. Let Chun Dashin handle the supplies. With his connections and greed, filling several warehouses today will be no issue. Yet, that is far from sufficient. Memories of struggling and despair from his past life resurfaced vividly. Electricity. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, within mere days, the global power grid would inevitably collapse. Without electricity, the food within refrigerators would spoil, and issues pertaining to lighting, communication, and heating would arise. Water. That peculiar rain would contaminate the majority of water sources. The municipal water system would swiftly deteriorate or become fatal. Hardware. We must urgently address power supply and clean water. Chapter 3. Stockpiling supplies. He seized his phone, dialing the number of Zhang Honyuan, the head of a company specializing in bespoke services for the affluent. The call connected almost instantly. Good morning, young Master Lin. How may I assist you today? Zhang Honyuan's voice exuded a polished professionalism laced with a hint of subtle flattery. Zhang Honyuan, listen closely. Whatever I require must be delivered to the Cloud Villa today, regardless of the cost. Lin Yi's voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Immediately arrange for 1. The largest diesel generators available. Provide me with at least 3. No, 5. They must be industrial grade with the best soundproofing. As for diesel, fill the villa's underground fuel storage to capacity. No fuel storage? Construct a temporary, safe storage point at once, using the highest standard explosion-proof tanks. 2. Large-scale water purification equipment. It must be capable of treating surface water and rainwater, suitable for direct consumption. Deliver 2 sets. The accompanying water tanks should be as large as possible, installed immediately. Additionally, fill every conceivable water storage area, swimming pools, bathtubs, water towers. Ensure they are all filled with clean tap water, and send me a truckload of bottled purified water. 3. Solar panels. Provide as many as are available. Install them on the roof, in the garden, wherever possible. And the larger battery storage units, the better. On the other end, Zhang Honyuan was evidently taken aback by the sudden and extensive doomsday list, gasping, young Master Lin, are you planning to establish a factory or something? Stop the nonsense. Lin Yi interjected sternly. Money is not an issue. I don't care how you procure these items, whether through smuggling or bulk purchasing. Everything must arrive at my villa by 6 p.m. today. For every hour you arrive early, I will reward you with an additional 1 million. If you delay for even a minute, the consequences will be yours to bear. Do you understand? The final words were nearly a roar, imbued with a chilling ferocity and an undeniable pressure that sent a shiver down Zhang Honyuan's spine. He instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation and the resolve of his benefactor. Understood. Rest assured, young Master Lin, I will utilize every connection at my disposal, even if it means selling my possessions to fulfill your request. I guarantee everything will be in place by 6 p.m. Zhang Honyuan's voice rose, infused with a determination born of desperation. With the promise of a substantial reward and the looming threat of unknown repercussions, efficiency had become paramount. Once the hardware is secured, what next? A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Yi's eyes, as painful memories of being torn apart by zombies and ridiculed by betrayers surged forth. Weapons. We must have weapons. This was not a world of awakened abilities. It was a brutal reality where flesh and blood confronted the decaying, mindless corpses. In the early stages, it was perhaps still possible to acquire firearms, but as order disintegrated and ammunition was depleted, cold weapons emerged as enduring and reliable allies. Guns are too difficult to procure, too noisy, and ammunition is consumable, Lin Yi swiftly assessed. What I need are dependable, durable, high-impact melee and ranged weapons that generate relatively little noise. His fingers deftly scrolled through his phone, quickly honing in on a name, Lao Wu. According to the original owner's memories, Lao Wu had extensive connections, specializing in providing unique equipment for wealthy individuals and security companies, including restricted items and high-end cold weapons. When the call connected, it rang several times before being answered by a gravelly, cautious voice. Who is this? It's me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi announced his name. A moment of silence followed on the other end, before the tone shifted to one of respect and caution. Young Master Lin? An unexpected visitor. How may I assist you? Lao Wu, I require weapons. Cold weapons, immediately, and the finest quality available, Lin Yi stated directly, his tone leaving no room for debate. Cold weapons? Lao Wu seemed to exhale in relief, yet confusion lingered. Young Master, are you collecting, or? For self-defense, Lin Yi replied succinctly. No more chatter. I need a broadsword, a tactical straight knife, the highest quality tactical axe, and a compound crossbow. High draw weight, equipped with a scope, and as many steel bolts as possible. On the other end, Lao Wu audibly inhaled sharply. A compound crossbow? Its lethality rivaled that of some small-caliber handguns. Moreover, the quantity and variety that Lin Yi requested hinted at something beyond mere self-defense. Young master, these crossbow bolts are regulated items, and the quantity you require. Lao Wu's voice conveyed his predicament. Money is no object. Double the price, Lin Yi interjected coldly. Deliver them to Yunzhong Villa before sunset. Additionally, procure several sets of the highest-grade stab-resistant clothing and blast shields. Can you manage this? Upon hearing the promise of double payment and the request for top-tier blast shields, Lao Wu's hesitation was swiftly overshadowed by greed. He gritted his teeth. Very well. Young Master Lin, I will make it happen. I have stock on hand, all top-notch goods. I guarantee delivery to your villa before nightfall. However, firearms, not needed for now. His voice was calm and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority and a lavish grandeur that swiftly conveyed a series of commands. Within the expansive, opulent villa, the only sounds that remained were his hurried footsteps and the rapid-fire orders delivered over the phone. Sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, warm and radiant. Yet it could not dispel the growing chill and urgency reflected in Lin Ye's eyes. Less than 24 hours remained until the cataclysmic crimson rain that would alter everything. Every second was invaluable. A frenzied race against time had silently commenced within the confines of this billion-dollar cloud villa. Outside, the city bustled with life, serene and undisturbed, oblivious to the impending global catastrophe that was counting down. Lin Ye's gaze transcended the vibrant cityscape, as if envisioning the ominous crimson droplets falling from the bleak sky at 8 a.m. the following morning, carrying with them an aura of death. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. This time, he would not become a lamb for slaughter. He was determined to survive, to thrive like no other. And those traitors, Lin Ye's eyes glimmered with a piercing intent for vengeance, should brace themselves. Chapter 4. Racing against time. A few hours later, at 12:12 p.m. After concluding the final call, Lin Yi experienced a fleeting wave of dizziness. The intense strain of accessing the original owner's memories, issuing commands, and managing vast sums of money was overwhelming for a soul that had only transcended 4 hours prior. He leaned against the cool glass of the window, observing the trucks and construction vehicles arriving below, a chaotic yet efficient scene of labor unfolding. At that moment, an intense sense of unfamiliarity and a slight repulsion surged inexplicably from deep within his being, as if the instinct of this robust body was resisting the commands of his foreign soul. Humph! Lin Yi grunted softly, his fingers gripping the window frame, turning pale. Clenching his teeth, a fierce determination flickered in his eyes. This body is mine now. You will behave. He forcefully suppressed the discomfort, inhaling deeply. Now was not the time to contend with his body's instincts. Every ounce of strength must be directed with precision. He strode purposefully toward the villa's expansive underground garage. Once filled with the original owner's collection of top-tier supercars, it now appeared desolate. Most had been hastily relocated by his orders to clear space for the impending influx of supplies. As he approached the garage entrance, a heavy truck emblazoned with the insignia of Dashan Logistics thundered through the villa's gates, followed by a long line of identical vehicles, resembling a serpentine formation of steel. From the passenger seat of the lead truck, a stout, ruddy-faced middle-aged man leaped down. It was Chen Dashan. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Chen Dashan waved his arms, his voice booming with barely contained excitement. The first truck. It's filled with essentials, compressed biscuits, military rations, vacuum-sealed rice, bottled water. There's more than enough. There are still a dozen trucks behind. Rice, flour, cooking oil, frozen meat, vegetables, condiments, daily necessities. I've nearly emptied every warehouse I could mobilize. Where shall we unload? Lin Yi gazed at the truck laden with boxes bearing various insignias, a sense of calm washing over him. Although Chen Dashan was avaricious, his efficiency was indeed commendable. Unload everything into the underground garage. Sort and stack them appropriately. Leave a passageway, Lin Yi commanded, gesturing toward the expansive garage space. Move swiftly. We have generators and security personnel arriving shortly. Understood. You can rest assured. Chen Dashan turned, bellowing into the intercom. Brothers, did you hear that? Underground garage. Let us get moving. Young Master Lin will not shortchange anyone. The workers immediately sprang into action with fervor. Without lingering, Lin Yi turned and made his way to the villa's control room, where the intelligent control system and surveillance network of the entire estate were housed. He needed to ensure that this system could operate independently before a power outage occurred, with monitoring coverage extending to every nook and cranny within the walls. Upon reaching the control room, he was halted by a reinforced door. Drawing on his memory, Lin Yi placed his thumb on the fingerprint scanner. Identity verification successful. The alloy door slid open silently. Lin Yi exhaled in relief and stepped inside briskly. A vast, arched screen displayed dozens of surveillance feeds. He swiftly began his operations, inspecting the backup power lines, designating key monitoring areas, integrating the newly installed surveillance cameras along the perimeter into the system, and activating the highest level of intrusion alarm mode. This system possessed a degree of independent power supply capability, but it would not last long. He needed to expedite the integration of solar energy in the generator. Just as he engrossed himself in calibrating the system, a jarring phone ring echoed within the control room, the screen illuminating with the name, Young Master Zhao. Lin Yi frowned. This individual was one of the debauched friends from the original owner's circle, a quintessential hedonistic companion. Initially inclined to terminate the call, he reconsidered and decided to answer the video call. Instantly, the screen revealed a bloated visage, a result of excessive indulgence, accompanied by the cacophony of music and the laughter of women in the background. Well, young Master Lin, the sun must be rising in the west today? At this hour. You're not in some boudoir, but at home? Young Master Zhao grinned, his tongue slightly slurred. We're throwing a grand party tonight at the dynasty. A few stunning newcomers have arrived, and I've saved you a spot. You simply must come. It wouldn't be the same without you. Lin Yi regarded the screen, the face devoid of any sense of urgency, and felt a chilling disdain mixed with a touch of pity. In a mere day, this hedonistic scene would transform into a nightmarish reality. I'm busy, Lin Yi replied, his tone as frigid as ice. Busy? Young Master Zhao exaggeratedly widened his eyes, leaning closer to the screen as if to gauge Lin Yi's expression. What are you doing? Hatching eggs at home? What the hell is that behind you? A construction site? Your home looks like it's been slated for demolition. Young Master Zhao had evidently noticed the construction footage displayed on the surveillance screen behind Lin Yi. Renovation, Lin Yi replied succinctly, unwilling to elaborate further. Renovation? With this commotion, are you constructing a fortress? Young Master Zhao exclaimed in astonishment, then flashed a lewd grin. I get it. Trying something new? A themed escape room, perhaps? Heh, only young Master Lin would think of that. Once it's ready, let us have the brothers come and take a look. Lin Yi, weary of further discourse, decisively pressed the hang-up button. The screen instantly blackened, severing his connection to the impending abyss. He glanced up at the enormous digital clock in the control room. December 31st, 2109, 1347, 22. There remained 18 hours, 12 minutes, and 38 seconds before the crimson rain would descend. Time, amidst the cacophony of construction and the clamor of material transport, along with the cold glow of the surveillance screens, cruelly slipped away, second by second. Lin Yi's gaze traversed the monitoring displays, towering stacks of supply boxes in the garage, workers welding alloy plates onto the perimeter walls, and engineers in the courtyard coordinating the installation of a massive diesel generator base. A discreet cargo van silently entered, halting at the villa's side entrance. It was Old Wu delivering special equipment. The fortress's embryonic form was rapidly taking shape within this cloud villa valued in the hundreds of millions. Lin Yi, a reborn soul inhabiting the body of a billionaire, was orchestrating vast sums of money and connections in a desperate gamble against the impending apocalypse. Approaching the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, he surveyed the estate below, resembling a colossal construction site. The sun continued to shine brightly, the city skyline distinctly visible, depicting a scene of bustling prosperity. Yet, only he was aware of the profound despair lurking beneath this facade of affluence. Suddenly, a soft growl interrupted his thoughts. Lin Yi paused, placing a hand on his abdomen. It dawned on him that he had spent the entire morning in a frenzy without so much as a sip of water or a morsel of food. He pivoted and dashed into the villa's open kitchen, which rivaled that of a five-star hotel, yanking open the massive double-door refrigerator. It was a cornucopia, brimming with imported fruits, premium steaks, and caviar, evidence of the original owner's indulgent lifestyle. Without hesitation, Lin Yi grabbed several boxes of high-calorie chocolates, a few bottles of energy drinks, and sliced off a generous portion of top-tier ham, devouring it ravenously. The sustenance rapidly replenished his nearly exhausted body, all the while his mind continued to operate at high speed, filling in the gaps. Water supplies were being managed by Chun Dashin. The hardware and engineering security firms were engaged, and Old Wu was responsible for the weapons. What else was needed? Pharmaceuticals. Yes, pharmaceuticals. In the apocalypse, even a minor wound could prove fatal due to infection. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory medications, painkillers, hemostatic bandages, disinfectant alcohol, suture kits, along with various vitamins and medications for chronic illnesses. Although he currently lacked these, one could never predict future needs or potential trade opportunities. He immediately placed an order on his smartphone, nearly depleting the stock of several large chain pharmacies within the city, specifying the Cloud Villa as the delivery address and requiring immediate shipment with no cap on delivery fees. Concurrently, he reached out to the head of a private high-end medical institution recalled from the original owner's memories, ordering a batch of professional-grade battlefield first aid kits and specialized prescription medications under the pretext of assembling a private emergency kit. Despite the recipient's confusion, all doubts dissipated in the face of Lin Ye's financial prowess, transforming into efficient execution. Time raced by amidst frantic phone calls, orders, and hastily consumed food. The antique clock on the wall coldly indicated it was 3:30 p.m. 16 hours remained until the dawn of the apocalypse. Chapter 5. The outbreak of the end times. The night had deepened, and the clock silently glided past 11:30. In the opulent master bedroom, Lin Yi lay sprawled upon the soft velvet bed, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Exhaustion crashed over him like relentless waves, battering his tense nerves. Yet, within the recesses of his mind, he continued to analyze the current situation. Before sunset, Chun Dashin's supply convoy finally ceased its rumbling. Several enormous refrigerated and drying warehouses were crammed to the brim, frozen meat and cured ham piled high like mountains, with hundreds of tons of reserves sufficient to last for years. The engineering team from the security firm, Rockshield, worked with fervor akin to that of frenzied ants, fueled by the allure of substantial monetary reward, accomplishing a miracle at critical junctures of the villa. The diesel generator roared in the courtyard corner, successfully undergoing tests. While thick cables were connected like lifeblood to the villa, the rooftop gleamed with newly installed solar panel arrays. The core components of the large water purification system had also been installed, awaiting the connection and debugging of the water source. The villa's defenses had been reinforced. Heavy alloy doors replaced the original artworks. The critical weak points of the outer walls had been urgently fortified, although it still fell short of his ideal fortress. It had at least begun to take shape, no longer merely a lavish cage awaiting slaughter. It seemed he had done all that he could. What remained was merely to wait. Wait for the inevitable storm of blood, wait for the moment when the system would activate. This thought served as a final reassurance, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. The sensation of fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave, and as he contemplated the possible scenarios of the morrow, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The shrill ringtone of his phone yanked him violently from the depths of his dreams. At 3:30 in the morning, the world outside remained enshrouded in darkness. He fumbled for his phone, his voice thick with sleep. "Hello? Master Lin, it's me, old Zhang from Rockshield." The voice on the other end was similarly fatigued yet tinged with a sense of relief from task completion. "The prototype of the Villa's defense system is complete. As per your request, we've finalized the most critical components. Would you like to check it now?" "Not necessary," Lin Yi replied, his voice low and hoarse yet remarkably concise. "Thank you for your hard work. I will transfer another $1 million to your account shortly to share with the brothers as a reward for their efforts." "Oh, thank you, young Master Lin. You are exceedingly generous." Old Zhang's voice instantly rose, brimming with surprise and gratitude. "We've cleared all the construction debris, ensuring that when you awaken, you will behold a revitalized fortress. Shall we take our leave now?" "Depart," Lin Yi instructed, hanging up the phone and tossing it aside. Almost the instant his head reconnected with the pillow, his consciousness sank once again into the abyss of darkness. He was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally drained to the limit. The following morning, the sharp sound of the alarm clock rang punctually at 7:30. Lin Yi struggled to sit up, feeling as though every bone in his body was groaning in protest. He forced himself through his morning routine and mechanically grabbed some high-calorie food from the kitchen, piled high with instant meals, shoving it into his mouth and chewing absent-mindedly. Outside the window, the sky loomed heavy as lead. Thick clouds hung low, pressing down like a weight that made it hard to breathe, and the air was thick with the oppressive foreboding of an impending storm. Time, 7:51. The enormous LCD television in the living room was on, broadcasting an urgent weather alert delivered by a grave-faced news anchor, due to the impact of exceptionally strong convective weather. Our city is about to experience the most intense rainfall in history. The expected precipitation will exceed historical extremes, accompanied by fierce thunderstorms and brief gusts of wind. The meteorological department has issued a highest-level red alert. All citizens are urged to remain indoors, secure windows and doors, and refrain from venturing outside. Take precautions against flooding and geological disasters. The strongest downpour? Lin Yi stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, unconsciously caressing a cold, heavy alloy crossbow in his hand, one of the premier items delivered by Old Wu the previous night. A cold, sardonic smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, "Why mention this now? It's far too late." His gaze was fixed intently on the mechanical watch on his wrist. The second hand moved at a deliberate pace, each tick resonating like the ominous countdown to the world's demise. 7:59 and 57 seconds. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. Lin Ye's heart beat heavily and slowly in his chest. A tumultuous blend of tension, anticipation, and a hint of morbid excitement coursing through his veins. Ding. 8 o'clock sharp. As if to affirm this precisely timed moment of destruction. Boom. A deafening thunderclap erupted, as though it aimed to rend the very heavens asunder. The sound was so profound that even the sturdy villa seemed to tremble slightly. Instantly, the oppressive leaden sky outside, long stifled, was violently pierced by an unseen hand. Splash. A torrential downpour cascaded down. This was no ordinary rain. The droplets were murky, infused with an unsettling, ink-like darkness. They pelted the ground, rooftops, and car windows with a relentless, muffled thud, enveloping the entire world in a shroud of gray-black deluge. It has begun. Lin Ye's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated on the street beyond the villa complex. In the initial seconds, there was a deathly silence, pierced only by the deafening sound of the rain. Then, as if a switch to some infernal realm had been flipped, ugh! A shrill, inhuman wail suddenly pierced through the curtain of rain. Lin Yi witnessed a man in a suit, sprinting toward a bus stop, abruptly freeze in the downpour. He convulsed violent screams, cries for help, desperate wails. The growls of beasts and the nauseating sounds of gnashing teeth and tearing flesh intermingled instantaneously, creating a symphony from the depths of hell. The once orderly street transformed in an instant into a bloody slaughterhouse. Severed limbs rolled amidst the rain, a grotesque blend of crimson and pitch black. A sight both shocking and horrifying. The images on the television news switched abruptly, revealing equally harrowing scenes from different cities. The glass curtain walls of skyscrapers reflected the chaos below, while the highways erupted in a series of collisions igniting fierce flames. In the parks, fleeing crowds were overwhelmed by swarms of shadowy figures. The host's terrified voice intermittently broke through. A global unknown virus is attacking citizens. Please stay indoors and secure your doors and windows. Chaos. Utter chaos. The veil of civilization was shredded to pieces in mere minutes. Chapter 6. The merit war system. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa amidst the clouds, Lin Yi stood like a steadfast rock. His face bore no trace of surprise, only an icy calmness, and a deep-seated ruthlessness finally settled within his gaze. Outside lay a hellscape, while inside was a temporary island of solitude. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonated clearly within the depths of his mind, drowning out all external clamor. Ding! The doomsday countdown has ended. The merit war system has been successfully activated, binding the sole host, Lin Yi. Esteemed Marshal, this system is at your service. Here it comes. Lin Ye's spirit surged, forcibly suppressing the shock of witnessing the apocalypse. His thoughts immediately plunged deep into his mind. A concise yet technologically sophisticated translucent interface materialized within his consciousness. The interface was primarily divided into three main sections: weapons, army, resources. At the top of the interface, it clearly displayed current merit value 0. Beside it, a tiny dynamic number 1, 1, 1 pulsed steadily at a rate of once per second. 1 merit per second? Lin Ye's heart soared with joy. Could this mean he could amass troops effortlessly? He promptly focused on the weapons section. The weapons section was further categorized into several subsections: individual soldier, tank armor, aerial forces, naval forces, and strategic weapons. However, except for the individual soldier subsection, all other categories appeared dimmed in gray, marked with insufficient permissions, not unlocked. Insufficient permissions? Lin Yi furrowed his brow slightly, though not entirely surprised. He clicked on the individual soldier section. Instantly, a dazzling array of weapon icons and information surged into his mind. From the basic, Michigan bulletproof helmet, 50 merits. NIJ level 4 bulletproof plate, 100 merits. Individual combat kit, including tactical vest, gloves, knee pads, etc., 250 merits. To various lethal weapons. Fragmentation grenade, 1 box of 20. 150 merits. M67 delay grenade, 1 box of 12, 180 merits. A 47 assault rifle, including 3 magazines of 30 rounds, 100 merits, AM assault rifle, 150 merits, and other A-series weaponry. M4A1 carbine, including 3 magazines of 30 rounds, 200 merit. H416 assault rifle, including 3 magazines of 30 rounds, 300 merit. Type 95 assault rifle, including 3 magazines of 30 rounds, 200 merit. And even the RPG-7 rocket launcher, including 1 PG-7V armor-piercing round, 800 merit. M72 Law disposable rocket launcher, 600 merit. Classic individual weapons from around the world are nearly all available. However, the currently illuminated icons predominantly feature A-series rifles, basic armor, grenades, and a few types of rocket launchers. More advanced precision rifles, sniper rifles, and light machine guns remain grayed out, indicating they are still locked. A 47 for just 100 merit? Type 95 assault rifle for 200? Lin Yi calculated quickly. 1 point per second means in just a few minutes, I could exchange for an A-series weapon and several magazines. I could be fully armed in 10 minutes. A surge of indescribable enthusiasm instantaneously dispelled the previous fatigue and tension. The arduous labor of stockpiling supplies and reinforcing his shelter yesterday seemed rather futile in the face of readily available firearms. He took a deep breath, suppressing this overly optimistic thought. He then navigated to the Army section. Upon seeing it, even though Lin Yi was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Army section was divided into grand categories: Infantry Squad, Infantry Platoon, Infantry Company, Armored Battalion, Combined Brigade, Heavy Armored Division, Army Group, each tier clearly defined and imposing. However, the exorbitant merit requirements made his scalp tingle. Standard Infantry Squad, 10 members, including basic individual equipment 50,000 merit. Mechanized Infantry Company, including armored transport vehicles 500,000 merit. Heavy Combined Brigade, including main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, air defense systems, etc. 5,000 merit. Heavy Armored Army, a long string of zeros that made Lin Yi dizzy just to glance at. Moreover, currently only the lowest tier. The Infantry Squad icon was illuminated, while all others were grayed out with insufficient permissions. A squad for 50,000 merit with 86. 400 seconds in a day means that if I do absolutely nothing, I could redeem a fully equipped infantry squad in less than a day. Lin Yi calculated rapidly. As he pondered, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. If only Li Yunlong had this system back in the day, would he not have reduced the locust base to ruins? Shaking himself back to reality, he analyzed carefully. Although he was still far from the million or 10 million merit requirements of brigade and army level units, this starting point had already exceeded expectations. It was at least 10,000 times better than the beginning of his previous life. Finally, he opened the supplies section. This was relatively straightforward. Categorized into 3 types: living supplies, 24 bottles of purified water, 1 case 1 merit. Bucket of instant noodles, 12 buckets per box 1 merit. Military compressed rations, single soldier's daily portion 1 merit. The prices were astonishingly low. Protection category, winter training uniform set, 10 merit. Type 07 combat boots, 8 merit. Field tent, 50 merit, and so forth. Medication category, amoxicillin capsules, box 10 merit. Ibuprofen sustained release capsules, box 8 merit. Hemostatic bandage, roll 2 merit. Basic battlefield first aid kit, 50 merit. The variety is extensive, and the prices are exceptionally affordable. 1 merit for a bottle of water? 1 merit for a case of instant noodles? Lin Yi gazed at the towering piles of supplies in his warehouse and suddenly felt a pang of regret for the gold he had spent the previous day. However, upon reflection, he realized that while the system's exchanges were inexpensive, they required a continuous consumption of merit points. Moreover, essential items like generator fuel and special building materials had yet to be revealed by the system, making his stockpile still valuable. In summary, the system possesses tremendous potential, and its functionalities are truly remarkable. Yet, the permissions are a bit too limited. Lin Yi understood this well. There were many excellent items, but most were locked away. Nevertheless, he felt no disappointment. Instead, he was filled with motivation. If everything were unlocked at once, what would be the point of this apocalyptic game? It would merely become a mindless rampage. System, Lin Yi inquired with his thoughts, how can I enhance my permissions to unlock higher-level exchange options? The cold, mechanical voice promptly responded. Methods to enhance permissions. Eliminate zombies. Killing ordinary zombies grants 1 merit point, cumulative over time. When slaying zombies, There is a minuscule chance to obtain the blueprint core of corresponding weapons or vehicles. Acquiring the blueprint core unlocks the exchange permission for that item within the system. Note: the higher the merit points required for item exchange permissions, the lower the drop rate for the corresponding blueprint core. For instance, the drop rate for the Heavy Synthesis Brigade blueprint core is approximately 0.001. Killing zombies also grants merit, and there is a drop rate for unlocking. Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with excitement. This indicated that his acquisition of merit would no longer be confined to 1 point per second. By venturing out to hunt zombies, he could not only accelerate his merit accumulation, but also have the chance to directly unlock powerful new equipment and units. Although the 0.001 drop rate was exceedingly low, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. He tightened his grip on the alloy crossbow in his hand, the cold touch transmitting a sense of strength. His gaze returned to the bloody purgatory outside the window, which was no longer merely a place of death, but a hunting ground for him to gain power and unlock permissions. Zombies. Lin Ye licked his parched lips, a fierce flame of vengeance and hunting desire igniting within his chest. Your merit, I shall accept. Ding. First activation of the system detected for the Marshal. A special new Commander Beginner gift pack has been issued. Do you wish to accept? The cold system prompt sounded like heavenly music, instantly pulling Lin Yi back from his astonishment at the system's functionalities. Chapter 7. Genetic Potion, a Beginner Gift Pack. Lin Yi's heart raced. An overwhelming joy flooded through him. A starting system gift is simply essential for survival in the apocalypse. He had been so engrossed in studying the functions that he had almost forgotten this crucial detail. Accept. Ding. Congratulations, Marshal, on successfully receiving the new Commander Beginner's Gift Pack. You have obtained the following items. 1 Marshal exclusive military uniform set, including casual wear, formal attire. Combat gear, X1 set. 2 Beginner Anti-Zombie Virus Serum, X1. 3 Beginner Gene Enhancement Potion, X1. 4 Random Elite Special Operations Team, 12 members, X1. All items have been allocated to the system space, and the Marshal can summon them at will with thought. Hiss. Gazing at the list of items in his mind, Lin Yi couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A sensation akin to a surge of essence coursing up his spine. An exclusive military uniform? A symbol of status, exuding prestige. Though temporarily unnecessary, its allure is undeniable. Aesthetically speaking, it even surpasses the uniforms crafted by certain art students. The anti-zombie virus serum? This is akin to a life-saving talisman in a post-apocalyptic world. Priceless, yet irreplaceable. The gene enhancement potion? The name alone is impressive. A comprehensive enhancement of physical capabilities? And the piece de resistance. A random elite special operations team from Xia? 12 living, well-trained, and finely equipped soldiers. This is no ordinary beginner's pack. It is akin to receiving a divine weapon from the outset. Such treasures. Invaluable treasures. Lin Yi was so exhilarated that his fingers trembled slightly. Without hesitation, he focused his mind. And a syringe containing a pale blue liquid and a vial of emerald green potion appeared in his hand. He first picked up the antivirus serum. The syringe bore a clear label. Beginner Anti-Zombie Virus Serum. After injection, grants 90 immunity to zombie virus infection, bites, scratches, blood contact, etc. 90. That is sufficient. Lin Yi rolled up his sleeve, aimed at his vein, and swiftly injected the cool liquid. A slight chill and tingling sensation coursed through his veins, quickly dissipating as if nothing had transpired, but Lin Yi knew he had acquired a safeguard for his life. Next, he grasped the vial of the emerald green gene enhancement potion. The description on the label made his heart race. Beginner Gene Enhancement Potion, oral administration. Significantly improves the user's genetic sequence, enhancing physical attributes, strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, self-healing, neural responses, etc., across the board. The effects are approximately 5 times that of an elite warrior. Note: the transformation process is accompanied by intense pain. Those of weak will should exercise caution. 5 times that of an elite warrior. Lin Ye's eyes nearly bulged. The physical limit for an average human is around 19, while an elite warrior, through brutal training and exceptional talent, can reach approximately 1,015. 5 times that of an elite warrior? That implies a terrifying value soaring to 5,075. This transcends the realm of humanity entirely. This is simply extraordinary. It feels tailor-made for the apocalypse. Lin Yi felt his blood boiling. Though it defies logic, yet, in the face of an apocalypse with zombies roaming freely, who still cares for logic? I relish it. He hesitated no more, uncorked the potion, tilted his head back, and consumed the emerald green liquid that exuded a peculiar herbal fragrance. The liquid slid down his throat, cool and subtly sweet. However, this fleeting sweetness lasted for less than 3 seconds. A pain, indescribable and seemingly intent on tearing his very being apart at the cellular level, erupted without warning from every corner of his body. It was not merely a physical torment, but a horrifying transformation that penetrated the marrow, nerves, and genetic strands. Lin Yi felt as though every bone in his body was groaning under immense strain, while his muscle fibers were forcibly torn and then rewoven. Thud! He could not even emit a complete scream, and darkness instantly enveloped his vision. His entire form collapsed rigidly onto the floor, his body convulsing uncontrollably in a violent spasm. Beads of sweat the size of pearls soaked through his freshly changed clothes. His complexion turned as pale as parchment, his teeth chattered audibly, and blood seeped from his gums. This agony surpassed the excruciating pain he had endured in his past life, when a zombie had ripped open his abdomen. That had been a corporeal torment. This, however, was a forced elevation of body, spirit, and the very essence of life, a torture that reached into his soul. With his current willpower, he simply could not endure. In less than a minute, the intense suffering completely devoured his consciousness. Lin Yi's surroundings faded into total darkness, his body gradually calming amidst involuntary spasms, with only the gentle rise and fall of his chest attesting to his continued existence. Outside, the scarlet-black rain continued to pour down, accompanied by increasingly dense and imminent roars, cries, and sounds of destruction. The entire city, indeed the whole world, was plunging into utter chaos. The electricity began to flicker erratically, and distant flames illuminated half of the somber sky. Sporadic gunfire and explosions from the military occasionally broke out, only to be swiftly drowned by the tide of zombies. Order had undeniably collapsed. Within the villa, time seemed to stand still. Only the merit points displayed on the system interface continued to faithfully and leisurely pulse. 1, 1, 1. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps half an hour, perhaps even less. Lin Yi's fingers twitched slightly on the floor. Immediately thereafter, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Instead of the anticipated weakness and pain, he was instead enveloped by an unprecedented lightness and an explosive sense of power. Instinctively, he executed a swift motion, his body feeling weightless, and he instantly sprang up from the floor, standing firmly in place. His movements were fluid and natural, devoid of any hesitation. Lin Yi incredulously gazed down at his own hands. Clenching his fists, a surge of overwhelming strength coursed through his fingers. He felt capable of effortlessly crushing a tiger's skull. It was not merely strength. His vision had become extraordinarily clear, allowing him to discern the trajectory of raindrops falling from dozens of meters away. With a slight movement of his ears, the roars of zombies outside the villa, the distant cries, and even the sound of rainwater striking the puddles became strikingly distinct, as if they were resonating right beside him. The air was thick with various scents: blood, charred remains, the earth's musk, and an intensely foul odor emanating from himself. What is that smell? So putrid? Lin Yi scrunched his nose. This heightened sense of smell had turned into a torment. He looked down and instantly comprehended the source of the foul stench. Before him lay an exquisite silk pajama set, now utterly shrouded in a thick, viscous layer of repugnant, black filth. Good heavens! Lin Yi grimaced in disdain, enveloped in an uncomfortable, sticky sensation. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the luxurious master bathroom, rivaling a swimming pool in grandeur. The shower cascaded warm water, washing over him. Lin Yi vigorously scrubbed his body. As the repulsive dirt was swept away, revealing revitalized skin beneath, his complexion glowed with a healthy wheat hue, showcasing muscular lines that were both sleek and powerful, each contour brimming with formidable strength, yet devoid of any clumsiness. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling mirror in the opulent bathroom, Lin Yi scrutinized the transformed visage staring back at him. His handsome face remained unchanged, yet his gaze had sharpened, imbued with profound depth. The essence of his being had undergone a monumental metamorphosis, evolving from a superficial wealthy scion, though feigned, into a figure of restraint and steadiness, radiating a lethal brilliance akin to that of a warrior or perhaps a predator. Water droplets glided down his chiseled muscles. He slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed, then clenched into a fist with sudden intensity. The air seemed to resonate with a barely perceptible crack, echoing in his palm. A surge of overwhelming confidence erupted within him, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening. Genetic modification was complete. Now, it was time to receive the final piece de resistance of his new beginner's gift. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as his consciousness sank into the system space. locking onto the option labeled Random Elite Special Operations Team of the Great Xia, 12-person unit. Summon. Chapter 8. Snow Leopard Assault Team, command confirmed. Random selection in progress. Ding. Congratulations, Marshal, you have successfully summoned the Great Xia Army Special Operations Unit. Snow Leopard Assault Team, Team 7. Team members, 12, standard assault composition. Summoning location, Marshal designated secure area, default. Current spacious indoor area. Summoning complete. In the instant the words fell, the expansive and opulent master bedroom seemed to ripple like the surface of water. 12 tall, formidable figures, as straight as javelins, appeared without warning. They landed silently. Their movements synchronized as if forged from the same mold. Lin Yi's gaze swept over this suddenly materialized team. The Snow Leopard Assault Team. All 12 members were clad in deep gray, donning the unique insignia of the Snow Leopard Assault Team, a snow leopard's head intertwined with crossed daggers, on their digital camouflage combat uniforms. They wore the latest modular tactical vests, tactical helmets equipped with night vision bases, and masks that obscured the lower halves of their faces, revealing only their piercing, eagle-like eyes. Steady as ice. Their equipment was impeccably refined, each detail exuding an air of professionalism and lethal intent. In the next moment, the 12 ironclad warriors, in perfect unison, raised their right hands in a standard, powerful military salute, imbued with a palpable aura of authority. Snow Leopard Assault Team, Team 7, reporting to the Marshal, awaiting orders. Their voices resonated with an invisible weight, momentarily freezing the air around them. Lin Yi too was taken aback. Was this what a Special Forces unit truly embodied? He suppressed the excitement swelling within him, his keen gaze sweeping over the armed force that belonged to him for the first time, like a searchlight illuminating the night. Who is the captain? Step forward. Upon hearing the command, a figure standing at the rightmost edge took a step forward. Reporting. Captain Chen Feng of the Snow Leopard Assault Team, at your service, Marshal. Lin Yi nodded subtly, and then spoke. Please report on your team's weapon configuration. Yes, Marshal. The configuration of the 7th Squad of the Snow Leopard Assault Team is as follows. Assault Group of 4, equipped with the primary weapon QBZ-191 Model 5, 8mm assault rifle, along with ACOG optical sight, holographic sight, and laser indicator. Secondary weapon, QCQ-171 Model 9mm submachine gun, foldable stock version. Special equipment, GLX-160 Model 40mm smart grenade launcher. Precision marksman group of 2, armed with the primary weapon, QBU-203 Model 7. 62mm precision marksman rifle, featuring a 624 intelligent variable magnification scope. Secondary weapon, QSC-193 Model 5. 8mm pistol, modular silencer kit. Observation equipment, CSSA-5 Model multifunctional observation device, includes laser ranging and ballistic calculation. Demolition support group of 2, equipped with the primary weapon, QGS-161 Model 5. 8mm light machine gun, with a 200-round belt box. Special equipment, PF-16 Model individual cloud explosive rocket launcher. And DZJ-08 Model multifunctional breaching system, a miniature quadrotor attack drone capable of carrying explosives. Additionally, the special operations units include Sniper Group of 2, armed with primary weapons, Seats LR-35 and the anti-material sniper rifle QBU-10, equipped with dual-mode night vision infrared sight. Secondary weapon, Type 06 silenced pistol. Auxiliary equipment, acoustic detection array. Anti-material electromagnetic interference gun. Lastly, the Tactical Command Group of 2, armed with primary weapons. QBZ-192 Model short-barreled assault rifle, equipped with an intelligent red dot sight. Electronic equipment, Battlefield AI decision terminal, frequency hopping encrypted communication relay, and a swarm system of miniature reconnaissance drones. Report concluded. Please provide instructions, Marshal. Listening to Chen Feng's report, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The equipment configuration of the Snow Leopard Assault Team was astonishingly extravagant. In the early days of a world ravaged by zombies, these weapons represented an overwhelming advantage. Reporting, Marshal. Chen Feng's voice pulled Lin Yi back to reality. Abnormal biological activity has been detected outside the villa, initially assessed as low-threat targets. Requesting combat instructions. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and approached the window, pulling it open slightly. Through the reinforced glass, he observed several ragged figures, stained with blood, aimlessly wandering outside the villa's iron gates. Their movements were stiff, yet they exhibited an eerie persistence, with a few relentlessly pounding their decayed arms against the iron door, producing a jarring, clanging sound. Further away, more shadowy figures staggered through the rain. Clearly, this luxurious villa had become a beacon attracting zombies in the chaotic post-apocalyptic world. As Lin Yi frowned, preparing to issue a command, a sudden system notification resonated in his mind. Ding. The system has issued a main quest. Liberate Donghai City within 6 months and establish a new order. Task rewards. 1 blueprint designation permission. Unlock any inactive exchange item. X12 advanced antiviral serum. Permanent immunity to zombie virus. X13 fully equipped heavy synthesis troop. X1 half a year. Liberate Donghai City. Lin Yi's pupils constricted. Through the memories of the original host, he was acutely aware of the daunting challenge this task presented. Donghai City spans nearly 10,000 square kilometers, with a resident population exceeding 50 million, even with a 70 infection rate. There would be at least 35 million zombies roaming within the city, not to mention the survivor factions that had risen amidst the chaos. Moreover, the most critical issue was that in 1 month, a zombie matriarch possessing superhuman intelligence would emerge, commanding the zombie horde and leading to the city's complete downfall within a year. Well, one step at a time. There is little use in panicking. It would be wiser to devise a strategy for the impending scenario. The immediate task at hand was to eliminate the zombies surrounding the villa. Snow Leopard Assault Team. Commence cleansing operations. Everyone is equipped with silencers. Engage in precise shooting within the villa's defensive perimeter. Be cautious of the black rain. Additionally, do not worry about ammunition. We will replenish whatever you expend. Lin Yi decisively issued the first combat order. His commanding tone stemmed from the diverse array of ammunition available under the personal weaponry section, all at remarkably reasonable prices. Various types of rifle magazines cost only 1 merit value. 1 magazine for a handgun contains 40 rounds, while an assault rifle holds 400 rounds. Standard machine gun belts, 100 rounds, cost 2 merit values. 1 belt for a machine gun contains 1,000 rounds. Various types of rockets cost 3 merit values. Essentially, they could fire indefinitely without concern for ammunition shortages or inadequate firepower. Understood. The 12 team members responded in unison, their voices low and resolute. The well-trained soldiers immediately dispersed, functioning like a meticulously engineered killing machine. They swiftly checked their weapons, retrieving silencers from the tactical vest side pockets and skillfully affixing them to the gun muzzles. The subtle sound of metal threads engaging echoed throughout the living room. Chen Feng signaled tactically, and the team promptly divided into 4 combat groups. A sniper team of 2 swiftly occupied the optimal shooting positions on the 2nd floor. A precision shooter team of 2 was assigned to the east side of the ground floor's large windows. A demolition team of 2 secured the entrance to the west side garage. The remaining 6 formed a mobile fire support network. Lin Yi stood before the large window, the sound of rain pattering against the glass mingling with the eerie, dragging footsteps. Through enhanced vision, he could clearly discern 7 or 8 figures wandering outside the villa's iron gate. Their skin appeared pallid, eyes clouded, and dark red saliva hung from the corners of their mouths, some with their abdomens torn open, intestines trailing on the ground, oblivious to their condition. Commander, target locked. Chen Feng's voice came through the earpiece. Lin Yi then noticed that a mini-bone conduction headset extended from each team member's helmet, and he too had been silently fitted with one. Open fire at will, Lin Yi commanded in a low voice. Chapter 9. Cleansing the Zombies' Puff. The first shot, muffled and nearly inaudible, echoed through the air. Outside the eastern fence, the head of a zombie clad in a courier uniform jerked back violently, a neat circular hole appearing in its forehead. The corpse collapsed slowly to the ground, splattering a jet of black liquid. Shortly thereafter, 2 sounds, nearly overlapping, resounded from the 2nd floor. In the distance, 2 zombies, engaged in tearing apart a body, simultaneously had their heads exploded, brain matter and dark blood splattering in a fan shape against the tree trunk. 3 moving targets at 11 o'clock, reported the communications soldier calmly. Received, replied the machine gunner, adjusting his stance for a brief burst of 3 shots. 3 staggering figures fell to the ground in response. One of them hit in the spine, its upper body still crawling, only to be dispatched with a follow-up shot that obliterated its skull. Lin Yi watched intently, captivated by this display of precise slaughter. Each action of the special forces was executed with a clean efficiency, devoid of any unnecessary waste. They opted for the most stable shooting positions, concealing their bodies behind eaves or window frames, ensuring that not a drop of the ominous black rain touched them. A cluster of targets appeared in the garage passage, numbering approximately 15. The demolitions expert suddenly issued a warning. Lin Yi turned to see a horde of zombies shuffling toward them, drawn by the sound of gunfire from the main road of the villa district. They trudged through puddles, black raindrops sliding off their decaying skin, leaving behind trails bubbling ominously on the ground. Prepare crossfire, Chun Feng ordered, promptly adjusting the deployment. Grenadier, smoke obstruction. Understood. One team member knelt, retrieving a 40mm grenade from his tactical vest and loading it into the underbarrel launcher. With a thud, a smoke grenade landed precisely 5 meters in front of the horde. Dense gray smoke billowing upward. The zombie swarm lost its sense of direction, flailing aimlessly in the haze. This granted the assault team precious time to adjust. Switch to armor-piercing incendiary rounds, Chun Feng commanded. With 2 soft clicks, 2 team members simultaneously changed their ammunition type. Following 2 muted explosions, the grenades traced elegant parabolic arcs. Boom! An orange fireball erupted in the center of the horde, the intense heat instantly igniting the decaying bodies of the zombies. The acrid stench of charred flesh permeated the air, even detectable through the bulletproof glass. Several flaming figures continued to advance until they were decisively put down with precise headshots. The battle lasted about an hour. Gradually, silence enveloped the villa's surroundings, save for the sound of rain washing away the blood. Lin Yi observed through the system map that, centered around the villa, all red dots within a 200-meter radius had vanished. The area was cleared, with a total of 137 targets eliminated. Chun Feng reported, requesting deployment for perimeter security. Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, an urgent warning crackled through the earpiece from the sniper. Attention! Unusual movement detected 300 meters southeast. Instantly, everyone fell into combat readiness. Lin Yi squinted, his enhanced vision piercing the rain curtain to reveal 3 figures approaching rapidly in a disturbingly uncoordinated manner. These were not staggering zombies, but rather monstrous entities sprinting on all 4s like beasts. Open fire, Lin Yi commanded without hesitation. 12 gun muzzles simultaneously unleashed tongues of flame. A dense hail of bullets wove a net of death, enveloping the 3 eerie figures within its grasp. One of them was directly cleaved in half by a chain of machine gun fire, while the other 2 bizarrely dodged left and right amidst the hail of bullets. Their speed undiminished. 200 meters. The observer calmly reported. A chill coursed through Lin Yi. Ordinary zombies could never possess such agility. He seized his binoculars, finally discerning the true nature of those creatures. They were indeed humanoid, yet their joints were entirely reversed, their fingers evolved into razor-sharp claws, and their faces were grotesquely transformed into gaping maws filled with sharp teeth. A dull thud pierced the air. The sniper switched to an anti-material rifle, and a 127mm armor-piercing round obliterated the upper body of the foremost monster into a gruesome pulp. Taking advantage of the distraction, another creature lunged forward, leaping high as if to vault over the wall. Concentrate fire, Chun Feng bellowed. All weapons discharged simultaneously, their trajectories illuminating the rain-soaked air. The monster was struck by at least 20 bullets mid-air, its body twisting like a rag doll as it plummeted, crashing heavily into a puddle beyond the wall. Black blood splattering everywhere. Target eliminated, the sniper confirmed, though his voice was notably strained. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. These were clearly not ordinary zombies. He hadn't anticipated encountering them so soon. According to his memories from a previous life, the emergence of such bizarre zombies was due to the original host's formidable physical abilities combined with the invasion of the zombie virus, resulting in a genetic mutation that produced the scene he had just witnessed. Yet fundamentally, no matter how strong, they were still flesh and blood. What else more? If a cannon were aimed at you, would you not fear? What? You can still move without a head? Then let us do it again. Until you are reduced to mere fragments. Maintain vigilance, he commanded. Chun Feng, take 2 men to collect samples. Exercise caution. Do not come into contact with the black rain or blood. Understood. Chun Feng promptly selected a demolitions expert and a medic and the 3 donned heavy protective gear, taking sampling equipment as they stealthily exited through the basement passage. As for the rationale behind collecting samples, he simply wished to explore the possibility of developing a serum for the zombie virus or researching other solutions, should the opportunity arise in the future. Whether it would be feasible was not his concern, and that was a matter for another time. Lin Yi turned towards the tactical terminal, calling up the satellite map. The outline of Donghai City flickered on the screen, large areas marked in red. Liberating this city within half a year? He gazed at the multitude of crimson dots, clenching his fists. This survival game had only just begun. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding. Detected that the Marshal's forces have killed 140 zombies. Calculating rewards. Ding. Earned 140 merit points. H416 Blueprint X1. Infantry Platoon Blueprint X1. Oh, a blueprint drop? Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. He quickly operated the system panel to unlock these two blueprints. H-416, 500 merit points. Fully equipped 600 merit points. Infantry platoon, 150. 000 merit points. Is structured as follows. 3 infantry squads, 10 members each, 1 fire support squad, 6 members, and a command section, 1 platoon leader and 1 communicator. Infantry squad, equipped with 1 CS-181 Mantis assault vehicle, comprising 1 driver, 1 squad leader, 1 deputy squad leader, 1 gunner, 2 riflemen, armed with the 191 assault rifle. 2 machine gunners, armed with the QJY-201 light machine gun, 1 designated marksman, armed with the QBU-2037 62mm sniper rifle, and 1 rocket launcher operator, armed with the PF-1693mm individual cloud explosive rocket launcher. Fire support squad, 1 squad leader. A 3-member anti-tank team equipped with HJ-12 anti-tank missiles and PF-98 a 120mm anti-tank rocket launchers. A 2-member machine gun team, equipped with the QJY-2017 62mm general-purpose machine gun. This fire support squad does not have a separate vehicle and typically shares 1 Mantis vehicle with the command section. What? Linyi was completely taken aback. Are you certain this constitutes a platoon? Not an enhanced platoon. Chapter 10, The Harsh Apocalypse. Meanwhile, the commotion at the Yunchong Villa had captured the attention of numerous survivors. 1 kilometer away, atop a high-rise in the Qingyuan community, a loud thud resonated as a high-powered telescope was forcefully placed onto the windowsill. Hu Biao squinted his bloodshot triangular eyes, his face marked by a centipede-like scar stretching from his brow to the corner of his mouth, which twitched as his facial muscles spasmed. An army? He licked his cracked lips, his voice raspy like sandpaper. But why would an army be holed up in a villa, firing practice shots? Through the curtain of rain outside, the outline of the Yunchong Villa appeared hazy. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the entire process of the wandering undead outside the walls being shot with precision. The gunfire was muted, but as someone who had long navigated the world of mercenaries, he was all too familiar with the dampened thud of professionally silenced shots. Could it be private soldiers? The thought barely formed before he dismissed it. Not to mention that his country does not allow the existence of private soldiers. What kind of affluent individual could afford such a level of armed force? Yet, what truly alarmed him was the tactical proficiency displayed by those soldiers. Alternating cover, crossfire, precise shooting. This was undoubtedly the caliber of a special forces unit. Best not to provoke them. Brother Biao? A cautious knock echoed from outside the door. Hu Biao snapped back to reality, his facial flab quivering slightly. Come in. A tall, slender figure clad in a black hoodie entered, sporting a smile that was both sycophantic and cruel. Brother Biao, we secured everything above the 14th floor, except for that little woman in 1802. The entire building is under our control. You wouldn't believe it. The neighbors say she looks like a celebrity, with curves in all the right places. They even say she's a virgin. He lewdly gestured a curve. Too bad her home is fortified with a vault-like alloy door. My brothers couldn't pry it open after trying for ages. Useless. Hu Biao kicked over the chair next to him, making the hoodie man tremble with fear. Can't you use a gas-cutting gun? Did I raise you to eat dry food? Biao, calm down. The man in the hoodie quickly chuckled. That little girl often goes out, and the food stored at home is enough to last for 3 days. When she can't take it anymore, she has to obediently come out and beg Biao go. Hu Biao interrupted with a sinister smile. Okay, then let her go hungry for another 2 days. By the way, how did you handle the task entrusted to you? Don't worry. The man in the hoodie immediately straightened his waist and made a motion of wiping his neck. The entire building's supplies were collected, and those who did not cooperate were all dealt with. Hu Biao nodded with satisfaction and took out half a bag of wrinkled zhonghua from his pocket. The man in the hoodie immediately came up and lit the fire, taking out a portion of the supplies for the brothers. In addition, he exhaled a smoke ring and a lewd light flashed in his eyes. Go bring me the young woman, surnamed Huang, from the 16th floor. I have been thinking about her pair of headlights for a long time. Understood. The man in the hoodie showed a knowing smile and didn't forget to flatter him when he turned around. Biao Guingming. That woman is really strong. I heard her husband is get lost. Hu Biao kicked him in the butt. If you continue talking nonsense, I'll start with you. Hey, little brother. Let's go? The hoodie man was so scared that he ran out quickly. 5 minutes later. Release me, you beasts. With screams and struggles, 2 horsemen rushed in with a young woman wearing only a silk nightgown. Huang Wan's hair was disheveled, and a shoulder strap of her nightgown had been torn off, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. When she saw the scarred face sitting on the leather sofa, her pupils suddenly contracted. Hu Biao. So it's you, bastard. My husband won't let you go. Wait for the troops. Clap. She slapped her face hard, interrupting her words. Hu Biao pinched her chin and forced her to look up, his other hand already reaching into her nightgown without hesitation. Troop? Ha ha ha. Open your eyes and look outside. Those cannibalistic things are all over the street. Who cares if your husband is the mayor's secretary? He leaned close to the young woman's ear, spewing alcohol and bad breath. In this world, whoever has a big fist is the king. Whoever has supplies is the father. However, Huang Wan suddenly burst into rebellion, with one knee pressed against Hu Biao's crotch, but was easily dodged by her already guarded scarred face. The two horsemen immediately cut her arms back and pressed them tightly onto the coffee table. It's like killing me, the young woman screamed hysterically, tears mixed with lipstick sticking to her face. I wouldn't want to die even if I were a ghost. Do you want to die? Hu Biao slowly untied his belt. Wait until I'm satisfied before talking. With a stab, she tore open her thin nightgown, exposing her snow-white body to the murky air. He greedily took a deep breath and squinted intoxicated. Xiang Jun, his mother Xiang. I love him so much in the end of life. Seeing this, the two younger brothers walked out of the door very wisely. Quickly, the mournful screams and the excited gasps of the man quickly intertwined. Outside the door, two little brothers leaned against the crack to eavesdrop, occasionally emitting lewd laughter. Oh, Brother Biao, this is quite delightful. However, I wonder if there will be a share for us brothers afterward, one of the younger men remarked, saliva pooling at the corner of his mouth. Just as another was about to speak, the door was abruptly swung open. There stood Hu Biao, tightening his belt, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, and a look of sheer satisfaction on his face. Meanwhile, on the floor beside the coffee table, Huang Wan lay motionless, her entire body draped in white, her gaze vacant and devoid of life. Brother Biao? The two younger men outside the door looked at him in confusion. Hu Biao took a slow drag of his cigarette and said, "She has rewarded you." With that, he stepped outside, heading toward the hallway, leaving the two young men, their expressions brimming with excitement, completely oblivious to the duration of Hu Biao's actions. A minute? Perhaps. Yet, it mattered little. They exchanged lecherous grins before rushing into the room and shutting the door behind them. Within 30 seconds, anguished cries echoed once more from within. This was the brutal reality of the apocalypse, the dark side of human nature. On the other side, within the underground command center of the Cloud Villa, a three-dimensional map of Donghai City was projected onto the wall. Lin Yi and Chen Feng were deliberating their next course of action, as red dots indicated areas dense with zombies, nearly engulfing the entire city center. Marshal, based on drone reconnaissance, we can first clear the financial district to the east of the villa within a few miles. This way, we need not worry about the rear of the Cloud Villa being attacked. Chen Feng circled an area with a laser pointer, while the tactical tablet displayed the building's structural layout in real time. Oh, elaborate. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. Chen Feng pointed at the encircled zone and explained. The financial center to the east primarily backs onto the coast. Once we eliminate the zombies there, the threats to us will be significantly diminished. From a strategic standpoint, the financial center can effectively serve as our second stronghold. It is both an entry point and a defensive position, making it territory we must contend for. Listening to Chen Feng's analysis, Lin Yi nodded inwardly. Given the current situation, the challenge remained formidable, primarily due to insufficient manpower. With the forces at his disposal, Lin Yi knew they could not fully secure that area. Thus, all of this would have to wait until nightfall or the following day, when his merit points would be adequate to exchange for an infantry squad to execute the plan. Just as Lin Yi was about to respond, his phone in his pocket vibrated suddenly. Frowning, he wondered who could possibly be calling at such a time. The carrier's base stations should have long since collapsed. The name Lin Xueqing flashing on the screen momentarily stunned him. After a brief hesitation, he swiped to answer. Hello? Is this Lin Xiao? It's you, isn't it? The voice on the other end trembled, laced with evident tears. Please, can you come and save me? My home is surrounded by those flesh-eating monsters, and I am so scared. The command center was so quiet that he could hear the faint crackling of electricity. Lin Yi remained expressionless, listening intently, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the tactical table. Chen Feng discreetly stepped aside to access the surveillance footage. Lin Xiao? Speak up. Lin Xueqing's voice grew increasingly frantic, the background echoing with the dull thuds of heavy objects striking the iron door and the intermittent sounds of anguished cries. At the top floor of a high-end apartment in the city center, Lin Xueqing huddled in the innermost corner of the walk-in closet. She pressed her mouth tightly shut, stifling her sobs, her expensive silk pajamas drenched in cold sweat, her meticulously styled hair clinging to her tear-streaked face. Outside the apartment door, a series of hammering sounds reverberated. Why should I come to your rescue? Lin Yi finally spoke, his voice as frigid as ice. This statement seemed to lower the temperature in the operations room by several degrees. Chun Feng's fingers hesitated imperceptibly over the terminal. On the other end of the line, a sharp intake of breath was followed by muffled sobs. You promised to protect me yesterday. But that was another Lin Yi, not me. Lin Yi sneered inwardly, pulling up the satellite map on his tablet. The Emerald Bay apartment where Lin Xueqing was located was a staggering 27 kilometers from the villa district, requiring passage through 3 heavily infested zombie zones. Currently, there were at least 5 million zombies in the city center. Did she think he possessed 12 lives? But you have an army for protection. Lin Xueqing suddenly became animated. I saw the video in the owner's group. There are troops in your villa district clearing out the zombies. Please, I beg you. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed. The information had leaked faster than he had anticipated. However, it mattered little to him. Those electronic devices, without a power source, would become useless scrap in a matter of days. Listen, Lin Yi interrupted her, his tone eerily calm. First, that is not an army. They are security personnel I hired. Second, they are only sufficient to safeguard this villa. Third, he paused. Listening to the increasingly close sounds of the door being battered, what you should be contemplating now is how to survive, rather than relying on others. You bastard. Lin Xueqing suddenly shrieked, her fear morphing into hysteria. Why didn't you say such things when we were in bed? You men are all. A sharp, piercing sound of static erupted as Lin Yi abruptly hung up the phone. It appeared that the city center's signal base stations had been completely destroyed. On the other end. Hello? 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 Lin Xueqing shouted at her phone, but the signal had long disappeared. At that moment, she slumped to the ground, her heart heavy with despair. Fortunately, she had heeded Lin Ye's advice the previous day and stocked up on supplies on her way home from work, ensuring her survival for at least the coming months. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the apocalypse would truly arrive. She found herself unable to accept the sudden turn of events, her mental state nearly collapsing. As a frontline star, she could have lived a life of luxury and vibrancy. However, this apocalypse had utterly derailed her plans. Lin Xueqing slowly rose, gazing out at the oppressive darkness outside, and surprisingly felt a semblance of calm. She did not truly blame Lin Yi for his ruthlessness, understanding deeply how unreasonable her demands had been. Were it anyone else, they would scarcely agree, unless that person were a fool. Yet, after this incident, the first individual who came to her mind was Lin Yi. He seemed to possess an uncanny foresight of what was to transpire next. In an instant, she understood that Lin Ye's words during their phone conversation yesterday were preparations for the impending apocalypse. Was he from the future? In the underground operations room of the villa amidst the clouds, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Lin Yi slowly set down his phone, noticing that Chun Feng and several team members were observing him with complex expressions. Is there an issue? He inquired coldly. Reporting to the marshal, none. Chun Feng immediately stood at attention. However, the residents of the Emerald Bay apartments are either affluent or noble. If we initiate a rescue, we might gain the assistance of local powers. A bunch of burdens, Lin Yi interrupted, tracing the zombie heat map around Emerald Bay on the tablet with his finger. To risk our precious combat strength for a few pampered wastrels? Captain Chun, this is the apocalypse, not a heroic film. He bore no resentment towards Chun Feng. After all, those summoned by the system were flesh and blood individuals, endowed with emotions and independent thought. He turned towards the electronic sand table, his voice sharp as a poisoned blade. Remember, in this apocalypse, a saintly heart is more lethal than the undead. Notify all units to reinforce the defenses around the villa. Soon, intelligent individuals will consider fleeing in our direction. Chun Feng saluted solemnly, understood. Immediate execution. Lin Yi cast one last glance at his now black-screened phone. He had contemplated rescuing Lin Xueqing. If she were within 2 kilometers. If she held value. If the cost of rescue were manageable. Yet the stark reality was that she was merely a beautiful burden, and in the apocalypse, beautiful women were in no short supply. Outside, the relentless black rain continued to fall. In the distance, towards the city center, a burst of flame shot skyward, staining the dark clouds a crimson hue. 2 hours later, precisely at noon, the black rain that had persisted for 4 hours finally ceased. The leaden gray clouds were as if torn apart by an invisible hand, allowing beams of blinding sunlight to pierce through the gaps and illuminate the ravaged city below. Survivors cautiously emerged from their hiding places, momentarily lost in the illusion that this apocalypse was but a nightmarish dream. It was only upon witnessing the decaying figures wandering the streets and the scattered remnants of limbs that they grasped the harsh reality, that all of this was no dream. Boom. Boom boom. Look, it's a helicopter. On the rooftop of an office building in the city center, several white-collar workers suddenly pointed skyward, shouting. 3 dark, green-armed helicopters flew in a tactical formation, skimming low, their rotors stirring the air and whipping the bloodstains on the ground into a bizarre vortex. It's the military. The military has come to rescue us. Over here. They frantically waved their garments, with some even igniting office documents to create smoke signals. Yet the helicopters showed no sign of stopping, heading straight towards the outskirts of the city, leaving behind a chorus of despairing curses echoing between the buildings. Inside the cabin of the middle helicopter, an elderly man with silver hair slowly opened his eyes, seated upon a leather chair, dressed in an exquisitely tailored navy suit. His wrinkled fingers gently caressed the handle of a dragon-headed cane, oblivious to the cacophony of cries for help echoing outside the cabin window. This man was Mo Tianxing, the wealthiest individual in Donghai City, who maintained the demeanor of a ruler even amidst the chaos of an apocalyptic exodus. Old Mo, a military officer seated opposite him, remarked, "The basic construction of the 3rd temporary shelter in the combat zone has been completed." He handed over a thermos cup, adding that Commander Li had specially arranged an independent rest area for him. Mo Tianxing merely nodded slightly, his eyelids remaining unlifted. As the helicopter soared over an upscale villa district, he suddenly inquired, "Have we clarified the identity of that camouflaged unit in the eastern suburbs?" The officer hesitated. "Unit?" Aside from routine drills, there were no troop movements recorded yesterday. The elder slowly opened his eyes and retrieved his phone from the inner pocket of his suit. On the screen was a grainy video depicting several figures precisely shooting zombies in the rain, their equipment glimmering coldly amidst the downpour. The officer took the phone, his pupils constricting. The tactical maneuvers of those individuals were sharp and efficient, and while their gear seemed familiar, it was distinctly different in every regard. The contours of their helmets were more streamlined, the weapon sights were unlike anything seen before, and even their tactical gestures displayed subtle variations. "These are not our troops." The officer furrowed his brow, realizing that their equipment appeared superior to that of the active forces. Suddenly, he recognized his gaffe and quickly amended. "I will report to Commander Li immediately." Mo Tianxing reclaimed his phone, his gaze drifting towards the vanishing villa district outside the window. "Inform Li Dongyang that my daughter is still in the emergency shelter of the Twin Towers at the Eastern Financial Center." He rotated his jade ring. His voice calm and measured. He should know what to do. "Understood." The officer's forehead glistened with perspiration. It was common knowledge that Mo's only daughter was the leader of a financial conglomerate, and everyone was aware that this magnate's father was one of the nation's 5 paramount leaders. The helicopter veered southeast, leaving the enigmatic villa district behind. The officer covertly glanced once more at the video on the phone. The unfamiliar soldiers bore patches that seemed to depict a vague snow leopard pattern. Who were they? Chapter 12. The bait outside the villa in the clouds. A dozen figures scurried along the shadows of the greenery, resembling startled mice. Leading them was a middle-aged man who frequently glanced back, signaling with his hands, his suit sleeves drenched in sweat. His name was Li Hua, the area manager overseeing this commercial street. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, he harnessed his innate leadership qualities to organize a small group of about 10 individuals. As the saying goes, strength lies in numbers. Not long ago, he had witnessed the events transpiring at the villa from the clouds, igniting a flicker of hope within them. Rather than wait for rescue, they resolved to actively seek opportunities for survival. Thus, with the cessation of the torrential rain, they seized the moment to step out from their storefront. "Stay close. The corner ahead is where the troops recently engaged in combat," he whispered, the weight of his baton feeling particularly burdensome in his trembling hands. Suddenly, a stout woman with a permed hairstyle yanked the sleeve of the person beside her. "Damn it. Why aren't those soldiers coming out to rescue us? Are we taxpayers just funding their existence?" "Exactly." The young man with yellow hair spat. "I called 110 on my phone 20 times, but didn't even fart." The last inch-headed man suddenly stopped walking, and the fruit knife turned a beautiful flower in his palm. He squinted his eyes towards the high ground of the villa. "There are things there that are difficult for ordinary people to find. Look, iron gate," someone in the team whispered. Everyone stumbled and rushed to the carved iron gate. The fat woman suddenly broke away from the crowd and threw her brand-name bag at the doorpost. "Soldier, open the door for me." "Stupid woman. You are his mother crazy." Li Hua threw herself to cover her mouth, and the cold sweat slipped down the temple. At this moment, he has the heart to kill. The faint sound of glass shattering could be heard in the distance. The chubby woman bit him hard and said, "Li Hua, wait. When the troops arrive later, I will accuse you of insulting me and physically attacking this girl. You." She turned around and wanted to curse, but suddenly froze. 300 meters away on the tree-lined road, 7 or 8 twisted figures were sniffing the air and turning towards this direction. The decaying vocal cords of the zombies squeezed out an inhuman roar. Damn it! Damn it! The burly man holding the fire axe frantically rang the doorbell. Open the door. Isn't it your duty as soldiers to protect the people? However, the iron door remained motionless. Behind the French window at the height of the villa, Lin Yi looked at the monitoring screen coldly. Chen Feng's sniper scope crosshair was firmly placed on the forehead of the leading zombie. Marshal, do you want to save me? Came the inquiry through the earpiece. Lin Yi's gaze swept over the unusually calm man with an inch of head, and he said, wait a little longer. At this moment, the zombie horde had already accelerated towards him. The front infected person was wearing a security uniform, and half of their face had already decayed to the bone. The fat woman slumped on the ground and wet her pants, the pungent smell making the zombie even more excited. Back to back, men in the outer circle surround the elderly and children. Li Hua shouted hoarsely. The explosion-proof stick hit the shoulder of the first zombie to pounce, but the rotting flesh splattered and failed to stop it. Just as the decayed teeth were about to bite his throat, the head of the security zombie suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Following that were the muffled sounds of the second and third silenced sniper rifles. The zombies at the forefront exploded one after another and fell to the ground, spraying black blood on Li Hua's face. There's a sniper. The Kunta man suddenly shouted. All down. The remaining 5 zombies were attracted by the gunshots and turned towards the direction of the villa. They had just taken 2 steps when 6 black gun barrels suddenly popped out of the second-floor window. The dense bullets were like the scythe of death, causing 5 zombies to convulse wildly in the rain of bullets. A particularly robust zombie charged 3 meters in front of the firepower, only to be broken by a machine gun and fall to the ground with a loud bang. The scene suddenly fell into eerie silence. With only smoke rising in the air, the chubby woman suddenly jumped up and kicked the iron gate. Now you know how to shoot? Why did you just now? Her words abruptly stopped. The sharp blade of the inch-headed man pressed against her thick back neck, and his voice was colder than that of a zombie. Call out one more time, and I'll throw you out to feed the zombie. This scene scared the chubby woman to the point where she dared not speak or move. At this moment, 6 fully armed Snow Leopard team members dispersed in tactical formation and arrived at the iron gate, their guns pointing vaguely at the group of unwelcome guests. Immediately afterwards, Chun Feng strode forward, his combat boots making a sound of collision with the marble floor. Seeing this, the chubby woman immediately ran forward and shouted at Chun Feng with a fierce expression, "Soldiers, quickly open the door. Someone is trying to kill me, arrest him." However, no one responded to her. This made her a little angry, pointing at Chun Feng and cursing, "Soldier, what are you waiting for? Open the door quickly. Otherwise, I will go to your leader's place to complain about you." Before I could finish speaking, a muffled PU sound suddenly sounded in the air. The woman's head seemed to have been hit by an invisible hammer, exploding into a mist of blood in front of everyone. The red and white brain splattered on the iron gate, and the headless body swayed and fell heavily like a torn sack. Killed someone. As soon as the screams of the elderly and children came out, 6 black gun barrels were already aimed at the crowd. Shut up, everyone. Whoever shouts loudly. The next one will be him. Chen Feng's voice was colder than a gun barrel. The crying abruptly stopped. A mother tightly covered the mouth of her child in her arms, causing the child to turn red but afraid to struggle. Li Hua's suit pants soaked through at a visible speed, and urine dripped down his shiny leather shoes to the ground, filled with immense fear. Who exactly are they? Are you not afraid of being held accountable by the military for killing in front of ordinary people like them? The Kunta man slowly withdrew his fruit knife and squinted his eyes at these soldiers. Their tactical vests do not have any unit numbers, and he has never seen the Snow Leopard totem on their armbands in active duty. Firstly, Chun Feng took off his hood and showed a cold face. We are soldiers, but not the soldiers you know us to be. He walked up to the iron gate with a cold gaze. Secondly, we are only loyal to the marshal. The gun suddenly fired a shot into the sky. What are you to command us? Li Huan knelt on the ground with weak legs and said, "Military god, spare your life. As long as you can protect me, I am willing to be a cow or a horse. Do anything." His survival instinct trained in the workplace immediately made him take the most humble posture. "I have managed 300 people in the commercial street and can help you manage materials." Chun Feng sneered, "You are smart, but you are not worthy." His gaze turned to others, and he said, "What about you?" The strong man holding a fire axe knelt down and said, "I have strength. Can I help you manage materials? Moving things can kill people." The young man with yellow hair nodded directly and said, "I can fix cars. Please give me a way out." Lord Jun. The others also begged for mercy and straightened their attitudes. "As long as we can survive, what's face worth?" They can also see that these people are not government troops at all. They are obviously private soldiers recruited by some high-ranking officials. As for where it came from, they were also puzzled in their hearts. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to the man with the inch head. The man with an inch head had no choice but to nod helplessly. He had noticed that the reflection of the sniper rifle always locked onto his forehead. I'm afraid if I dare to say a word now, my mind will immediately bloom. Very good. Chen Feng put away his gun, but in order to survive, you must prove your worth. He pointed to the corpses scattered all over the ground, and within half an hour, cleaned up the 200-meter radius. I don't want to smell any putrid smell of blood, minced meat, or bones. There are so many. Huang Mao looked at dozens of mutilated bodies, his stomach churning. Bang! The bullet grazed his ear and nailed it to the ground. 29 minutes and 50 seconds. Chen Feng turned around and walked towards the villa. 1 second later, everyone feeds the zombies. The iron gate remained tightly closed, but the 6 Snow Leopard team members disappeared into the shadows like ghosts. The survivors stood still for a moment before suddenly rushing frantically towards the nearest corpse. The man with an inch head silently picked up the fat woman's designer bag and used it as a glove to drag the body. He caught a glimpse of the third-floor window of the villa. A tall and upright figure is coldly overlooking this farce. Marshal, he silently recited in his heart. But his hand movements dared not slow down by half a minute. On the other side, Huang Mao suddenly vomited. He broke a leg that was connected to his internal organs. Li Huaqiang endured his fear and used an explosion-proof stick to pierce through the eye socket of a zombie and drag it away. No one dared to speak. Only the incessant retching and the sticky sound of corpses rubbing against the ground. In the distance, new zombies are being attracted by the smell of blood. And high up in the villa, the safety bolt of the sniper rifle gently slid open. Chapter 13. The terror of full fire and squad machine guns. A few minutes later, 200 meters away from Yunzhong Villa. Watching thousands of zombies rushing in from all directions like a tide, Sun Chong, a burly man with yellow hair and a fire axe, had a pale face like paper. The strong smell of blood and the gunshot just now were like deadly signal flares, attracting all the zombies nearby. As far as one can see, twisted and unsteady figures begin to appear on streets, green belts, and even rooftops. Brother Qiangqiang, Huang Mao's voice shook like chaff. His mother is going to use us as bait to feed zombies. If we stay any longer, we probably won't even have any bone fragments left. Sun Chong's hand holding the fire axe was also trembling. He looked at the decaying faces that were getting closer and closer, and his eyes flashed with madness. Damn it. Go all out. Let's run towards the West Commercial Street while they're focused on the zombies. The terrain over there is complex. The two of them exchanged a glance and instantly reached a tacit understanding. Just when the zombie horde was less than 50 meters away from the landscape stone where they were hiding, and the roar was deafening, run. Sun Dawang let out a roar and suddenly rushed out from behind the stone, running wildly towards the small path on the west side of the villa. Yellow Hair followed closely behind, erupting at an unprecedented speed. Upon seeing the two fleeing, Li Hua instinctively wanted to shout, but was immediately choked by immense fear. At the moment when the two of them rushed out less than 10 meters, and their bodies were just exposed in the open area. Wow. Pooh. Too extremely faint. Champagne-like muffled sounds came almost simultaneously. Sun Chong and Huang Mao, who were running wildly, exploded their upper bodies without any warning. Red, white, and minced meat sprayed radially onto the holly trees by the roadside. Only the legs below the waist stumbled forward a few steps under inertia before falling to the ground with a loud bang. Silence. A group of female students, straining to drag the lifeless body, collapsed in terror, forgetting even to scream. Li Hua felt as though he had plunged into an ice cave. A chilling sensation surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He could not help but feel immense relief over his momentary hesitation. How ruthless could those people be? Don't just stand there. Quickly drag the last few bodies to the designated spot, barked the buzzcut man, his voice drowning out the low growls of the zombies. He cast a cold, unfeeling glance at the remains of Sun Chong and the young man with yellow hair, his movements quickening with an unsettling efficiency. Fueled by the imminent threat of death, the few remaining students and an elderly person summoned their last reserves of strength. Yet, the horde of zombies was alarmingly close. The stench of decay was nearly suffocating. Run! Someone shouted, and the survivors, abandoning their task, turned in panic, crying out as they rushed towards the tightly shut iron gates of the villa. However, Li Hua, now in the middle-aged phase of life with a burgeoning waistline, could hardly outrun the youthful vigor driven by fear. After barely a few steps, he stumbled, a zombie clad in a youthful dress lunging at him with a guttural roar, its rotting claws aimed at his neck. In a critical moment, A glinting fruit knife pierced through the zombie's temple with deadly precision. The buzzcut man delivered a fierce kick to the zombie's side, sending it sprawling, and quickly yanked Li Hua to his feet. Run! Li Hua scrambled forward, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, brother. Yet the buzzcut man dared not linger. The horde surged like a black tide, swiftly engulfing the area they had just cleared. A slow-moving old man and a middle-aged woman were instantly beset by several zombies. Their piercing screams were quickly drowned out by the horrific sounds of flesh being torn and bones gnawed. Haha, more zombies, sensing new prey, roared as they lunged toward the buzzcut man and Li Hua. They were still over 30 meters from the villa's iron gates. Yet the throng behind them was less than 10 meters away. The buzzcut man's gaze was sharp as an eagle. He dragged Li Hua forward while continuously wielding his knife to block and stab. His movements were succinct, ruthless, and effective. Each slash struck true, hitting the eye sockets, temples, or jaw joints of the attacking zombies. With a swift thrust, the blade the seemingly indestructible alloy gate of the villa suddenly slid silently inward. Immediately afterwards, 7 figures appeared in a row at the door, for soldiers holding QBZ-191 assault rifles, as well as 2 QJS-161 squad machine guns with 3-legged supports and terrifyingly thick barrels. The QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher, emitting a deadly cold light, was carried on the shoulder of the remaining person in the middle. Fire! A cold command spread throughout the entire audience through the loudspeaker. The next second, hell descends. Dong 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 dong. 2 squads roared with machine guns at the same time. The hot tongue spewed out nearly half a meter long. The dense and rainy 58mm steel core armor-piercing bullets instantly formed 2 intersecting death metal storms, like a red-hot iron plow, fiercely plowing into the forefront of the surging corpse tide. The dozens of zombies rushing ahead couldn't even scream, their bodies as if shattered by an invisible force. The remains of the severed limbs, mixed with black blood and rotten flesh, rose like a fountain into the sky. Dense bullets hit the concrete ground and zombies, splashing countless fragments of stone and flesh, forming a crimson mist of blood. This is just the beginning. A loud, dull sound like a heavy hammer beating a drum. The 35mm high-speed intelligent grenade launched by QLU-131 traced a low and flat arc, accurately hitting the middle section with the densest body tide. Boom! A violent explosion accompanied by dazzling flames. The shock wave instantly tore the zombies within a radius of more than 10 meters into pieces. A large number of zombies farther away were thrown away and knocked down by the raging waves of air. Countless burning debris and visceral fragments rained down like raindrops. And 4 assault team members holding QBZ-191 assault rifles, with short bursts like sickles of death, harvested the lone zombies one by one. Chen Feng's calm voice rang out in the earphones of the team members, commanding the allocation of firepower and key clearance areas. Micro-reconnaissance drones hover at low altitudes, transmitting real-time battlefield situations. This is not a battle at all, but a unilateral, industrialized massacre. Less than a minute. Just now, a group of thousands of corpses rushed forward like a black wave, with a fierce momentum. Within 100 meters in front of the villa, they were brutally strangled by this terrifying firepower network. 3 minutes later, the gunshots gradually faded away and eventually fell silent. In front of the villa, there are piles of broken corpses, as well as the strong smell of blood and gunpowder in the air that cannot be melted. The surviving Li Hua, the Kunta man, a few students, and the remaining women all collapsed not far inside the iron gate, as if their bones had been pulled out. Their faces and bodies were covered in splattered blood and broken flesh. Their eyes were hollow, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and some even lost control. Their brains went blank, as the hellish symphony of gunfire and the scene of the Azura field before them completely shattered all their previous understanding of combat and force. This is not the army shooting to save people they imagined. It's simply a cold, efficient killing machine that exists only for destruction and operation. The man with a buzz cut leaned against the cold wall, panting heavily, the fruit knife in his hand already dulled. He stared intently at the Snow Leopard team members who had once again slipped into the shadows, their guns still vigilantly pointed towards the door. His eyes were filled with an unprecedented shock and reverence. He finally comprehended that in this apocalyptic world, the power of the gun was paramount. Li Hua struggled to rise, crawling and rolling to Chen Feng's feet, disregarding the thick stains of blood on the ground, repeatedly banging his head. His voice was tinged with a sob and utmost flattery. "Commander, no, General, divine soldiers, you are heavenly warriors. My worthless life will henceforth belong to the Marshal. It is yours, esteemed commanders. I beg for refuge. I implore you. Chen Feng merely cast him a cold glance, as one would a pitiful dog. His voice devoid of emotion. Clear the entrance. This time, you have 1 hour. Use any means necessary. Chapter 14. The MG-42 in the surveillance room of the villa in the clouds. The spicy aroma of pickled vegetables formed an absurd contrast with the hellish scene displayed on the screen. Ding. The Marshal's forces have killed 142 zombies. Starting the reward process. Ding. Received military tent blueprint X1, MG-42 blueprint X1. Lin Yi slurped his noodles, his gaze apathetically sweeping across the settlement information. MG-42? An antique from World War II? He scoffed, but the moniker fabric shredder is not unfounded, with a firing rate of 200 rounds per minute. It would certainly be effective in a horde of zombies. 1,000 zombies yielded merely 2 blueprints. The drop rate was pitifully low, yet even a mosquito's leg is meat. He then entered the blueprint information to unlock the permissions. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Marshal, enter. Chen Feng strode in, saluting. Report. The bait plan has been completed. After confirmation via drone, there remain only scattered zombies within a radius of 500 meters around the villa, posing a low threat level. However, the corpses are piled high. If not dealt with promptly, they may attract more zombies. I have instructed the remaining survivors to finish the cleanup within 1 hour as per your orders. Good work, Lin Yi replied, setting down the instant noodle container. Have the brothers rotate for rest, replenish ammunition, and maintain vigilance. The next phase of the plan will commence tomorrow morning. Understood, Chen Feng responded, then inquired, Marshal, how should we handle those survivors? Lin Yi's fingers lightly tapped on the cold metal table. The surveillance feed switched to outside the villa. Li Hua lay on the ground like a dead dog, while the buzzcut man silently dragged the last corpse. Several students supporting each other and retching, each covered in dark, crimson filth. The memories of betrayal from a past life gnawed like a venomous snake at his heart. Trust? In this cannibalistic apocalypse, it was a luxury, a death sentence. Once they have cleared the battlefield, Lin Yi's voice remained entirely calm. Send them all to the underground garage. No one may step out of the garage without my order. He paused, his tone chilling as ice. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Without need for inquiry. Understood. A glimmer of realization flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. This was the iron-fisted rule befitting a chaotic world. He turned and departed to execute the orders. The villa is not a charitable shelter. It is his fortress, the cornerstone of power and survival. Lin Yi gazed at the fluctuating merit points on the system panel. 19,247. He still needed to wait until around 11 o'clock at night to exchange for his first infantry squad. 50,000 points. It seems the next phase of the plan must wait until tomorrow, he contemplated. Only with a fully formed infantry squad, in conjunction with the Snow Leopard assault team, could he possess the resources to expand outward and establish a truly controllable sanctuary, rather than merely cramming unstable elements into his own garage. Outside the villa, corpses piled high, emanating a nauseating stench. The bald man expressionlessly twisted open a gasoline canister and doused the heap of bodies with the acrid liquid. Li Hua sat slumped by a flower bed a few meters away, his face as pale as paper, gasping for breath. His suit was already soiled beyond recognition, and his expensive leather shoes were smeared with mud and dark blood. This is truly inhumane work. Li Hua's voice trembled with the exhaustion of survival and an indescribable humiliation. With a flick, the lighter ignited, and the flame leaped forth. The bald man flicked his wrist, sending the burning lighter arcing gracefully into the pile of corpses. Boom! An orange inferno erupted violently, instantly consuming the mountain of bodies. Dense black smoke, carrying the acrid stench of charred protein, surged skyward, darkening the heavens. The searing heat washed over the survivors, reflecting the numb, weary, and fearful expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, within the other unclean buildings of the villa district, eyes peered through the gaps in the curtains, observing this purification. A bunch of fools. In a high-rise of the complex, a middle-aged man in pajamas sipped his prized red wine, a look of disdain plastered across his face. Look at that fat pig, Li Hua, exhausted like a dog. And that student girl who's vomiting her guts out. It's hilarious. What a disgrace. Beside him, a heavily made-up woman chimed in. Exactly. Working like a mule to haul and burn bodies just to earn a meal? How pathetic. Thank goodness we didn't go down there. Otherwise, we'd be laboring like them, reeking of death. I don't trust those in camouflage either. From another window, a bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and scoffed. Using living humans as bait to lure zombies, and they don't even flinch when they kill their own. They're more ruthless than the zombies. Staying under their watch. Do they wish for death? Exactly. We should secure our doors and windows and wait for government rescue. That is the right course. Some clung blindly to hope. Yes. When the army arrives, let us see if these hillbillies dare to act so arrogantly. Malicious whispers of schadenfreude spread behind the safety of their windows. They mocked those gasping in front of the flames below, as if they were superior, completely forgetting who had cleared the tide of corpses threatening their safety. While willfully ignoring the devastating firepower of the Snow Leopard team, the bald man stood beside the burning pyre, the heat waves baking his face. He raised his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over the illuminated villa windows, as if he could penetrate the curtains to see the indifferent, mocking, and self-righteous faces within. A faint, imperceptible smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he cast the empty gasoline canister into the inferno, subsequently turning to face the line of survivors being escorted towards the garage by the armed members of the Snow Leopard team. The heavy alloy doors of the garage thunderously sealed behind Li Hua and the others, cutting them off from the burning purgatory outside. Within, only the dim light of emergency lamps illuminated the air thick with the scent of oil and dust. Behave yourselves. No noise. Do not wander. The guard from the Snow Leopard team spoke with an icy tone, the muzzle of his weapon glimmering ominously in the shadows. Li Hua slumped against the cold wall, sliding down to the ground, utterly exhausted. Several students huddled together, softly weeping, while a woman's child was too frightened to even cry. Only the man with a buzz cut remained silent in the dim light, methodically wiping his blood-stained fruit knife, his gaze calm and inscrutable. Occasionally, he would glance up, surveying the stacks of supply boxes and ventilation ducts in the depths of the garage, as if appraising something. As the survivors succumbed to fatigue, teetering on the brink of sleep, a narrow gap appeared as the alloy doors slid open. A member of the Snow Leopard team entered, carrying a heavy cardboard box and a case of 24 bottled waters, placing them on the concrete floor before the group. The box contains food, the soldier stated flatly. You 9 will divide it among yourselves. If it is insufficient, take what you need. It should suffice. But anyone who dares to steal, the cold muzzle of the weapon lifted slightly in the shadows, will bear the consequences. Food. Enough to satisfy? The survivors could scarcely believe their ears. After enduring a hellish battle, the humiliation of cleanup, and the incineration of corpses, their adversaries were actually offering sustenance? Li Hua was the first to react, scrambling eagerly to the box, fumbling to open it. Inside, it was filled with vacuum-sealed sausages, individually wrapped bread, and several packets of compressed biscuits. Thank you, Commander Xie, Li Hua exclaimed, seizing a sausage and almost tearing into its packaging, hastily opening a bottle of water, devouring it ravenously. Seeing this, the others disregarded their inhibitions and flocked to the box, cautiously taking the food and water. For the first time, the oppressive silence of the garage was broken by the sounds of chewing and swallowing, interspersed with weary breaths, yet tinged with a hint of satisfaction at having survived. The buzz-cut man did not rush forward. He lingered at a distance, his sharp gaze scanning the food and water, then shifting towards the motionless Snow Leopard guard at the door. Were they truly so generous? In this apocalyptic world, food was synonymous with survival. Such an act seemed illogical. Was it a ploy? A poison? Or did they harbor ulterior motives? Yet, the gnawing hunger in his belly and his extreme fatigue overshadowed all doubts. He approached quietly, taking a piece of bread and a bottle of water, sitting against the wall to replenish his strength swiftly and silently. Nevertheless, a tension remained taut within him. Acts of unsolicited kindness often have hidden motives. Chapter 15. The government forces soon. The box lay empty, and only a few water bottles remained. The faces of the survivors revealed rare expressions of satisfaction and relaxation. This simple meal, consumed amid filth and fear, had unexpectedly become the most delectable feast since the onset of the apocalypse. The member of the Snow Leopard team waited for his comrades to finish their meal before bringing in several individual tents and carelessly tossing them onto the ground. Rest well. His voice remained icy. There will be a mission for you tomorrow morning. With that, he turned and departed, the heavy alloy door closing with a resounding thud. What mission? College student Kai Shukuan inquired, rubbing his slightly bloated stomach, confusion etched across his face. Li Hua leaned against the cold wall, burping contentedly, and waved dismissively. What else could it be? Just more corpse cleanup or fortifying walls and moving bricks, I suppose. As long as we get fed and can survive, I'm willing to do anything. He was utterly oblivious to the unimaginable hardships that his flippant complaint would bring upon himself the next day. The man with a buzz cut said nothing, silently setting up a tent. His instincts warned him that tomorrow's task would be far more complex than Li Hua presumed. At 3 in the afternoon, the scorching sun bore down mercilessly on the ravaged city of Donghai. The desolate city center was suddenly torn apart by a deafening explosion and a flurry of gunfire. Boom. Rat-a-tat-tat. From behind the shattered windows of dilapidated buildings and the corners of balconies, countless survivors peered out in terror, yet with a glimmer of hope. On several main roads, military trucks draped in green canvas, serving as makeshift battle vehicles, struggled to advance. Mounted machine guns spewed fire relentlessly. Following alongside were dozens of soldiers clad in camouflage, armed with rifles, who took cover behind the wreckage of vehicles and street barricades, firing as they cautiously moved forward. Bullets rained down like water upon the densely packed horde of zombies surging from all directions. Look, it's the army, the government troops. They've come to rescue us. A voice from a high-rise cried out in exhilaration, tinged with tears. This shout ignited a spark, causing the gathering of survivors to erupt into a cacophony of noise and a beacon of hope. People frantically waved their arms, brandishing anything that could catch the eye, and shouted for help with all their might. Inside an armored command vehicle that had been reinforced, Major General Li Junshan, the deputy commander of the Donghai City garrison, stared at the relentless tide of zombies outside, his face pale with dread. The vehicle's radio crackled with urgent reports from various units. Report to Eagle's Nest. Vehicle 1 has used over half its ammunition. Vehicle 2's machine gun is jammed. Requesting assistance. Vehicle 3 has encountered a large horde on the flank. Requesting fire support. Damn it, there are too many. We can't kill them all. Li Junshan slammed his fist against the control panel, sparks flying. His aide's expression mirrored his concern. Sir, the ammunition we have cannot sustain this intensity of combat. And since the outbreak, our military factories and supply lines have been completely severed. Resupply is nowhere in sight. Every shot counts. I know. Do you think I want to come here to die? Li Junshan growled, his eyes bloodshot. This is a directive from above. We must show the people that the army is still here, that the government is still standing. We must give them some hope. We cannot allow them to descend into despair and become rioters or worse. He took a deep breath and pointed at the roof. Commander Wang, execute Plan B. Quickly. The adjutant, Commander Wang, immediately grasped a microphone connected to a high-powered speaker atop the vehicle. Drawing in a deep breath, he endeavored to project his voice with calm authority. Attention, all citizens of Donghai City. Attention, all citizens of Donghai City. This is the rescue advance team of the Donghai Military District. The booming electronic voice momentarily drowned out the gunfire and the wails of the undead. Resonating through the skies above the city, the government and the military have never abandoned you. We are doing everything possible to establish safe shelters. All survivors must remain calm. Stay indoors. Secure your doors and windows. Do not venture outside. Ration your food and water. Avoid contact with the infected. Await rescue. Trust the government. Trust the military. We will return. We will orderly and safely assist everyone in evacuation. Repeat. Hold your ground. Preserve yourselves. Order and hope are the keys to overcoming disaster. The government and military will always stand with the people. The sound of the loudspeaker reverberated repeatedly, filled with an official tone and soothing slogans. The cheers from the high rises grew louder, with many individuals overcome with emotion, weeping with joy as if glimpsing the dawn of life. Did you hear that? The government is still here. The military hasn't forsaken us. There is hope. Finally, there is hope. I knew the nation would not abandon us. Hold on. Just a few more days. The troops will come for us. However, in some dark, damp corners of the lower floors of apartment buildings, where supplies were scarce, distinctly different voices emerged. A famished man, his eyes gleaming with desperation, spat vehemently. Bah, nonsense. Wait for your orderly rescue? My family of 3 will be dead of hunger long before that. Exactly. What good are slogans? If you have the capability, drop some food right now. A woman nearby cradled her crying child, her voice filled with despair. Damn it. I only have half a pack of crackers left. Wait for them to arrive. They might as well come to collect the corpses. A furious voice echoed in the hallway. They can't even handle the zombies, trapped in there like turtles. Do you really expect them to save us? Dream on. Someone peered through the window, watching the military vehicles below as they were gradually surrounded by the throng of undead, emitting a cold, desperate laugh. Hope and despair, trust and skepticism, collided fiercely above the dying city. The cheers from the high rises intertwined with the curses from the lower levels, forming a strange duet of a post-apocalyptic lament. Inside the command vehicle, Li Junshan listened to the slogans from the loudspeaker, which he found somewhat feeble, while also hearing increasingly urgent reports over the communication channel. He irritably tugged at his collar. Damn it, those old fossils in the armed department. Why not just send a few helicopters to broadcast throughout the city? Must I lead my brothers into this death trap for this performance? Idiots. They're all a bunch of fools. All units. Make a U-turn. Withdraw immediately. Repeat. Withdraw immediately. Lee Junshin's roar exploded through the vehicle's radio, carrying an unmistakable resolve. Turn around. Quick, turn around. Mechanized infantry, provide cover. Get in the vehicle. The orders crashed down like thunder. The soldiers, who were desperately resisting behind the barricades, were initially taken aback, but soon their astonishing survival instincts surged forth. The outermost soldiers immediately ceased firing, turning to scramble towards the military truck that was pivoting in place. Quickly help me. Machine gun cover. Suppress the horde on the right. Damn, they're coming. The scene devolved into utter chaos. The zombies, freed from the constraints of gunfire, surged forward like piranhas drawn to the scent of blood, attacking with reckless abandon. As one truck executed a sharp turn, its wheels crushed a pile of zombie remains, causing the vehicle to skid violently, nearly overturning. The gunner atop the truck was violently thrown off, instantly overwhelmed by a horde of zombies, his brief scream echoing in the air. Old Lou. The soldier in the adjacent truck cried out, eyes wide with horror, yet there was no time for rescue. Forget it. Go. The commanding officer bellowed hoarsely. At last, the two foremost trucks, propelled by immense horsepower, plowed through the obstructions of abandoned vehicles and scattered zombies, their fronts aimed at the direction they had come from. The driver slammed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring at the brink of its limits. Chapter 16. Route Breakthrough. Keep up. The two trucks barreled forth like frenzied metallic beasts, charging into the relatively weaker area of the zombie tide. The zombies that blocked their path were sent flying like rag dolls, caught beneath the wheels. The sounds of shattering bones and bursting entrails filled the air. Where the wheels tread, they left behind a horrific trail of mingled black blood, shredded flesh, and bone fragments. However, the last truck found itself in dire straits. The driver's misfortune had him collide with the wreckage of an overturned bus while attempting to turn, delaying them by mere seconds. Those seconds allowed a multitude of zombies to completely block the road ahead. Even worse, the path before them was littered with the bodies of previously slain zombies and the mangled remains of vehicles, forming a quagmire of blood and flesh. Slick enough to submerge half a tire. Step on the gas. Push through. The officer inside the vehicle was frantic, his eyes bloodshot. The driver slammed the accelerator. The engine roared in defiance, yet the heavy truck felt as though it was mired in a swamp. The tires spun wildly in the bloody muck, slipping, ejecting large clumps of black-red filth, as the vehicle shook violently, unable to gain speed. Damn it, we're stuck. Can't get any speed. The driver shouted in despair, pounding the steering wheel. Meanwhile, the zombies on both sides and behind had converged like a black tide, completely encircling them. Fire! Fire! Hold them back! The officer shouted frantically to the soldiers on the roof and inside the cabin. The gunner atop gritted his teeth, firing wildly in an attempt to carve a path through the sea of undead. The soldiers within the cabin leaned out, their rifles unleashing their final bursts of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour, the zombies at the forefront collapsing like wheat before the scythe. Yet, this could hardly stem the relentless tide behind them. Even more terrifying was the sight of their ammunition depleting at an alarming rate. Report. The machine gun is out of bullets. Desperate cries echoed from the roof of the vehicle. The rifle magazine is nearly empty. Grenades. Use the grenades. A few grenades were hurled with great effort, erupting into bursts of fire and shockwaves among the horde of corpses, momentarily clearing a small area, only to be swiftly filled by more zombies. On the side of the vehicle, a soldier's rifle jammed unexpectedly. Damn it, he shouted in frustration, unable to clear the malfunction, and instead drew the bayonet from beneath the barrel, plunging it fiercely into the eye socket of a zombie attempting to climb aboard. Black blood sprayed across his face. Uft, uft. More soldiers were forced into a brutal melee. Bayonets, rifle stocks, and entrenching tools, all available implements became weapons. The edge of the vehicle transformed into a bloody meat grinder. A soldier was dragged down by two zombies gripping his arms, his screams instantly drowned out. Old Joe, hold the line. Hold the line. But human strength has its limits. There were too many zombies. They climbed fearlessly over the corpses of their companions. The machine gunner atop the vehicle was overwhelmed by several zombies and was torn apart in an instant. On the side of the vehicle, a soldier was seized by the leg and pulled down, disappearing into the mass of corpses. We can't hold on. There are too many. The voices of the soldiers were filled with despair. The truck struggled like a colossal elephant ensnared by countless flesh-eating ants. futilely thrashing in the mire of blood and flesh, helplessly watching as it was gradually engulfed by the black tide. The windows shattered as zombies rammed their heads against the glass, decayed arms reaching inside to claw at them. The rear panel of the truck collapsed under the weight of the bodies. Abandon the vehicle. Jump and break through. The officer made the final decision, his voice hoarse and mournful. The few surviving soldiers attempted to leap from the truck, but as soon as their feet touched the ground, they were immediately overwhelmed by the surging zombies. The air filled with screams, the sounds of biting, and the cracking of bones. Beasts, I'll take you down with me. Ultimately, amidst a series of violent explosions and the gut-wrenching sound of twisting metal, the truck, along with the last few brave soldiers who resisted until the very end, sank forever into the mire of death and despair. Ahead, the two trucks that successfully broke through sped away without looking back, leaving behind the hellish scene and the final mournful cries of comrades, gradually fading amidst the burning wreckage and swirling smoke. Inside the command vehicle, Li Junshan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood dripping between his fingers. He gazed into the rearview mirror at the area completely submerged by the horde, listening to the last desperate cries emanating from the communications channel of that vehicle, and painfully closed his eyes. Ultimately, he squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth: fools. It was unclear whether he was cursing the bureaucrats who compelled them to execute the mission, or cursing this cursed fate, or perhaps cursing himself. Meanwhile, the government force's symbolic display came to a hasty conclusion amid devastating losses, especially as the last military vehicle was entirely engulfed by the tide of corpses. The sight of total annihilation pierced the hearts of the survivors who had just begun to rekindle hope like a cold steel needle. From the heights of the buildings, the cheers abruptly ceased, as if throttled by an unseen hand. In its stead, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, soon to be followed by a profound despair and dread. Is everything gone? That was an entire truckload of people. The army couldn't withstand them. It's utterly over. Oh, we're doomed. Some collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Hope shattered like a soap bubble, leaving only a chilling, bone-deep despair in its wake. Many gazed vacantly, as if they had lost their final bastion of spirit, silently drawing the curtains to retreat deeper into darkness and fear. Yet, in other corners, a stifled, morbidly gleeful laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is what they call rescue? In a dimly lit room, a group of tattooed men congregated. The burly leader gulped down a swig of cheap liquor and sneered. Even dying is done in such a disgraceful manner. Who needs them? I'd rather rely on the gun in my hand. Exactly. Brother Long is right, chimed in a subordinate. What useless government troops. In this world, only the strong command respect. Once we rob a few more, we'll feast. And this building will belong to Brother Long. A surefire empire. Yes, following Brother Long means a good meal. The others shouted, their eyes gleaming with savagery and disdain for the weak. The downfall of the government forces did not instill fear. Rather, it emboldened their brazen and predatory spirit. In their eyes, the law of the jungle that emerged from the collapse of order was a paradise for men like them. Chapter 17. The campus bell as nightfall completely enveloped Donghai City. An ominous stillness pervaded the air. With no electricity, the city succumbed to darkness, save for sporadic glimmers of fire in the distance, outlining the silhouette of this steel graveyard. In room 1802 of Building 18, Morning Light Community, a shroud of darkness reigned. Only the faintest daylight from outside traced the blurred shadows of the furniture within. Mu Qing curled up on the cold leather sofa, her arms tightly embracing her knees, her body folding into itself. The expensive silk pajamas offered no warmth, only an overwhelming cold and fear wrapped around her. Bang, bang, bang. The violent pounding on the door resonated once more, accompanied by coarse, derogatory shouts. Filthy woman, open the door if you know what is good for you. Brother Biao considers you lucky. Damn it, stop pretending to be virtuous. If you don't open up, once Brother Biao loses interest, he'll toss you out to feed the monsters. Curse you. May you starve, you wretched creature. The vile words penetrated the heavy security door, slithering into Mu Qing's ears like venomous snakes. She bit her lip tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Outside stood a newly emerged gang of bullies, led by the ruthless Brother Biao. It was rumored that they had seized control of several units, coercing the survivors within to surrender food and women. Damn it. This woman won't come out. She's really a pain in the ass. One voice cursed from outside. Humph. Let her starve for a few more days. I don't believe she'd rather die of hunger than come out. Let us go. We'll return tomorrow. Another voice whispered ominously. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away, as Mu Qing's tense body began to relax slightly, An even deeper sense of despair enveloped her heart. She slowly raised her head, the faint light from outside illuminating a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Her exquisitely sculpted features and flawless, fair skin remained undiminished even in this dire situation, exuding an ethereal grace. Mu Qing, the belle of Donghai University, was destined for a life of brilliance, yet in a single night, she had plummeted into hell. Today was the weekend, a rare opportunity for her to indulge in a leisurely slumber, yet she was abruptly awakened by the cacophony of screams and chaos outside her window. By the time she grasped the gravity of the situation, the world had irrevocably changed. Phone calls were futile, the internet was entirely severed, and her parents, far away in another province, had vanished without a trace. The most disheartening aspect was her meager food supplies. In her quest to maintain her figure, she had seldom stocked up at home. The refrigerator stood nearly empty, containing only a few apples and a box of milk on the brink of expiration. A strong protest from her stomach elicited a frown upon her delicate brow. The gnawing hunger felt like a venomous serpent, devouring her willpower. As Biao Ji's associates had warned, if this continued, she would either starve to death in her home or be forced to open that door, confronting a fate far more dreadful than death itself. Rising to her feet, she felt the silk of her nightgown accentuate her breathtaking curves. Her full bosom rose and fell gently with each breath, and her slender waist was almost fragile. Yet this allure, capable of driving any man to madness, had morphed into her greatest curse. She would rather perish in this frigid apartment than succumb to the hands of someone like Biao Gu, reduced to mere plaything, living a fate worse than death. With a feeble body, she made her way to the kitchen, clinging to a shred of hope as she opened the refrigerator door. In the dim, oppressive darkness, the barren interior revealed only 3 solitary apples and a box of milk, her last provisions. What to do? Mu Qing weakly closed the refrigerator, sliding down against the cold cabinet door to the floor, burying her head deep in her knees. The icy grip of despair washed over her like a relentless tide. Call the police? But the phone was merely a prop. Cry for help. The entire building lay under Biao Ji's ominous shadow. Who would dare assist her? Rush outside. There were probably thugs lurking in the corridor, and as a fragile woman, venturing out would be akin to walking into a trap. Every conceivable escape route had been blocked. She felt like a canary trapped in an ornate cage, helplessly watching her food supplies dwindle, while the beasts outside lurked with predatory intent. Who will save me? A faint whimper echoed in the cold kitchen, filled with helplessness and pleading. But all that responded was the profound silence of the desolate city outside. The harsh reality announced to her there was no savior. Just then, boom, a dull yet penetrating explosion reverberated, seemingly close by, echoing from some direction. Mu Qing abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of astonishment crossing her tear-streaked, exquisite face. An explosion? Gunfire? She stumbled back into the living room, throwing herself against the large floor-to-ceiling window, straining her eyes to peer into the depths of the darkness from which the sound emanated. Was it the eastern suburbs? The Yunqiong Villa district? Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Daylight. Yes. During the day, she seemed to have heard intense gunfire and even more violent explosions emanating from that direction. At the time, she was engulfed in fear and paid little attention, but now, in retrospect, it was certainly not the sporadic skirmishes of a retreating government army. The sounds resembled an organized, overwhelming display of firepower. The government forces? No. They had suffered a devastating defeat and fled from the city center in the afternoon. Who was firing from that villa in the clouds? A daring thought, imbued with a fierce will to survive, struck through Mu Qing's desolate heart like a bolt of lightning. To the villa in the clouds. This notion surged wildly in her mind. There, amidst the gunfire and explosions, lay power, order, and perhaps a glimmer of hope. Remaining here meant certain death, whether from starvation or falling into the hands of the notorious Biao Gu. Escape. She must flee immediately. She forced herself to calm down, her mind racing at an unprecedented pace, analyzing the situation. Biao Ji's gang had already cleared the nearby buildings and streets of zombies to secure control of the premises. As long as she could successfully leave this building, there was a significant chance she could take advantage of the cover of night and head straight for the eastern suburban villa area. However, the greatest challenge was how to safely exit room 1802. The front door was being watched by Biao Ji's men, and the corridor was patrolled. The only way out was through the window, her gaze fixated intensely on the large floor-to-ceiling window. The 18th floor. This height was enough to intimidate anyone. Yet, a resolute light burned in her eyes. Jump down. This audacious thought was crystal clear in her mind. If others were to hear it, they would surely think her mad. The 18th floor. A fall from such a height would leave not even a trace of a body, let alone a complete bone. Nevertheless, Mu Qing was not acting on a whim. She took a deep breath, calming her racing heart, and recalled her greatest asset, her mountaineering experience. As a seasoned climbing enthusiast, her 2.5 years of immersion had equipped her with a wealth of experience and top-notch gear. Rock climbing, rappelling, and rope techniques, skills once deemed extreme sports in times of peace, had now become her only lifeline in this desperate situation. I must take a chance. Mu Qing hesitated no longer. Her fierce will to survive overwhelmed her fear. She sprang into action, swift and decisive. The first order of business was to replenish her strength. She dashed into the kitchen and voraciously devoured the last 3 apples and a box of milk from the refrigerator. The cold liquid and food slightly alleviated the gnawing hunger and provided essential energy. Next was to change her gear. She rushed into the bedroom, quickly shedding her cumbersome silk pajamas in favor of professional, form-fitting, and flexible mountaineering attire. The dark-colored jacket and pants would offer some protection and concealment. She laced up her specialized climbing boots, which boasted exceptional grip. Then, she dragged a heavy black climbing backpack from deep within the storage room. Inside lay her treasured complete set of climbing equipment, a 100-meter static rope, an ATC and a main lock, a harness, a helmet, a headlamp, carabiners, and an ice axe, among others. Finally, and most crucially, she needed to set an anchor point. Chapter 18. The escape into the night. She needed to identify an absolutely stable load-bearing structure within her home to secure the rope. Ultimately, her gaze fixated on the stout support column in the living room. Swiftly, she wrapped a flat strap and a primary lock around the base of the column several times, creating an exceptionally sturdy anchor point, to which she firmly tied the fixed end of the main rope, employing a double figure-8 knot with a safety backup. With a vigorous tug for testing, it remained utterly steadfast. Next, she cautiously drew back a corner of the floor-to-ceiling windows curtain, scrutinizing the exterior wall structure, searching for any balconies, air conditioning units, or window ledges that could serve as potential footholds or buffer points. Fortuitously, several floors below featured protruding bay window sills. Everything was set. The night provided the perfect cover. With a heavy mountaineering backpack secured on her back, Mu Qing approached the window. She cast a final glance at the once welcoming home, now resembling a prison, inhaling deeply as her gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Carefully, she opened the window, allowing the cool night breeze, tinged with a hint of salt, to flood in. She first methodically tossed the descending end of the main rope out the window, avoiding any tangles. Then, with agility, she flipped out of the window, her feet landing firmly on the narrow ledge, her body pressed against the frigid wall. At the height of the 18th floor, the wind seemed to howl more fiercely, whipping her hair about. Below lay a dizzying abyss of darkness. A mere glance would likely cause an ordinary person to falter and fall. Yet Mu Qing's heartbeat, after an initial surge, gradually settled into a state of heightened focus. Years of climbing experience had taught her the art of remaining calm on sheer cliffs. She swiftly checked her harness, descender, and rope connections, ensuring everything was in order. Donning her gloves, she gripped the main rope firmly. "Commence," she declared, leaning slightly backward, her center of gravity sinking as she utilized the friction of the descender, beginning her descent in a steady and controlled manner. Her movements were executed with professional precision. However, the descent was not without its challenges. Upon reaching the 15th floor, the rope snagged on a protruding air conditioning bracket, which she deftly dislodged with her ice axe. As she descended to the 12th floor, a sudden cacophony of shattering glass and a scream erupted from an apartment below, causing her heart to momentarily stop. Instantly, she halted her descent, pressing herself against the wall and holding her breath. Fortunately, the noise soon subsided, seemingly the result of some disturbance within. Upon reaching the 9th floor, a massive outdoor billboard obstructed part of her path, compelling her to cautiously maneuver sideways to circumvent the obstacle. Each pause and deviation drained her precious strength and time while heightening the risk of detection. She had to be swift. At last, just before exhaustion overcame her, her feet landed atop a relatively spacious awning above a ground floor shop, only a mere 5 meters from the ground. She quickly unfastened the descender, coiling the rope, leaving the anchor point irretrievable, and stowed the main rope neatly back into her backpack. Then she surveyed the ground below. It was deserted, save for a few indistinct shadows swaying beneath a distant streetlight. Zombies. Now was the moment. Mu Qing grasped the edge of the awning, her body gracefully swinging down, landing with precision. Her movements were as stealthy as a cat, nearly soundless. She swiftly concealed herself in the shadow of the adjacent greenery, breathing heavily and her heart racing. Success. She had truly escaped from the 18th floor. Without a moment's pause, she assessed her surroundings, adjusted her backpack, lowered her body, and silently crept towards the cloud-kissed villa district in the eastern suburbs, approximately a kilometer away. Meanwhile, on the other side, the bloody battlefield outside the villa had just endured a brief but brutal slaughter. The Snow Leopard Commando had obliterated the new wave of over 100 incoming zombies with overwhelming firepower. Clear the battlefield. Chen Feng's cold voice issued commands through the earpiece, reaching the guards at the underground garage entrance. The heavy alloy garage door slid open once more, and in the dim light, Li Hua, the crew cut man, Kai Shuquan, Lu Ying, and the remaining 9 survivors emerged in succession. Having experienced the hellish warm-up earlier that afternoon, although their faces remained pale and their eyes filled with dread, their movements had become considerably more agile. They expertly located the tools stacked in the corner, iron hooks, burlap sacks, shovels, and silently approached the chaotic scene of carnage. Hurry up. Half an hour. The guard's voice cracked like a whip against their backs. Gritting his teeth, Li Hua swung the iron hook and forcefully dragged a half-dismembered zombie carcass towards the designated pile. Perhaps numbness had set in, or perhaps the instinct for survival had overwhelmed his disgust, but he even entertained an absurd notion. Damn, it seems that moving bodies isn't so difficult after all. Once you get the hang of it, it's not too bad. Just as he became lost in his task, attempting to drag a particularly heavy zombie caught in the wreckage of abandoned vehicles, a faint rustling sound, akin to leaves brushing against the ground, emanated from the shadows behind him. To Li Hua, on the edge of this silent battlefield, this sound was like thunder. Help! There's a zombie. There's a zombie. Li Hua, startled as if his tail had been stepped on, abruptly tossed aside the iron hook and scrambled backward, emitting a shrill, pitch-altered scream. This cry instantly shattered the oppressive atmosphere of cleanup. Everyone was taken aback, their hairs standing on end. The quickest to react was the crew cut man. His gaze sharpened, and almost instinctively, he seized the fire axe at his side and lunged towards the shadow Li Hua had indicated, moving with the swiftness and silence of a leopard. However, as he dashed into the shadowy crevice formed by the collapsed billboard and abandoned vehicles, with the axe raised and poised to strike, he found nothing before him. Only the tattered plastic sheeting rustled in the wind. The crew-cut man furrowed his brow, remaining vigilant. His keen gaze swept through every dark corner like a searchlight, ears attuned to the slightest sound. Something was amiss. There had definitely been a noise. At that moment, steady and powerful footsteps approached. Chen Feng, accompanied by 2 members of the Snow Leopard team, arrived swiftly, their QBZ-191 rifles held low but ready to fire. What is going on? Chen Feng's voice was frosty, his gaze sweeping over the paralyzed Li Hua and the tense crew-cut man. Sir, just now, there were footsteps. I truly heard them. Li Hua trembled as he pointed towards the area guarded by the buzzcut man, his voice quivering with a hint of tears. Without uttering a word, Chen Feng gestured for the buzzcut man to retreat. He advanced a step, raising his 191 rifle with precision, its dark muzzle aimed directly at a pile of abandoned tires lurking in the shadows. Tat tat tat. 3 short bursts rang out, the scorching bullets slicing through the air, forcefully penetrating the gaps in the tire mound. The sharp gunfire echoed dramatically through the stillness of the twilight. Come out now, or I shall not hesitate to execute you, Chen Feng declared, his night vision helmet revealing the white outline of a figure in the darkness, rendering it unable to escape detection. A panicked, high-pitched female voice emerged from behind the tires, laced with terror and desperation. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I am human. I am not a zombie. A figure stumbled out from the shadows, Mu Qing. Her face was as pale as a sheet, her chest rising and falling violently, one hand clutching her heart while the other gripped a bloodied ice axe tightly. Clearly, the 3 shots had narrowly missed her hiding spot, sending her spirit soaring with fright. The twilight light accentuated her slender form, tense from the heightened anxiety, her hair slightly disheveled. Yet, despite the smudges on her face, her beauty shone through, creating a striking contrast against the chaotic and bloody backdrop. Hiss! The buzzcut man sharply inhaled, his eyes wide with surprise and caution. What a stunning woman! But what caught his attention even more was the bloodied ice axe in her hand. Was the blood from a zombie? Or something else? Li Hua was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, nearly drooling. My goddess has descended from the heavens? Chapter 19. The Campus Beauty? Even the Campus Beauty must help move bodies. Who are you? How did you get here? What is your purpose? Chen Feng maintained his aim, his voice as frosty as the winds of Siberia, his piercing gaze flickering between her face and the ice axe she clutched. A woman of such exquisite beauty appearing in such a time and place, wielding a bloodied weapon. It was nothing short of suspicious. I. Mu Qing stammered under the gun's threatening glare, Chen Feng's oppressive gaze rendering her heart nearly ready to burst from fear, leaving her mind blank. Her lips trembled as she struggled to form a coherent sentence, though she had mustered the courage to escape. Facing the barrel of a hardened warrior-esque gun, and his lethal aura was far beyond what someone raised in peaceful times could endure. At that moment, a voice filled with disbelief rang out from the survivor group. Wait, is that you, Mu Qing? The campus beauty? Lu Ying, a female university student, pushed her way to the front, her eyes wide with recognition. Mu Qing was taken aback, searching for the source of the voice, and spotted a somewhat familiar face. You know me? Of course I do, Lu Ying exclaimed excitedly. I also attend Jing University. I'm in the business management department. During the welcome party, I even presented you with flowers. You are the goddess of all the boys in our school. How could you be here, looking like this? She gazed at Mu Qing's disheveled appearance and the bloodied ice axe, filled with bewilderment. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. The university beauty? This identity seemed to elucidate her beauty, but did not account for her peculiar arrival and the weapon in her grasp. Yet, he quickly comprehended her intent, seeking refuge. This was not surprising. The commotion in the Villa district today would undoubtedly attract nearby survivors. Nevertheless, Chen Feng's vigilance remained unyielded. He cast a glance at the conspicuously fresh dark red bloodstains on the ice axe, some of which were still dripping. His gaze deepened. This blood was certainly not from the distant corpses of the zombies. What transpired on her journey here? However, more pressing matters demanded attention. Chen Feng averted his gaze from Mu Qing, addressing all the survivors with a voice as cold and unyielding as iron striking the ground. What are you staring at? Time is already half gone. If you wish to spend the night outside as zombie fodder, keep looking. His frigid stare swept over Li Hua and the buzzcut man. Move swiftly. If you fail to clear this within half an hour, all of you, including our new university beauty, will spend the night outside. These menacing words were akin to a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Li Hua's and the others' thoughts of admiring the beauty and Mu Qing's dazed relief. The specter of death loomed once more. Li Hua let out a cry, scrambling back towards the trapped zombie, dragging with even greater fervor than before. The others, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly resumed their tasks. Mu Qing observed the bloody scene and the numbly busy crowd, glanced at Chen Feng's callous figure and the vigilant gazes of the Snow Leopard team. A chill surged from the depths of her heart. The atmosphere of this refuge seemed to diverge significantly from her imagination. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the bloodied ice axe, as if it were her sole reliance. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and move the corpses. The indifferent voice of the buzzcut man echoed from behind her. Do I also have to move them? Mu Qing instinctively pointed to herself, her voice trembling with disbelief and resistance. For someone accustomed to the spotlight and applause, to handle these decaying, shattered corpses, it felt more unbearable than death itself. The buzzcut man did not halt his steps, delivering an even colder remark. Otherwise, if you wish to survive, comply. Remember, this place does not harbor the useless. The term useless pierced through Mu Qing's heart like a needle. She watched the buzzcut man disappear behind the pile of corpses, then glanced at Chen Feng and the Snow Leopard team's cold, scrutinizing gazes. The instinct for survival ultimately overrode all her reservations and discomfort. Gritting her teeth, the struggle in her eyes transformed into determination to live. Mimicking the actions of those around her, she stifled her overwhelming nausea, held her breath, and tremblingly reached out to grasp a relatively intact zombie's leg. Ugh! The apple and milk she had consumed moments prior surged back up, and she dashed aside, violently retching, while spilling forth tears and snot streaming down her face. The sensation, the scent, nearly drove her to the brink of despair. Yet, surprisingly, her resilience appeared remarkably robust. After retching, although her complexion remained ashen and her body still trembled faintly, she ventured back once more. This time, she hesitated not. Her gaze became numb yet resolute. Mimicking the actions of the man with the crew cut, she employed a metal hook to drag the debris or, in pairs, lifted the relatively lighter remains. Despite her movements being clumsy and her efficiency lacking, even enduring several more bouts of nausea, she persevered, transporting several corpses without collapsing in tears like the initially pampered students. This tenacity and determination sparked a subtle astonishment in the eyes of the crew-cut man, who observed her discreetly. At last, after a suffocating half-hour, the bodies were once again piled high. A roaring flame ignited, consuming the filth and temporarily dispelling some of the darkness and dread. Amidst the billowing smoke, the survivors. As if having undergone a purgatorial trial, emanated an indescribable stench and exhaustion. "Back to the garage," commanded the guard, his voice like a divine revelation. The group, feeling as if granted a reprieve, trudged back to the dim, oppressive yet momentarily secure underground parking lot, moving like the living dead. The alloy door closed, sealing off the horrific scenes outside. Just as the weary individuals collapsed to the ground, too exhausted to even move a finger, the garage door slid open once more. It was the same Snow Leopard team member, this time carrying 2 larger cardboard boxes and a case of bottled water. "Here, eat," he said, casually placing the items on the ground, his tone remaining flat. "You'll need strength to work after you've eaten." No sooner had he finished speaking than the survivors, who had just resembled lifeless beings, erupted with astonishing vigor. Li Hua, Kai Shukuan, and several other students lunged forward like ravenous wolves. They tore open the packaging, stuffing bread and ham into their mouths and guzzling water straight from the bottles. Mu Qing was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, they were forced to perform such grotesque and terrifying tasks, and now they were being provided with an abundance of food, and ample amounts at that? "Mu, the campus flower. What are you dawdling for?" Lu Ying exclaimed, her mouth stuffed with bread, speaking indistinctly as she clutched 2 sausages in her hand. "Come get something to eat. Be careful not to let them take it all. These starving souls are like reincarnated gluttons." Observing Lu Ying devour her food with such satisfaction and hearing her own stomach protest with thunderous complaints, Mu Qing felt her last shred of restraint crumble away. The image of the campus belle, the graceful demeanor, everything was rendered utterly insignificant in the face of hunger and survival. She cast aside her reservations and hurried forward, shoving aside a slower student to seize a loaf of bread and bite down fiercely. Following that, she twisted open a bottle and gulped down several mouthfuls. The warmth and fullness from the food swiftly dispelled the coldness and fatigue from her body. After a frenzied consumption that resembled a tempest, only satisfied sighs and intermittent belches remained in the garage. The group either lay or sat, reveling in this fleeting moment of tranquility and satiation, until the soldier from the Snow Leopard team departed once more. The heavy garage door closed, leaving only the labored breaths of the survivors in the dimly lit space. Chapter 20. Lin Ye's curiosity. Mu Qing leaned against the cold wall, her body weary yet her mind unusually alert. She observed the numbed yet somewhat relieved faces surrounding her and could no longer contain her curiosity. She lowered her voice and inquired of Lu Ying beside her. "Were those soldiers from our government forces? Their equipment seemed rather formidable." Lu Ying, satisfied, let out a hearty belch and shook her head. "I'm not certain, but they don't seem like it, do they?" She furrowed her brow in recollection. "They've been stationed at this villa, and it just feels different." "Huh," snorted Li Hua, sprawled on the ground with his legs crossed, adopting the tone of an experienced veteran. "Why are you young ladies fretting over this? What does it matter who they are? As long as they provide us with food and keep us alive, they are our benefactors. Knowing too much can be detrimental. Just being alive is a blessing." Lu Ying pouted, refraining from disagreement, clearly in accord with Li Hua's sentiments. However, Mu Qing's confusion deepened. Different? In what way? The cold, ruthless efficiency, the destructive firepower, and the impression of unwavering obedience to a singular command flashed through her mind, along with Chun Feng's chilling gaze and his warning against being a burden. Then, she hesitated momentarily, but could not resist pressing further. "Do you know who their leader is? The one they obey?" "I know this." Lu Ying suddenly perked up, sitting upright, her eyes sparkling in the dim light, filled with the thrill of sharing a secret. "Let me tell you, when we arrived this afternoon, that stern officer mentioned it to us." She deliberately lowered her voice to create an air of mystery. "Those fully armed, impressively skilled soldiers, their big boss is a mysterious figure who claims to be a marshal." "Marshal?" Mu Qing exclaimed, her heart racing at the title. What did the term signify in this era? It represented the pinnacle of honor and status within the military. How could such a figure appear in a private villa district? "Shoo." Lu Ying quickly gestured for her to lower her voice. "Indeed, it is a marshal. That stern officer said they are loyal only to the marshal, obeying only his commands. It sounds rather impressive, but I wonder what this marshal looks like, old or young. However, to command such formidable troops, he must be an extraordinarily prominent figure." Lu Ying's eyes brimmed with awe and curiosity. Mu Qing's heart raced wildly. The title of marshal struck her like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring tumultuous waves within her soul. Mysterious, powerful, cold, wielding destructive force, the very name held an irresistible allure. She had fled from the morning light community in search of a glimmer of hope and sanctuary. and this marshal seemed to be the most likely entity to provide all of that amidst the desolate wasteland. She instinctively clenched her fists, her gaze flickering with a complex light in the dim atmosphere. Curiosity, awe, and a subtle yearning to approach the source of that formidable power, an inclination she herself had yet to recognize. In the corner, a buzzcut man, who had been resting with his eyes closed as if in slumber, barely stirred at the mention of the word marshal, his eyelids flickering imperceptibly before returning to their tranquil state. The night had deepened. Within the villa's command center, the lighting was soft. Chen Feng had just reported the outcomes of the recent minor skirmish and the status of Mu Qing. Lin Yi listened as the system in his mind calculated the rewards. 103 merit points, though alas, no blueprints. A woman? Out here alone in the dead of night. Lin Yi set down his electronic pen, lifting his gaze from the map of Donghai City, his brows arching slightly, clearly intrigued by this information. And she carries climbing gear along with a bloodied ice pick? Indeed, Marshal, Chen Feng nodded. The equipment is highly professional, complete with climbing ropes, harnesses, and descenders. The blood on the ice pick is still quite fresh, judging by her route and condition. It is likely she encountered and dispatched 1 or 2 straggling zombies along the way. Oh, Lin Yi leaned back slightly in his comfortable leather chair, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. How interesting. This woman possesses considerable audacity. Is she not afraid of being devoured by zombies? Or does she possess some unique attribute? A glimmer of inquisitiveness sparkled in his eyes, piquing his curiosity about this unexpected visitor. Go, bring her to me. I must see who this remarkable individual is. Yes, Marshal. Chen Feng saluted and turned to leave. A few minutes later, Mu Qing followed Chen Feng down an opulent corridor lined with thick carpets, her heart racing uncontrollably. When she heard that the Marshal had summoned her, she was utterly bewildered. Why would he want to see her? She was merely a survivor who had narrowly escaped. Panic engulfed her in an instant. The title of Marshal itself bore an aura of formidable authority. Unbidden, terrifying images flooded her mind. A corpulent, balding middle-aged man? Or perhaps a fierce old man with a brutish demeanor and a threatening glare. The clear intent behind his summons was unmistakable. Had she merely escaped from one peril only to stumble into another? Or something even worse? If that were the case, she clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She would rather perish than submit. We've arrived. Chen Feng's icy voice broke through her tumultuous thoughts at the door. Mu Qing shivered, her gaze fixed on the heavy, ornate wooden door before her, which seemed to loom like the entrance to hell. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What could the Marshal possibly want with me?" "I do not know," Chen Feng replied tersely and coldly. "You will find out once you enter." He raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Come in." A young, composed voice, imbued with a unique magnetism, resonated from within, clearly penetrating the door and reaching Mu Qing's ears. Such a youthful voice. Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a bolt of electricity. All her terrifying imaginings of an old man or a brutish figure were shattered in an instant. She instinctively raised her hand, almost as if by reflex, gently patting her proud bosom, which rose and fell dramatically due to her nervousness, and exhaled a long, silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the situation she had imagined. Suppressing the tumult of astonishment and rekindled curiosity within her, she pushed open the door. The sight that greeted her inside left her momentarily stunned. An exquisite blend of opulence and a chilling military aura coexisted in this space. Beyond the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, the city twinkled like distant stars, while an expensive mahogany desk displayed intricate electronic sand tables and maps. Behind the desk, an exceedingly youthful figure was intently studying the unfolded map before him. His long fingers gently traced a specific area on the map, occasionally furrowing in contemplation, then relaxing. It was as though he were immersed in his own strategic realm, oblivious to her presence. Mu Qing held her breath, cautiously observing. He was clad in a well-tailored dark casual outfit, his posture tall and upright, with sharp facial features and a prominent nose. His focused expression exuded a sense of composure and control that belied his age. Merely sitting there, he emanated an invisible aura of authority that instinctively compelled submission. Ahem. Mu Qing's throat felt dry with tension, and she couldn't help but clear her throat softly. Lin Yi lifted his gaze. Their eyes met. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Lin Yi's features. Despite having encountered many beauties in his past and present, this one undeniably ranked among the finest. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her features were exquisitely sculpted, as if fashioned by divine hands, particularly those eyes that sparkled with startled innocence. Reminiscent of a frightened fawn, clear yet stubborn. Even in her soiled, tattered mountaineering attire, her breathtaking beauty could not be concealed. However, this admiration swiftly dissipated upon noticing the apparent rips in her outfit, marred by large splotches of dubious dark red stains. Everyone appreciates beauty, but in this apocalyptic world, clean and pristine luxury often signified trouble and burden. He furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, Mu Qing's shock was even more profound. He was indeed a young man, and strikingly handsome, not in the effeminate way of a pretty boy, but rather with a formidable blend of strength, intelligence, and coldness, exuding a fiercely aggressive allure. Especially those deep-set eyes, which seemed capable of piercing one's soul, radiating an undeniable authority. Was this the marshal to whom those wolfish soldiers outside pledged their loyalty? She could scarcely believe it. The contrast was staggering. Chapter 21. Is the school bell in heat? Please, have a seat. There's no need to be formal, Lin Yi said, averting his gaze and casually gesturing toward the sofa opposite the desk. No. It's quite all right, Marshal. I'm dirty, I'll stand. Mu Qing quickly waved her hand, her voice slightly strained. She dared not soil the evidently expensive leather sofa. Suit yourself, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, not pressing the matter further. Leaning slightly forward, he interlaced his fingers on the table, his gaze returning to Mu Qing's face with an air of scrutiny. I brought you here out of mere curiosity. He paused, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. How does a girl like you dare to venture alone into a city teeming with zombies in the dead of night? Such audacity is truly remarkable. He leaned back slightly, a meaningful smile curving his lips, imbued with curiosity. Aren't you afraid that this so-called marshal might not be a good person? That bringing you here could entail some sinister intentions? Mu Qing shuddered involuntarily, her complexion paling further. Panic surged within her. In her previous haste to escape and her curiosity, she had completely overlooked this most perilous aspect. Indeed, the man before her wielded immense armed power. And in this chaotic, crumbling world, she, defenseless and somewhat attractive, was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. If he harbored any ill intentions, she would stand no chance to resist. A wave of profound fear seized her. She instinctively took a half step back, her eyes brimming with vigilance and distress. Lin Yi observed her reaction, the playful smile on his face deepening. Fear was a natural response, but at least it indicated she possessed some sense. He tapped the tabletop, his voice reverting to a neutral tone. Do share. How did you manage to arrive here? I am quite intrigued. Mu Qing took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. There was no use in fear at this juncture. She could only gamble on the notion that this young marshal harbored no vile thoughts towards her, at least for the time being. She began recounting her harrowing experience. Trapped on the 18th floor, the threats from the thug, the depletion of food, the despair that followed the sounds of gunfire and explosions from this direction, and her desperate plan to escape by descending. I used a climbing rope to lower myself from the 18th floor. It was pitch dark, and I fell several times, tearing my clothes, she recounted. Her voice trembling with the remnants of fear, yet she strived to maintain clarity. As I neared the ground, I encountered 2 wandering zombies at an alleyway. They spotted me and lunged at me. With no other option, I had to fight them off with my ice axe. I managed to evade them and ultimately reached this place. She pointed to the darkening stains of blood on her ice axe, a testament to the truth of her words. Lin Yi listened intently, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. When she mentioned the descent from the 18th floor, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. Upon hearing how she had dispatched 2 zombies with her ice axe, that surprise transformed into a measure of admiration. This woman, who appeared delicate and in need of protection, was surprisingly fierce and resolute. To brave the descent from such a height, and to confront zombies in a fight for survival demonstrated a level of determination and courage that exceeded his expectations. Climbing? Lin Yi seized upon the key information, leaning forward slightly, his gaze sharp upon Mu Qing. Are you proficient in climbing? Rock climbing? Rappelling? Mu Qing felt somewhat anxious under his suddenly piercing gaze, yet she nodded earnestly. Yes. I joined the climbing club in university and have 2.5 years of professional training and practical experience. My skills in rock climbing, rappelling, and rope techniques are quite proficient, and my equipment is top-notch. She was puzzled as to why he suddenly took such an interest in this aspect. In Lin Yi's eyes, a glimmer of insight flashed as he ceased his rhythmic tapping. He scrutinized Mu Qing from head to toe. Her mountaineering attire and backpack, soiled and worn, seemed at this moment to possess an extraordinary worth. A woman endowed with professional climbing skills, who had proven her mettle and audacity, capable of unleashing fierce determination in the face of adversity. This allure transcended mere physical appeal. Suddenly, he posed an ostensibly unrelated question. Are you afraid of heights? Mu Qing was completely taken aback, The abruptness of the question was jarring. Instinctively, she shook her head. No, I am not afraid of heights. After all, how could a climber harbor such fears? In fact, she relished the sensation of conquering towering heights. Oh, it's nothing. Just curious, Linyi nodded, appearing satisfied with her answer, yet offering no explanation for his inquiry. He absently drummed his fingers against the table, his gaze once more fixating on her professional climbing gear. As if assessing the worth of a tool, Mu Qing felt exposed under his scrutiny, as though she were being stripped bare for examination. Summoning her courage, she spoke cautiously. Well, Commander, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. She yearned to escape this place that quickened her heartbeat and weighed heavily upon her. Linyi appeared to be drawn back to reality by her voice. What is your name? Mu Qing. Linyi nodded, rising from his seat to navigate around the expansive rosewood desk, striding directly toward her. As he approached, a blend of faint tobacco, leather, and an ineffable aura of commanding authority enveloped her. Mu Qing's heart raced to its utmost limit. What was he intending? The proximity was overwhelming. She could discern her own reflection in his deep-set eyes, feeling the palpable, aggressive pressure radiating from him. Commander, what do you intend to do? Mu Qing's voice trembled, barely above a whisper, as her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, the warmth spreading to her ears. Instinctively, she stepped back, her back nearly pressed against the cold wall. A man so young, handsome, and wielding such power standing so close was a shock beyond measure. Her mind spiraled into a flurry of chaotic thoughts. Oh no. Am I truly unable to escape this? Is he going to force himself upon me? No, absolutely not. This is my first time. How could this happen in such a place, under these circumstances? Yet, he is undeniably handsome and formidable. If it were him, perhaps it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable? After all, in this world, one must align with the strong. A tumult of shameful and disordered thoughts clashed within her mind, rendering her face crimson, her gaze evasive, and her breathing rapid. She even began to envision his strong arms encircling her waist, his heated breath cascading against her neck. Linyi halted before her, slightly bowing his head, observing the flustered woman whose face was aflame, eyes dazed, breaths quickened, and adorned with an odd, foolish smile. His brow furrowed in confusion. What was the matter with her? Just moments ago, she had appeared as a vigilant doe. Now, she seemed almost infatuated. What chaotic thoughts are swirling in her mind? Linyi found himself utterly perplexed by the tempest raging within Mu Qing at that moment. His curiosity was purely directed towards her professional skills. He merely wished to examine the condition of her gear and discuss a few matters. Yet, her reaction was utterly bewildering. Chapter 22. Redeeming the infantry squad. Unable to restrain himself, he extended his hand and waved it in front of Mu Qing. His voice tinged with evident confusion and a hint of impatience at being interrupted. Hey, Mu Qing, what are you thinking? Mu Qing jolted awake, akin to a cat startled by a sudden noise, instantly breaking free from those alluring yet embarrassing fantasies. Meeting Linyi's sharp gaze, filled with confusion and scrutiny, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. Goodness, what had she just been thinking? It was utterly mortifying. She wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide away. I wasn't thinking about anything, she stammered, hastily waving her hands, shaking her head fervently like a rattle, her face burning with embarrassment. Her eyes darted around in a panic, unwilling to meet Linyi's gaze. Linyi regarded her with suspicion, finding her behavior rather peculiar. However, he was disinclined to delve into the intricacies of her thoughts and directly addressed the matter at hand. How's your climbing gear? The ropes, harness, descender, and carabiners, are they still functional? He gestured toward the backpack behind her. The gear? Mu Qing blinked, momentarily taken aback before realizing that his focus lay not on her, but rather on her equipment. The immense shame she felt was swiftly replaced by a strange sense of loss and clarity. She promptly suppressed her chaotic thoughts and replied earnestly, yes, it's usable. Although there's some wear and tear, they are all top-tier brands and in excellent condition. I've checked, the main rope shows no significant damage. The descender and primary lock function normally, and the harness is fine. Linyi nodded, acknowledging her professional response, and his interest deepened. After a moment of contemplation, he appeared to be making a decision. Observing his focused profile, Mu Qing felt her heart race, not from panic this time, but from a blend of tension and anticipation. It seemed that this marshal was genuinely interested in her skills. Listen, Linyi finally spoke, his tone reverting to its earlier neutrality, yet laced with an undeniable commanding quality. Your professional skills may hold more value in this apocalypse than you realize. Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Value? Her climbing skills? Tomorrow morning, a special mission will be assigned to you. Lin Ye's gaze was penetrating. Rest well and maintain your gear. I require your climbing abilities. A special mission? That required her climbing prowess? Mu Qing was utterly taken aback, yet an odd sense of being needed, coupled with curiosity about this special task, swiftly dispelled her previous embarrassment and wandering thoughts. Yes, Marshal. She instinctively straightened her posture, her voice imbued with a seriousness she herself had not fully recognized. You may leave now. Chen Feng will arrange your accommodations. Actually, it's better if you return to the garage and join them. Lin Yi waved his hand and resumed his seat at the desk, his gaze once again fixed upon the map, as if the earlier conversation had merely been a fleeting interlude. Mu Qing, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, exited the war room with a heart full of questions and a hint of excitement. The alloy door closed behind her, severing her connection to the young, enigmatic figure within. Leaning against the cold corridor wall, she exhaled deeply, her fingers brushing against her still warm cheeks. Glancing down at her soiled climbing gear, her expression grew complex. Climbing ability for special missions, she murmured, her heart swelling with an unprecedented curiosity and a subtle thrill of validation. This young marshal truly seemed to be extraordinary. Early the next morning, at 7:30, the chilling sound of the electronic alarm shattered the tranquility of the villa nestled in the clouds. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes and rose from his bed. After a brief wash, the cold water splashed against his face, dissipating the remnants of sleep. He entered the kitchen and retrieved a thick frozen steak from the massive double-door refrigerator, skillfully placing it into the frying pan. The sizzling oil and rich aroma of meat soon permeated the air. Accompanied by a glass of cold milk, he stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, indulging in a breakfast that could be deemed luxurious in this apocalyptic world, while gazing out at the overcast, oppressive sky. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely feel a pang of envy. While others considered a slice of bread a luxury, here he was, relishing steak and milk without a care. It is time to begin, Lin Yi declared, swallowing the last bite of the tender, juicy steak and downing the milk in one swift motion. Without a moment's hesitation, he descended to the ground floor via the villa's internal elevator, traversing the vast, opulent, yet coldly militaristic living room. He then pushed open an unassuming side door, arriving at a secluded, hardened area enclosed by high walls, his secret base. With a mere thought, the system panel unfurled before him. Merit points, 86,153. Sufficient. System. Exchange for an infantry squad. Lin Yi silently commanded. Confirm exchange. Standard infantry squad, 10-person unit. Cost in merit points, 50,000. In the next instant, the air in the center of the expansive area warped violently, as if rippling like water. 10 upright, formidable figures exuding an aura of iron will, along with a robust, camouflaged steel beast, materialized from thin air. The CS-181 Warrior high-mobility armored assault vehicle. Its roof was equipped with a rotating remote-controlled weapon station. Current armament, 127mm machine gun. Squad Leader 1U stood at attention, his gaze piercing as he addressed Lin Yi with a booming voice. Reporting in, Marshal. Infantry Squad Leader 1U, at your service. Please give your orders. Lin Yi's eyes swept over this well-equipped, high-spirited infantry squad before settling on the powerful assault vehicle. A weighty sense of strength finally quelled the lingering urgency that had gripped his heart for so long. With this mobile firepower and the elite combat strength of the Snow Leopard assault team, as long as they do not recklessly plunge into the intricacies of the terrain or become entirely encircled by a horde of zombies in the densely populated urban core, the advance around the Villa District will grant them substantial initiative. However, this newfound strength has also instilled a heightened sense of awareness within him. He is acutely aware that the perils of the apocalypse far exceed imagination, and he must not allow a modicum of resources to breed arrogance. Steady progress, cautious advancement, and the astute utilization of every ounce of strength are the true pathways to survival and expansion. Excellent. Lin Yi nodded slightly, his voice steady and imbued with authority. Everyone, listen closely. With a sharp sound, 10 soldiers instantly assumed a position of attention, their movements synchronized, eyes collectively fixed on Lin Yi, awaiting orders. Your primary operational directive today is, from the Villa base as the origin, conduct a tactical advance towards the eastern direction. Objective, clear and secure all visible structures within a 200-meter radius, including residential buildings and commercial establishments. Requirements, completely eliminate all wandering and entrenched zombie threats within the designated area. Ensure the safety of the region. Additional instructions, during the clearance, Any survivors encountered are to be gathered and relocated to designated safe points. Unauthorized actions are strictly prohibited. However, in exceptional circumstances, execution on-site without prior report is permitted. The final disposition of survivors will be determined by me personally after the conclusion of the operation. Details regarding operational specifics, route planning, firepower coordination, and the locations of safe points will be conveyed shortly by Captain Chen Feng of the Snow Leopard Assault Team. He will take full command of the tactical operations. Is that clear? Understood. Marshal. The 10 soldiers thundered in unison, their voices resonating with fervor. Echoing through the open space with the essence of iron and blood. Lin Yi nodded inwardly. Their obedience and spirited momentum signify a formidable force. Without further words, he turned and strode away from the site, entrusting command to the forthcoming professionals. Everyone, Squad Leader 1 Yu commanded sharply the moment Lin Yi turned. Check your gear. Weapons and ammunition. Communication devices. Vehicle status. Complete within 5 minutes. Prepare to rendezvous with the Snow Leopard Assault Team. Yes, the soldiers promptly dispersed, their movements rapid and orderly. Meanwhile, in the temporary equipment zone on the opposite side of the villa, Mu Qing was anxiously inspecting her climbing rope, descender, and safety harness. What specific climbing capabilities does the Marshal require? Her heartbeat quickened, in sync with the distant, rumbling engines that echoed through the air. Chapter 23, Firepower Unleashed. The roar of engines shattered the morning's tranquility. The camouflaged CS-181 assault vehicle surged forth like a steel beast unleashed, breaking through the fortified gates of the villa district. Following closely behind, the infantry squad advanced in a loose tactical formation. Squad Leader Wan Yu, wielding a 191 assault rifle, positioned himself at the core of the unit, continuously issuing concise commands via his individual radio. The deputy squad leader followed closely, coordinating firepower. 2 riflemen, armed with 191 assault rifles, flanked the left and right wings, vigilantly scanning the ruins of buildings and abandoned vehicles on either side. 2 machine gunners, wielding the QJY-201 general-purpose machine gun, sought advantageous positions for cover, poised to deliver suppressive fire at a moment's notice. The designated sharpshooter, armed with the QBU-203, glided like a specter along the flanks of the team, his high-powered scope sweeping across elevated windows. Meanwhile, the rocket launcher operator, equipped with the PF-16 Cloud explosive rocket launcher, maintained a relatively secure position towards the rear, the heavy weapon primed and ready. Hovering approximately 50 meters above them, a Hummingbird reconnaissance drone, deployed by the Snow Leopard Assault Team, silently circled, transmitting real-time high-definition aerial footage and thermal imaging signals back to the command node, as well as to the tactical tablets of Squad Leader Wan Yu and Team Leader Chen Feng. In the operations room, Lin Yi assumed the role of an observer. Hummingbird report. At the intersection ahead, the entrance of the Good Neighbors supermarket on the right shows a concentration of thermal signatures, approximately 15 to 20, in a relatively stationary state. On the left, within the entrance of Building 3 of Warm Home, 3 active heat sources are moving towards the street. Chen Feng's calm voice filtered through the encrypted channel to Wan Yu's ears. Received. Warrior vehicle, suppressive fire at the supermarket entrance. Machine gun team. Prepare to intercept at the entrance of Building 3 on the left. Wan Yu commanded promptly. Warrior acknowledged. The driver replied steadily, executing a graceful drift that angled the front of the vehicle towards the supermarket entrance. The remote-controlled weapon station atop the vehicle activated instantaneously, the motor-driven turret emitting a faint hum as the 127mm barrel pivoted sharply in direction. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening roar erupted instantly. The terrifying recoil, far exceeding that of a standard machine gun, was absorbed by the sturdy chassis and efficient recoil compensator, unleashing a torrent of ferocious firepower. The 127mm heavy projectiles, akin to the scythe of death, ruthlessly swept towards the supermarket's glass doors and interior. With a resounding crash, the fragile glass doors and adjacent brick wall were shredded as if made of paper. The dense hail of bullets penetrated the supermarket's interior, obliterating shelves, freezers, and the zombies that surged forth from the back. Black blood, shredded flesh, and remnants of goods scattered chaotically. The first few zombies charging forward were instantly bisected, their upper bodies propelled forward by inertia. The supermarket entrance was swiftly cleared, leaving only swirling smoke and utter devastation. Almost simultaneously with the opening fire from the warrior vehicle, 3 zombies, drawn by the gunfire, burst forth from the entrance of Building 3 on the left. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. 2 machine gunners, already positioned behind an abandoned mailbox and the wreckage of a car across the street, unleashed a torrent of fire from their QJY-201S, simultaneously spraying a dense barrage of 7.62mm rounds that accurately covered the exit of the unit door. The three zombies that charged out collided with an invisible wall of steel, their bodies convulsing violently under the hail of bullets, shredded into pieces, collapsing at the Unit's entrance. Target neutralized. Advance. One you decisively ordered. The team immediately accelerated, using the warrior vehicle as a mobile shield to swiftly cross the intersection. Hummingbird report, 50 meters ahead, at the second-floor window of Blue Island Coffee. A thermal signature has been detected. Suspected observer, non-zombie characteristics. The voice of the drone operator echoed once more. Precision shooter, without hesitation. One you turned to the side rear of the squad. Understood. The precision shooter had already received the intelligence through his earpiece. He swiftly knelt behind a toppled delivery vehicle, the elongated barrel of his QBU-203 steady and poised. The crosshairs of his high-powered scope locked onto a window on the second floor of Blue Island Coffee, where a curtain hung partially drawn. He discerned a vague silhouette shifting behind the curtain's gap. Bang! A crisp shot rang out, distinctly different from the others. The 7.62mm specialized sniper round pierced through the curtain's slit, forcefully embedding itself into the interior wall of the window frame, mere centimeters from the figure's head. Cement debris erupted. A terrified scream emanated from the second floor, and the silhouette vanished in an instant. Warning shot. Unauthorized personnel, do not pry. Take cover. One you coldly commanded through the vehicle's loudspeaker. The precision shooter's shot showcased both presence and precision, while simultaneously averting unnecessary bloodshed, exerting an immense deterrent effect. The squad continued to advance, clearing the scattered zombies. The 127mm heavy machine gun of the warrior vehicle led the charge, effectively dealing with clusters of zombies or targets hiding behind cover. The riflemen and machine gunners of the infantry squad efficiently managed threats in close proximity and from the flanks, operating in perfect harmony. The rocket launcher operator remained on standby, yet the heavy cloud explosive was ever ready to confront a sudden surge of the undead. Soon, they reached their first critical objective, a 6-story mixed-use building adjacent to the street. According to drone scans, numerous heat sources were detected within. Warrior vehicle. Secure the street in front of the building. Maintain vigilance. Machine gun team. Provide crossfire coverage at the first floor entrance and flanks. Rifle teams 1 and 2. Clear the first floor with me. Precision shooter. Seek a vantage point to monitor the surroundings and upper windows. Rocket launcher operator. Remain on alert. One you swiftly organize the deployment. Just as the infantry squad prepared for a forceful entry at the first floor entrance, Chun Feng's voice interjected. Snow Leopard team is in position, responsible for clearing the upper levels. Squad leader Wan, the first floor is yours. No sooner had he spoken than several figures descended from the rooftops of adjacent buildings with the agility of geckos. They were the 4 members of the Snow Leopard assault team. Utilizing the intricate rooftop environment, they stealthily reached the top of the target building and the windows of the higher floors. Snow Leopard Team 1, occupy the rooftop and suppress from above. Snow Leopard Team 2, breach the window on the 5th floor and clear from top to bottom. The Snow Leopard team members acted with remarkable speed. 2 members on the rooftop, 1 machine gunner and 1 precision shooter, rapidly set up the QJS-161 light machine gun and QBU-203. Their barrels aimed at the street below and the windows across where threats might be lurking. Meanwhile, the 2 assault team members, having descended to the 5th floor window, silently shattered the glass with breaching tools and tossed in a stun grenade. Boom! A muffled explosion reverberated through the building, accompanied by blinding flashes and intense shockwaves. Assault. The 2 Snow Leopard team members leapt through the window like cheetahs, their QBZ-191 assault rifles unleashing precise bursts of fire. Poo. The indoor area, momentarily rendered blind and deaf by the shockwave, saw several zombies collapse to the ground. The infantry squad downstairs, alerted by the signal, heard one you roar, advance. 2 riflemen, positioned on either side, forcefully breached the tightly secured glass door on the first floor with a tactical battering ram. The deputy squad leader followed closely behind, deftly rolling a fragmentation grenade deep into the interior. Boom! The explosive shockwave and shrapnel instantaneously cleared several zombies near the entrance. Clear the area. Wan Yu and another rifleman swiftly surged in, the muzzle flash of their 191 rifles flickering in the dimly lit hall. The sound of precise, deadly gunfire resonated sharply. They moved in perfect harmony, cross-covering one another as they efficiently dispatched the zombies pouring in from the hall and the side corridors. Gunfire erupted from above as well, with the Snow Leopard team methodically clearing each floor from top to bottom. The muted thuds of silenced weapons and the thud of zombies hitting the ground echoed continuously. Their movements were swifter and more coordinated, often resolving conflicts with minimal noise and ammunition expenditure. When confronted with clusters of zombies in a room, they would even employ the GLX-160 underbarrel grenade launcher for effective eradication. First floor cleared. Fifth floor cleared. Fourth floor cleared. Progress was exceeding expectations. The infantry squad managed relatively open areas requiring heavy firepower, while the Snow Leopard assault team handled the complex terrain and precision strikes, each complementing the other seamlessly. Just then, the drone emitted a sharp alarm. Warning. A large number of heat sources are rapidly approaching from 3 streets to the west. The numbers are substantial, and their speed is considerable. Contact expected in 2 minutes. Zombie Horde. Wan Yu and Chun Feng's voices echoed simultaneously over the channel. Chapter 24. Perfect Coordination Warrior Vehicle. Shift to the west. Prepare heavy machine guns for maximum firepower interception. Machine gun team. Converge on the warrior vehicle to establish a firing point. Rocket launcher team. Prepare cloud explosives. Target. West intersection. To delay the vanguard of the zombie horde. One you commanded with rapid urgency. Snow Leopard. Provide aerial visibility and precise fire support. Suppress any suspected mutated individuals within the horde. Chun Feng added. The warrior vehicle roared as it pivoted in place, its hefty frame displaying remarkable agility. The 127mm heavy machine gun atop emitted a grating whirring sound, its barrel steadfastly locked onto the far end of the western street. 2 machine gunners from the infantry squad swiftly dragged their heavy QJY-201S to the cover on either side of the warrior vehicle, setting up their guns. The rocket launcher operator knelt, aiming the hefty PF-16 Cloud explosive rocket launcher at the center of the western intersection. The infantry squad's riflemen and precision shooters quickly sought higher, safer firing positions to provide supplementary firepower. The Snow Leopard team on the rooftop adjusted their aim. With the muzzles of the QJS-161 light machine gun and QBU-203 sniper rifle pointed towards the west, the drone hovered above the zombie horde, marking the most significant threats among the rapidly moving hotspots, likely genetically mutated athlete zombies. Within mere seconds, a surging shadow appeared on the horizon, like a tide of darkness. Accompanied by deafening howls, a densely packed swarm of zombies flooded into the western street. The sheer number far exceeded any previous wave. Fire. Wan Yu's roar served as a signal. Boom, 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 boom. The 127mm heavy machine gun atop the armored vehicle unleashed a devastating roar first. The thick, elongated tongues of fire erupted nearly a meter forth. The terrifying stream of bullets, akin to a searing iron broom, swept mercilessly into the front lines of the horde. Those unfortunate enough to be struck by the 127mm shells met a catastrophic fate. Bodies were shattered, broken, and obliterated. Dismembered limbs, mingled with black blood and viscera, shot upwards like a fountain. The vanguard of the horde collided with an invisible wall of a meat grinder, instantly tearing a massive, gory breach into their ranks. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. The 2 QJY-201 general-purpose machine guns manned by the infantry squad roared in unison. A dense barrage of 7.62mm rounds crisscrossed the flanks of the 127mm firepower net, mowing down the zombies attempting to surge from the sides, as if harvesting wheat. Bang, bang, bang. The precise marksman atop the building, known as the Snow Leopard, calmly took aim, executing headshots on several fast-moving zombies trying to flank through the ruins of the adjacent structures. Cloud bomb. Fire. Wan Yu bellowed at the rocket launcher operator. Whoosh. A plume of white smoke soared as the PF-16 cloud bomb rocket accurately struck the center of the horde. There was no violent explosion or blinding flash, only a deep, resonant boom, followed by a vast, rolling cloud of white mist that enveloped dozens of zombies. In the next moment, boom! An earth-shattering secondary explosion erupted within the cloud. The terrifying high-temperature, high-pressure shockwave descended like an invisible hammer, instantly carbonizing and shattering the zombies ensconced within the mist. The fierce shockwave even hurled the surrounding zombies into the air, clearing a substantial area. The brief vacuum and intense heat generated by the explosion effectively delayed the advance of the horde's subsequent forces. Change ammunition belt. The machine gunner of the infantry squad shouted. The sustained, high-intensity fire had rapidly depleted their ammunition. Just then, 2 Snow Leopard team members descended from the second-floor window of the adjacent building like agile monkeys, landing precisely beside the machine gunner. They swiftly retrieved a heavy spare ammunition box from their backpacks and handed it over. Efficient battlefield support. Hummingbird report. The scale of the Horde's reinforcements is immense. Recommend using incendiary rounds for containment. The drone operator's voice was urgent. Mighty vehicle, prepare incendiary rounds. Chun Feng immediately commanded. The hatch of the grenade launcher compartment beneath the remote-controlled weapon station of the armored vehicle opened. Thud, thud, thud. 3 40mm incendiary grenades arced gracefully, landing among the abandoned vehicles stacked behind and to the side of the Horde. Boom, boom, boom. Fiery orange flames erupted skyward, rapidly spreading. The fuel tanks of the derelict vehicles ignited, producing even more violent explosions. The raging wall of fire temporarily obstructed the Horde's reinforcements, trapping the zombies in the center within a blazing inferno. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Under the fierce, precise, and three-dimensional onslaught of devastating firepower, the considerable horde of corpses was shattered and incinerated like waves crashing against rocks. The momentum of their advance was utterly halted. The clamor of battle gradually subsided, leaving only sporadic gunfire and the crackling of flames. The streets lay strewn with incomplete, charred, and smoldering bodies. The heavy machine gun mounted on the vehicle's roof emitted wisps of smoke as the soldiers of the infantry squad gasped for breath while changing magazines. While the Snow Leopard team vigilantly monitored their surroundings, it was a flawless display of coordinated combat. The formidable frontal firepower of the infantry, combined with the vehicle support and the precision strikes and efficient assistance of the Snow Leopard assault team, along with the aerial perspective and guidance of drones, forged a resounding victory over this minor horde of corpses. Inside the operations room, a massive LCD screen displayed split images of the joint operations between the infantry squad and the Snow Leopard assault team. Lin Yi slowly turned around, his profound gaze fixed upon the screen showcasing the efficient and brutal storm of slaughter he had orchestrated. An indescribable feeling surged within him, a mix of shock and profound pride. This was his power, a war machine summoned by the system, unwaveringly loyal, well-trained, and superbly equipped. A mere infantry squad of 10, in collaboration with the elite Snow Leopard team, could unleash such a stunningly overwhelming offensive, mowing down hordes of zombies as if they were mere stalks of wheat. And this was merely the tip of the iceberg of his vast power. As his merit points accumulated, more infantry squads, and even more formidable armored and aerial forces would soon be at his command. A powerful sensation of controlling destiny and wielding life and death surged through his chest. He was no longer the ant struggling in despair from a previous life, but a marshal capable of altering the very fabric of his environment. Excellent. Lin Ye's voice resonated deeply and authoritatively, imbued with undeniable command. Order. Establish a temporary defensive line at the current position for the infantry squad to consolidate our gains. Cease the advance and conduct ammunition resupply and personnel rest. His gaze swept across the cleared areas on the map, his thoughts clear as he issued subsequent orders. Chun Feng. Present. Marshal. Came the immediate response over the comms channel. Command the survivors in the underground garage to promptly transport the prepared reserve ammunition crates, food, and water to the temporary defensive line established by the infantry squad. Speed is of the essence. What he lacked most was manpower. Thus, he needed to capture the financial center in the east swiftly to facilitate further development and expansion. Understood. Once resupply is complete, the survivors will be tasked with clearing the corpses of zombies behind the temporary defensive line, pile and incinerate them. The infantry squad will then advance 200 meters east as per the original plan. The Snow Leopard assault team will gather any newly discovered survivors in the newly secured area, while the infantry squad continues its advance. Drones will maintain surveillance of the surroundings, particularly monitoring the movements of potential zombie clusters. Ensure operational safety. Affirmative. Marshal, the directives are clear. Chun Feng's voice was resolute and efficient. Lin Yi paused for a moment and added, furthermore, that woman named Mu Qing from last night should be outfitted in appropriate attire and accompany the Snow Leopard team in their operations. Her climbing skills may prove invaluable in rescuing survivors trapped in high-rise buildings amid complex terrains. Ensure she follows your specific directives. Understood. Immediate execution. With a series of commands issued, everyone sprang into action. The survivors in the garage, though weary and fearful, gritted their teeth and began hauling heavy ammunition crates and supply packs under the watchful gaze of the guards' cold firearms. Li Hua, straining to lift a box, muttered complaints under his breath, feeling utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Mu Qing, who had just been brought out of the garage by the Snow Leopard team and was feeling anxious, froze upon hearing Chun Feng relay the orders. You want me to join you? To use my climbing skills to save people? She could hardly believe her ears. Indeed. Chun Feng replied, his expression impassive as he regarded her. It is the marshal's command. Change into this spare training uniform, equip your essential gear, and prepare to depart in 5 minutes. Remember, all actions must adhere to orders. Your role is to assist in rescue, not engage in combat. Do you understand? I understand. An overwhelming surge of excitement and a peculiar sense of validation instantly dispelled Mu Qing's anxiety and confusion. Her professional skills were truly needed in this desperate apocalypse, and they were to be employed in saving lives. This realization made her feel no longer like a burden, but rather a person of value. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope for the first time. Chapter 25. The Financial Sanctuary. Meanwhile, in the Morning Light Community, room 1802 of Building 18. The lavishly decorated space was now suffused with a stifling atmosphere of aggression. Hu Biao sat on the sofa with a pallid complexion, toying with a sharp dagger, his gaze ominous and frightening. Before him, several subordinates dared not utter a word, their heads bowed like quail. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Hu Biao suddenly plunged the dagger forcefully into the expensive rosewood coffee table, producing a muffled thud. You couldn't even keep an eye on a woman. She escaped from the 18th floor. Are you all eating shit? Brother Biao, please calm down, one of the subordinates stammered. That girl is too cunning. Our men have however. He was currently armed with nothing but a few machetes and steel pipes, lacking even a decent handgun. This left him instinctively trembling in fear when confronted by the mysterious force that had entrenched itself in the villa district. Damn it! The pent-up rage had nowhere to vent, causing the veins on Hu Biao's forehead to throb. He abruptly turned around and bellowed at his cowering subordinates. What the hell are you standing there for? Bring me 2 women. Now. Immediately. Yes, Brother Biao. The subordinates, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out of the room in haste. Moments later, 2 young women were forcefully shoved into the room. Their faces were streaked with tears and terror. One of them had a torn garment, exposing her fair shoulder. They trembled in fear at the sight of the menacing Hu Biao. Brother Biao, please spare us, one woman cried. We have elderly and children at home to care for. Nonsense. Hu Biao interrupted with a sinister grin, grabbing her hair. I am the one in control. I can do as I please. He violently hurled the woman towards the bedroom and pointed at the other. You. Get in there. The 2 women struggled and cried out in desperation, but were firmly held back by Hu Biao's subordinates, dragged into the bedroom. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut. Soon, the air filled with the harrowing cries of the women, their pleas for mercy mingling with Hu Biao's primal gasps of excitement and delight. In the living room, several subordinates exchanged glances, their faces a mix of numbness and a barely perceptible fear. Hu Biao's brutality, having lost the target of Mu Qing, was now unleashed upon the more vulnerable. Meanwhile, in the direction of the eastern villa district, distant gunfire continued to echo, serving as a chilling backdrop to the atrocities unfolding in this corner of a crumbling world. Concurrently, in the Eastern Financial Center's twin towers, the towering glass facades that once symbolized wealth and power now resembled cold, metallic tombstones. The rooftop garden, which had been a luxurious vantage point for the elite to overlook the city, had devolved into a hell on earth. The vast space was crammed with over 1,000 terrified survivors, the air thick with a suffocating stench, a nauseating blend of sweat, urine, vomit, and the pungent aroma of blood. Dim green emergency lights faintly illuminated the darkened room, sketching out the heads and desperate faces of the crowd. In a corner, 2 young girls huddled closely together, starkly out of place amidst the filth and chaos. Their expensive bespoke garments were marred with stains, yet they still radiated remarkable beauty and poise. One of the girls, named Mo Yoshue, was the cherished daughter of Mo Tianxing, the wealthiest man in Donghai. Her face, as exquisitely crafted as fine porcelain, was now etched with fatigue and unease, her long lashes fluttering slightly in the dim light. Beside her, her best friend in Rurin, equally captivating and statuesque, bore an air of defiance, yet at this moment, her expression was predominantly one of fear as she clutched Mo Yoshue's arm tightly. Schwer, I am so frightened, and Rurin's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her body shivering slightly. The people here are terrifying. Mo Yoshue, striving to maintain her composure, gently patted the back of her hand and whispered, Do not be afraid, Rurin. Just hold on a little longer. Father promised that someone would come to rescue us today. Although her voice was soft, it carried an undeniable conviction, a confidence cultivated from a life of privilege. However, in the brutal apocalypse, this confidence could not deter all malice. Suddenly, a burly man with a scruffy beard, sunken eyes, and a pungent mix of alcohol and sweat staggered out from the darkness. His greedy gaze swept back and forth between Mo Yoshue and Enrurin, finally fixating on Mo Yoshue's exquisite face, his eyes ablaze with raw lust and a frenzied madness akin to a doomsday celebration. Well, what do we have here? Two lovely ladies hiding away? The man grinned, revealing yellowed teeth as he advanced step by step. In this hellish place, death is inevitable. Why not let me have some fun, and I assure you, you will experience the pleasures of the divine. His crude words, laced with heavy breaths, echoed in the air. The surrounding survivors glanced over numbly. Some turned away silently, while others bore a sickly anticipation. The desolate environment had long since eroded the moral boundaries of most, and such acts of dominance and primal release had occurred more than once in the shadowy corners of the refuge. No one cared, and no one dared to intervene. And Rurin screamed in terror, clinging tightly to Mo Yoshue. Get away. Don't come any closer. Mo Yoshue's face turned pale as she fought against her fear, shielding Enrurin behind her. What do you want? Get away. What do I want? Ha ha. The man sneered, his filthy hand reaching for Mo Yoshue's shoulder. Of course. I want to have some fun. Just as his grimy hand was about to make contact with Mo Yoshue, a figure sprang forth like a leopard from the side, moving with astonishing speed. Bang! A precise, fierce sidekick landed harshly on the man's knee. Ah! The brute screamed, losing his balance and toppling forward. The newcomer did not pause, swiftly delivering an elbow strike to the back of the man's neck. Ugh! The thug grunted, darkness overtaking him as his massive form collapsed like a sack of potatoes, twitching a couple of times before lying still. The entire sequence was clean and efficient, unfolding in the blink of an eye. Chapter 26. The 2nd Infantry Squad. The assailant was a young man clad in a soiled leisure suit. He possessed a handsome visage and a calm demeanor, one of Mo Yoshue's admirers. Without casting a glance at the unconscious brute on the ground, he immediately turned to Mo Yoshue. Concern etched on his face. Are you all right, Shue? Are you hurt? His voice was gentle, tinged with just the right amount of worry. Still shaken. Mo Yoshue glanced at the fallen man, then at Li Hang, taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, her voice returning to its usual coolness. I'm fine. Thank you. She paused before adding, and I have mentioned before, please do not call me Shue. We are not that familiar. Li Hang's smile momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure, seemingly unfazed by her indifference. It's nothing really, just a trivial effort, he remarked with a graceful nod, choosing to remain silent thereafter. He turned and sauntered to a relatively clean corner not far from them, leaning against the wall as he closed his eyes, appearing as though he had merely swatted a fly a moment ago. Ugh, how utterly hypocritical. And Rurin spat contemptuously at Li Hang's retreating figure, lowering her voice to complain to Mo Yoshue. Sister Shue, look at him, acting the hero, like an insufferable leech, impossible to shake off. Just because he practiced a few martial arts moves, he thinks he can show off. Once we get out of here, I'll make sure my dad teaches him a lesson. Let him know who's boss. Mo Yoshue sighed helplessly and gently tugged at Enrurin. Let it go, Rurin. Don't stoop to his level. At least he did help us just now. She surveyed the oppressive and despairing surroundings and whispered, in a place like this, maintaining even a semblance of order and safety is quite a feat. He and his companions have indeed curbed the unruly ones to some extent. Enrurin pouted, clearly still displeased. Humph. It's all because of your status as the daughter of the richest man in Donghai City. He.S. just trying to curry favor, reaching for something beyond his grasp. Mo Yoshue offered no rebuttal, her gaze drifting towards the meditative Li Hang, her expression tinged with complexity. She understood that his attentiveness was indeed influenced by his background, yet his decisive and agile actions had provided a certain degree of reassurance in this hellish refuge. In this dire sanctuary, power itself was a scarce resource. Sigh, and Rurin suddenly slumped her shoulders, clutching her growling stomach, her voice tinged with a whimper. Sister Shue, when will Uncle Mo send someone to rescue us? I'm so hungry. I finished the little chocolate we brought yesterday. If they don't come soon, I might starve to death in this wretched place. Mo Yoshue hurried to console her, attempting to bolster her own spirits as well, speaking with firm resolve. Just a bit longer, Rurin. Yesterday, I managed to contact my father through the satellite phone, though the signal was intermittent. He made it very clear. Today, by the latest, someone will come to rescue us. My father never lies to me. Really. And Rurin's dull eyes sparkled with newfound hope, as if grasping a lifeline. That's wonderful. Finally, there is hope. She excitedly embraced Mo Yoshue, the weight of her ample bosom momentarily leaving Mo Yoshue breathless. She patted Enrurin's back, inwardly thinking, this girl is quite large, isn't she? However, her gaze involuntarily drifted back towards Li Hang. She noticed that he had opened his eyes at some point, quietly observing them with a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of his lips. That smile cast a shadow of indescribable unease over the flicker of hope that had just blossomed in Mo Yoshua's heart. She instinctively tightened her grip on the satellite phone in her pocket, now drained of power and rendered useless. Donghai City 3rd Shelter, temporary helipad. 3 dark green-armed helicopters began to rotate their propellers slowly, generating a tremendous airflow that stirred up dust in the surroundings. Inside each cabin, 10 fully armed Special Forces soldiers sat upright, their weapons glinting coldly in the dim light of the cabin. "Remember," a commanding and resonant male voice echoed through the onboard communicator, "your sole mission objective, the refuge level of the Twin Towers in the Eastern Financial District. Rescue the daughter of Old Mo. At all costs. Do you understand?" "Understood, Commander." 30 soldiers roared in unison, their voices reverberating within the cabin. "Depart." The roar of the propellers intensified abruptly. The 3 armed helicopters shot into the sky like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the Twin Towers in the east. At the same time, in the operations room of the villa amidst the clouds, Lin Yi stood before a massive electronic sand table, observing the flickering points of light and the constantly updating battlefield status markers. Suddenly, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding. The Marshal S forces have eliminated 401 zombies. Commencing reward calculation. Ding. Calculation successful. Obtained 401 merit points. Ding. Acquired blueprint. Diesel, 180 liters per barrel, merit points 5x1. Ding. Acquired blueprint. Cold-proof suit, merit points 1x1. Ding. Acquired blueprint. QBZ 191 assault rifle, merit points 500x1. Ding. Acquired blueprint. AMPVS 31A dual-tube night vision goggles, merit points 300x1. Ding. Acquired blueprint. Blanket X1. Not bad, Lin Yi remarked with a slight smile. Although he did not obtain heavy weapon or vehicle blueprints, these supplies and equipment were highly practical. Particularly, the QBZ 191 rifle and individual night vision goggles would prove invaluable in the future, even if they were not immediately needed. System, check current merit points. Current merit points, 54. 217. Exchange for an infantry squad. Deployment location as per this morning. Directive, proceed to support the 1st Squad. Advance in coordination. Lin Yi commanded decisively. He was in dire need of manpower. An infantry squad, combined with the Snow Leopard assault team, had only advanced approximately 200 meters in the entire morning. An efficiency deemed too low. Confirming exchange. Standard infantry squad, 10 personnel. Cost and merit points, 50,000. Exchange successful. In the open area behind the villa, space warped once more, and 10 fully armed soldiers along with a brand new CS-181 Warrior assault vehicle materialized out of thin air. This fresh contingent quickly organized themselves, racing towards the eastern battlefield in accordance with Lin Ye's orders. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the 1st Infantry Squad had completed the clearing of their designated area and was currently resting and resupplying at a temporary defense line. The soldiers checked their weapons, changed magazines, and replenished their water supplies, moving with agility and order. The heavy machine gun mounted on the Warrior vehicle had already undergone a barrel change, and wisps of heat were rising from it. In the streets, mountains of zombie remains were being laboriously dragged and piled up by survivors, preparing for incineration. The Snow Leopard assault team continued to undertake more meticulous tasks, conducting building-by-building searches, rescuing survivors, and eliminating any remaining threats. Within a 5-story office building, a 5-member team cautiously advanced. Leading the charge was a Snow Leopard operative, wielding a heavy blast shield, which bore deep scratches and traces of dried black blood. Flanking him on either side were 2 team members, brandishing QBZ 191 assault rifles, their muzzles sweeping across every potential hiding spot for threats. In the center, protected by her comrades, was Mu Qing, her climbing rope and safety harness secured at her waist, her face smeared with sweat and dirt, her breaths coming in rapid succession. Bringing up the rear, a machine gunner held a QJY-201 general-purpose machine gun, vigilantly securing the rear passage. 5th floor, left corridor, commenced the sweep. The team leader, the Snow Leopard operative, whispered. His voice transmitted clearly through bone conduction earpieces. Mu Qing trailed closely behind, her heart racing. After a morning of high-intensity operations, she had assisted the Snow Leopard team in rescuing 7 survivors trapped on higher floors. Each descent and every broken window was fraught with peril. Yet witnessing the hope and gratitude in the eyes of those saved filled her with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Stay alert. There may be stragglers on this floor. The leader signaled, and the team began to advance into the dim corridor. The building's power had long been cut, with only emergency lights casting a faint glow. Behind shattered office glass doors, papers lay strewn across the floor, computer screens shattered, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of moldy paper mingled with blood. Clear, clear, clear. The team members confirmed the safety of the rooms on either side. As they rounded a corner, a faint sound, like glass shattering, emerged from the conference room to their right. Suddenly, everyone froze, their weapons aimed at the source of the noise. Roar! A hoarse growl erupted as a shadow lunged from behind the broken glass door of the conference room. It was a zombie clad in a security uniform. Half of its face decayed to the bone, yet it moved with alarming speed. It charged directly at the shield bearer. Bang! The shield bearer reacted swiftly, the heavy blast shield slamming into the zombie's chest, pushing it back. Yet, the zombie's claws snagged the edge of the shield, twisting its body in an uncanny maneuver, circumventing the shield's defense and lunging at the rifleman behind. Watch out! Mu Qing screamed in terror. The rifleman had no time to redirect his weapon. He was on the brink of being tackled. Thud! A barely audible, muffled sound. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, black blood and brain matter splattering against the wall. The headless corpse, propelled by inertia, lurched forward a step before crashing to the ground. Everyone stood stunned. Leopard head, exercise caution. A calm voice from Chen Feng came through the earpiece. The eagle eye on the rooftop has been monitoring you. Continue moving forward. Mu Qing exhaled deeply, only then realizing her back was drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, she genuinely feared for the life of her comrade. If it weren't for the sniper lurking in the shadows, thank you, Eagle Eye. The shield bearer, with a leopard's head, gave a thumbs up to the air before turning to the visibly shaken team members. Everyone, stay alert. This office building has numerous blind spots, making it easy for zombies to hide. We'll breach the next room and conduct a thorough inspection. The team advanced, each member now more vigilant than before. Mu Qing wiped the sweat from her forehead, glancing at the headless corpse on the floor and the splattered blood on the walls. She bit her lip, compelling herself to keep pace with the group. This was the apocalypse, where every second could bring a life-or-death crisis. Strangely, she found herself gradually acclimating to this rhythm. This realization surprised even her. Suddenly, a faint metallic clink resonated from the right side office, a stark contrast to the eerie silence of the corridor. The shield bearer immediately raised his fist, signaling for silence. The entire squad froze, with two riflemen aiming their 191 assault rifles at the source of the sound, the tightly shut frosted glass door. The shield bearer slowly lowered his shield, his left hand moving to his waist to silently draw the DJ-08 portable breaching tool. He gestured several tactical signals to his teammates. Breach the door, throw a flashbang. I will enter first, numbers 2 and 3 will provide crossfire coverage. Mu Qing stepped back, the machine gunner securing the corridor. She nervously nodded, retreating a few steps to stand against the wall, her palms slick with cold sweat. She could hear her heart pounding violently in her chest. The shield bearer aimed the breaching tool at the lock, raising 3 fingers with his right hand, counting down, 3, 2, 1. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The breaching tool unleashed a directed shockwave, obliterating the lock and part of the doorframe. Wood splintered everywhere. Almost instantaneously, an assault team member darted beside the shield bearer, throwing a stun grenade. The cylindrical projectile traced a precise arc, passing through the breached doorway and landing within. Bang! A blinding white light and a thunderous 170 decibel blast erupted within the confined space. Even the team members outside instinctively squinted, let alone the targets inside. A man's agonizing scream pierced through from within. Assault! The shield bearer growled, charging in first with his shield held high. 2 riflemen followed closely behind, their weapons sweeping left and right. Mu Qing, shielded by the machine gunner, was the last to enter the room. The scene before her rendered her momentarily paralyzed. In the corner of the office, a disheveled young woman, with tear-streaked cheeks, was bound to a swivel chair with duct tape, her mouth sealed, wide eyes filled with terror. Scattered on the coffee table before her were torn pieces of women's clothing and an overturned ashtray, clearly the source of the earlier noise. 3 meters away from the woman, a lean man in a suit with an unbuttoned shirt and loosened belt was rolling on the ground, clutching his eyes, evidently injured by the stun grenade. Area secure. All clear. The shield bearer swiftly surveyed the office suite, confirming no further threats were present. The bound woman struggled desperately when she saw someone come in, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mu Qing finally regained her senses and rushed forward, saying, "Don't be afraid. We are here to save you." She carefully tore open the tape on the woman's mouth. As soon as the woman could speak, she burst into tears and cried out, "Help me. That animal raped me. Sob, sob, sob. When you guys shot me, he heard the commotion and tied me up to prevent me from making a sound." Mu Qing felt a surge of anger rush up her head. She turned her head and glared angrily at the man who could barely sit up. "Damn it. Scumbag, are you still human?" The man in the suit rubbed his red eyes and grinned, revealing his pale teeth. He slowly tidied up his messy shirt. His tone relaxed as if discussing the weather. "So what? Are you from the government army?" He reached out his hands and made a handcuff gesture. "Even if you have to deal with me, it's not your turn. Come on. Take me back and dispose of me according to the law." Hee. The confident sneer on his face made Mu Qing feel cold all over. Is this man still so arrogant at such a time? Why is he so confident? Just because he thinks the government will protect him? Mu Qing was so angry that she trembled all over and was about to speak. Wow. A faint, champagne-like muffled sound. The man in the suit suddenly had a regular blood hole in the center of his forehead. A gap the size of a bowl will pop open at the back of the head. The red and white liquid and bone fragments sprayed in a fan shape onto the leather sofa behind him. The sinister smile on his face had not even turned into surprise before it froze on the face that was gradually losing its vitality. My body slowly tilted back and fell to the ground with a thud, with a hint of disbelief still lingering in my wide-open eyes. He never understood until his death why the other party dared to shoot directly. Mu Qing stared at the scene in a daze, her mind blank. Leopard Head expressionlessly put away the QSC-92 pistol with a silencer and calmly reported to his earpiece, "Captain, a suspected infected person has been found and has been killed." Received. Chen Feng's voice came from the earpiece without any fluctuation. Mu Qing's voice trembled uncontrollably. "He's not an infected person. He's clearly a living person. How could you?" Leopard turned its head to Mu Qing, and its eyes were as cold as ice. First, he was holding hostages with weapons. Secondly, attempting to use weapons to attack us. He pointed to the half-dagger exposed on the sleeve of the man in the suit. Thirdly, he paused, his voice low and resolute. "We are not government troops, let alone in a state of war. The Marshal has given us on-site disposal power. This kind of scumbag. Keeping it is also a scourge." After speaking, he ignored Mu Qing's shock and turned around to untie the woman. Chapter 28. Survivors with guns. Mu Qing stood still, watching the body on the ground still convulsing slightly, and the splattered brain matter and blood on the walls and sofa. An indescribable complex emotion churned in her chest. She should feel nauseous, fearful, or angry, but strangely enough, deep down inside, there is a hint of relief from hatred. The woman's sobs pulled her back to reality. "Thank you. Thank you. He is the former vice president of this building. After the disaster, he took advantage of his bodyguards to control the food distribution and has already harmed several girls." Mu Qing approached, gently embracing the trembling woman, and sighed silently. Is this the apocalypse? In the aftermath of the collapse of law and morality, the darkest facets of human nature are brazenly exposed. To combat such darkness, it seems that only methods more ruthless and merciless than it can be effective. She raised her gaze to the window, beneath the overcast sky. The distant twin towers glimmered with a cold light in the sunlight. Could a similar tragedy be unfolding there as well? At that moment, Leopard Head coldly inquired of the woman, "Do you know how many survivors there are? Where are they? How many guards are there?" The woman, her voice choked with tears, responded, "There are probably over 100 survivors, all confined on the 15th and 16th floors. There are about a dozen guards, and most importantly, they have guns." "Guns?" Mu Qing exclaimed in disbelief, staring incredulously at the disheveled woman. "Where did guns come from in peacetime? Are you mistaken?" The woman shook her head vigorously, gripping Mu Qing's sleeve tightly. "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. That beast named Zhao has several handguns hidden in his office. After the disaster, he armed his bodyguards and threatened anyone who dared to resist with immediate execution." Leopard Head's expression hardened as he quickly pressed his earpiece. "Captain, emergency situation. Armed individuals are controlling approximately 100 survivors on the 15th and 16th floors, armed with handguns, number unknown. Requesting instructions." After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Chen Feng's calm reply came through. "Confirm the credibility of the intelligence?" Leopard Head glanced at the woman, who nodded desperately. "Absolutely true. They only give the lower levels a meager amount of food each day." The woman faltered, tears flowing once more. "The intelligence is credible," Leopard Head reported succinctly. "Understood. Stand by. Snow Leopard Team 2 is en route to your location. Sniper Hawkeye is in position and can provide aerial surveillance. Repeat, do not act recklessly, await support." "Understood." Leopard Head ended the communication and turned to the still-shaken woman. Can you lead us to a safe passage? To avoid their watchful eyes. The woman wiped her tears and nodded vigorously yes. This building has 2 fire escapes. They mainly guard the east side, while the west side is more concealed. 5 minutes later, accompanied by the sound of soft footsteps, 3 fully armed members of the Snow Leopard team silently appeared at the office door. Their equipment was notably superior to that of infantry units. One bore a portable thermal imager, while another held a silenced assault rifle. Situation briefing. The team leader of the Snow Leopard murmured. Leopard Head quickly recounted the intelligence acquired. The new Snow Leopard team members exchanged glances. The sniper had locked onto the east corridor of the 15th floor. The team leader pointed at the building's structural diagram on the tactical tablet, confirming that at least 3 armed individuals were patrolling the corridor, carrying suspected standard-issue handguns. What is the situation on the 16th floor? Leopard Head asked. Unknown, came the response. Assault or infiltration? Leopard Head inquired. Infiltration takes precedence. The leader of the Snow Leopard team gestured towards Mu Qing and the rescued woman, instructing, you two, follow closely behind us and remain silent. If the situation changes, retreat immediately. The group advanced silently along the western fire escape. Mu Qing's heart raced as if it might leap from her chest, her palms slick with cold sweat. She had never imagined herself entangled in such a genuine armed conflict. Their adversaries were desperate men wielding firearms. Upon reaching the 12th floor, a Snow Leopard team member abruptly halted, raising his fist to signal everyone to freeze. The thermal imaging operator pointed upward, revealing several red figures loitering near the stairwell on the 15th floor. Change of route, the leader signaled, indicating they should traverse through the 12th floor office area and switch to another passage. The ensuing movement resembled a cat stalking its prey. They navigated through the disordered office space, circumventing toppled filing cabinets and avoiding every potential source of noise. Mu Qing's climbing boots made nearly no sound on the carpet, a fact for which she silently expressed gratitude. At last, they arrived before a fire door on the western side of the 15th floor. The thermal imaging indicated that this side was temporarily unguarded. Prepare to breach. The Snow Leopard leader signaled. Remember, they are armed. Do not hesitate. With a soft click, the fire door was eased open just a crack. The sight before Mu Qing took her breath away. The spacious office area had been transformed into a makeshift prison. Dozens of gaunt survivors huddled within a barrier formed by desks, their expressions vacant. The air was thick with the stench of excrement and blood. Most harrowing were the corners where several cubicles stood. 5 or 6 naked young women were chained like livestock to radiators, their bodies marred with bruises and wounds, their gazes as hollow as corpses. One girl had fresh blood trickling down her thigh, dripping onto the carpet below, biting her lip hard enough to draw blood. Mu Qing stifled a scream as a calm voice from the Snow Leopard team announced, "Target identified." Following his gaze, she spotted a middle-aged man in a floral shirt, his corpulent form embracing a weeping girl, a black handgun swaying in his hand. 3 burly men stood nearby, each sporting a holstered weapon. Action, the leader commanded succinctly. The next 10 seconds unfolded like a scene from hell. The faint sounds of gunfire echoed, puff, 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 as the Snow Leopard team's silenced weapons accurately took down the 3 bodyguards. Before the man in the floral shirt could react, the leader lunged forward, delivering a swift strike to his carotid artery, causing him to crumple to the ground like a lifeless fish. Secure. The entire 15th floor erupted into chaos. The survivors initially recoiled in terror, only to gradually realize that rescue had arrived, unleashing a torrent of suppressed sobs and cheers. Quick! Free them! Mu Qing rushed towards the girls shackled by chains, her hands trembling as she worked to unlock their restraints. One girl collapsed directly into her arms as the chains fell away, her body light as a feather, her skin alarmingly hot. Medical kit. She needs urgent care. Mu Qing shouted over her shoulder. The Snow Leopard team swiftly commenced their operation. 2 members stood guard at the passage leading to the 16th floor. One distributed emergency food and water to the rescued individuals, while the medics began to assess the injuries of the abused women. There were still comrades on the 16th floor. The rescued women weakly reminded them that they had concealed more weapons on the rooftop, urging caution. The team leader immediately pressed the communicator. Eagle Eye, scan the rooftop. There may be an armory. Moments later, a tense voice crackled through the communicator. Wait. There's movement on the 16th floor. Multiple individuals are advancing towards the fire escape, armed with rifles. Repeat, rifles detected. Alarm swept across everyone's faces. Take cover. Find shelter. The leader barked. These are not ordinary thugs. Where did they acquire automatic weapons? Mu Qing instinctively shielded the feverish girl with her body, casting a terrified glance at the ceiling, where urgent footsteps and the metallic clang of colliding objects could be heard. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 29, Target Down. The decisive shout from Eagle Eye echoed just as the leader's command concluded, and the door to the 15th floor fire escape was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. The deafening gunfire immediately shattered the eerie silence of the office area. Steel pellets rained down like a torrential storm, shattering the glass partitions on the west side of the 15th floor. The flying shards sliced through the faces of several unprotected survivors, drawing blood. Cries of terror erupted as the rescued crowd scattered like startled sheep, suppressing fire. The Snow Leopard leader rolled behind a supporting column, and the QBZ-191 in his hands erupted in flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. 3 precise shots rang out. The foremost armed assailant's chest exploded in a shower of crimson, collapsing backward as his double-barreled shotgun clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, Leopard Head had raised a ballistic shield, positioning it protectively in front of Mu Qing and the group of weakened hostages. The clinking of metal rang out as pellets and bullets ricocheted off the shield, igniting a flurry of sparks. "Sniper, I need visibility," the leader shouted into his earpiece. Eagle Eye reported. 3 armed targets in the stairwell, 2 shotguns, 1 pistol. There are at least 5 heat signatures in the 16th floor corridor, 2 of which are moving towards your position. "Damn it," cursed one of the Snow Leopard team members, reloading his magazine. "Where did these bastards get so many weapons?" Uffed. The muffled sound of a silenced weapon came from the flank. The second armed assailant, barely showing himself to shoot, was struck with 3 precise shots to the neck and face, blood splattering against the white wall behind him. The third assailant, sensing the danger, turned and fled upstairs. Bang! A distinct gunshot rang out from outside the window. The glass in the stairwell of the 16th floor shattered in response. The fleeing assailant's head exploded, and his decapitated body tumbled down the stairs. Target eliminated. The sniper's calm voice resonated through the earpiece. A brief silence fell. Crouched behind Leopard Head's shield, Mu Qing clutched the feverish girl tightly in her arms. She could feel her heart racing at an astonishing pace, her eardrums ringing from the gunfire. "Are we safe?" she trembled as she asked. The Leopard's head did not answer, but scanned its surroundings vigilantly. The Snow Leopard team members have regrouped and are advancing in tactical formation towards the 16th floor. The thermal imaging shows that at least 5 people have gathered in the southeast corner office on the 16th floor, the sniper continued to report. "Wait. There is a heat source moving alone, and he has captured a hostage. It is heading towards your direction." As soon as the words fell, the elevator shaft on the 16th floor suddenly heard a click-click-click mechanical operations sound, and the emergency power supply was activated. "Be alert at the elevator entrance," the team leader sternly warned. The old-fashioned elevator made a piercing sound, and the rusty metal door slowly opened. A bald and muscular man with a face full of flesh and a large gold chain hanging around his neck tightly gripped a young girl's neck with his left arm, and held a silver standard handgun in his right hand, with the muzzle firmly pressed against the girl's temple. The girl's face turned pale, her lips bleeding from her own bite, but she dared not make a sound. "Don't move," the bald man smirked as the gun rolled over the girl's temple. "Who dares to act recklessly? I'll kill her first." The Snow Leopard team members pointed their guns at the elevator, but no one dared to shoot recklessly. The heads of the hostage and the criminal are almost pressed together, making it difficult for even snipers to guarantee accuracy. "Put down the gun. Step back," the bald man roared, dragging the girl step by step out of the elevator. "Otherwise, I'll unplop," made an imperceptible muffled sound. The bald right eye suddenly burst into a ball of blood. The bullet pierced his skull diagonally from above, leaving a fist-sized hole in the back of his head. Red and white liquid splattered onto the mirror inside the elevator. Eagle Eye hit. The sniper's voice was calm and terrifying. The bald man's body stiffened for a second, then fell to the ground with a loud bang like a broken puppet. The girl who was held hostage by him softened her legs and knelt on the ground, vomiting violently. "Clear the field. Hurry up," the leader gave the order, and the Snow Leopard team members rushed towards the 16th floor like arrows from the bowstring. The subsequent cleaning action will be swift and efficient. With the guidance of a thermal imaging camera, they quickly identified the last few thugs hiding in the southeast corner office. The opponent tried to resist stubbornly, but with the precise marksmanship and shock bullets of the Snow Leopard team, they were quickly killed. When Mu Qing helped the rescued girls up to the 16th floor, the scene in front of her made her stomach ache. The office has been transformed into a luxurious nest. Famous wine bottles and leftover high-end cans scattered on the leather sofa. There are several hunting guns and pistols hanging on the wall. The corner was filled with luxury goods snatched from downstairs merchants. The most disgusting thing is that there are several photo albums spread out on the host's desk. all of which are pictures of the spoils of war taken by these animals when they abused women. Animals are all animals. Mu Qing trembled all over and kicked over the red wine bottle on the table. Amber-colored liquid spilled on those photos, gradually blurring the contorted and painful faces of the victimized women. Discovered a weapons depot. A Snow Leopard team member dragged out several metal boxes from the adjacent small conference room, 2 assault rifles, for standard pistols, a large amount of ammunition, and police bulletproof vests. The leader crouched down to inspect the firearm serial numbers, his gaze sharpening. Had these miscreants pilfered the armory of the police station? Suddenly, Mu Qing recalled something, her complexion growing even paler. That bald man seemed familiar. Indeed, he was featured in the news. He was the owner of a security company, and his elder brother was the director of the FBL bureau in Donghai City. The leader let out a cold laugh and picked up the communicator. Captain, the target building has been secured. 9 armed assailants have been neutralized, and 127 survivors rescued. Several standard weapons have been seized, suspected to have originated from the looted police station. Requesting further instructions. Received, Chun Feng's voice responded. The medical team is en route. Confiscate all weapons and gather the survivors in the lobby on the first floor. I repeat, do not distribute weapons to civilians. Understood. Mu Qing observed the Snow Leopard team members expertly collecting weapons and comforting the survivors, suddenly realizing a harsh truth. Had it not been for this iron-willed unit's timely intervention, how long would the hell within this office building have persisted? Those girls shackled by chains, those abused survivors might never have awaited the so-called government rescue. She lowered her gaze to the girl in her arms, who was still burning with fever and unconscious, gently wiping the dirt from her face. Sunlight streamed through the grimy glass outside, casting a faint golden hue on the girl's pale features. At least now, they had a chance to survive. And all of this was bestowed by that young man who referred to himself as a marshal. She was now profoundly curious about what kind of person he truly was, and from where these enigmatic armed forces had emerged. Chapter 30. Mu Qing's reflection in the lobby of the office building, under the pallid emergency lighting. Hundreds of survivors huddled together like frightened sheep. 2 fully armed Snow Leopard team members, wielding QBZ-191 assault rifles, coldly surveyed the crowd. The ominous muzzle of the QJY-201 general-purpose machine gun set up at the entrance silently warned against any potential unrest. The air was thick with a stifling oppression. No one dared to speak loudly, even suppressing coughs to muffled grunts. Several children clutched their mother's clothing tightly, their eyes brimming with tears yet too fearful to cry out. The side door of the lobby creaked open, and a Snow Leopard team member entered, pushing a small cart laden with several large boxes of vacuum-packed bread and bottled water. The sound of metal wheels grinding against the marble floor was jarringly loud in the profound silence. Everyone, listen carefully. The team member halted, his voice devoid of emotion. Form a line and receive food and water in order. He patted the pistol at his waist, adding, but if anyone dares to shout or cut in line, bang. He suddenly drew his gun and fired a shot into the ceiling. The deafening gunfire echoed throughout the lobby, startling several women into shrieks, who immediately clasped their hands over their mouths. Don't blame me if my gun misfires, he said, slowly holstering his weapon, as if he had merely performed an ordinary act. Now cue up. The survivors exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant, none daring to be the first to move. What are you still waiting for? The team member furrowed their brows and casually pointed their gun at a middle-aged man in a wrinkled suit in the front row. You. Start with you. The man who was spotted was first taken aback, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He almost crawled to the front of the cart, trembling as he took a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Thank you, sir. The man nodded and bowed, then eagerly tore open the packaging and wolfed it down. In less than 10 seconds, the palm-sized bread was stuffed into my stomach. He licked the debris on the packaging bag with a lingering desire, hesitated for a moment, and bravely spoke up. Can that officer give me some more? I really haven't eaten enough, the team member sneered, their eyes scraping the man's greasy face like knives. Want more? Sure. The man's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. There are still many zombie corpses on the 2nd to 5th floors that need to be cleaned up. The team member pointed to the upper floor. You go move them down alone and pile them up in the backyard for burning. After finishing, I'll give you 2. The man's expression froze instantly. What? His voice suddenly rose. You want me to move the body? What's wrong with you soldiers? How dare you order the people to work? His face turned red and saliva splattered. Have you forgotten the purpose of being a soldier? Serve the people. I want to complain to you. Find your leaders. This righteous roar was particularly loud in the hall. Some survivors showed signs of agreement and whispered to each other. More people are looking at this man who doesn't know how to live or die with the same eyes as the dead. and still making up stories? The team members slowly put down the material box in their hands, moving gently as if they were putting some fragile items. He slowly touched the assault rifle on his back and sighed. Why do people always like to seek death? Before he could finish speaking, bang! A heavy gun stock hit the man's face directly. Blood and a few broken teeth splattered out in an instant. The man's nose bridge visibly collapsed, and his entire face twisted and deformed. The screams abruptly stopped as soon as they were spoken. The team member's combat boots had already stomped hard on his throat, crushing his head on the marble floor. Listen, the team member bent down, their voice so soft that only a few people around could hear it, but it was as cold as the Siberian cold wind. If you want to survive, just listen obediently. Do you understand? The man's pupils widened in fear, and hoarse breath squeezed out of his stepped throat. Understood. The team member then lifted his foot and kicked the limp man casually. Get out of here. Next, the entire hall fell silent. The survivors who had just shown agreement now have pale faces like paper. Several people who were originally eager to ask for more food immediately withdrew from the crowd. The subsequent distribution process went exceptionally smoothly. The survivors lined up in a straight line, quietly collecting their meager but life-saving food like chickens. The person who received it immediately retreated to the corner, cherishing every bite of breadcrumbs, afraid of making any unnecessary noise. In the corner, the man with a broken nose curled up, his face covered in blood. No one dared to help him, and no one even glanced at him. His trembling hand clutched tightly onto the blood-stained bag of bread, akin to grasping the last lifeline. Ultimately, after the survivors received their supplies, the voice of the Snow Leopard team resounded once more. Once you have all finished your meals, ensure that the remains and refuse of this building are thoroughly cleared. Only when the cleanup is complete shall we commence the meal. Upon hearing this, there was no dissent among the crowd. They understood that obedience to orders and task completion were their only means of survival. Meanwhile, Mu-Ching stood at the stairway, witnessing the entire ordeal. Her stomach twisted in agony from the recent violence, yet she bizarrely comprehended the cruel necessity of it all. In a world ravaged by scarcity, weakness and excessive compassion only breed greater chaos and death. Among these survivors, how many had just been following that Vice President Zhao, wielding power? How many had coldly observed the torment of those girls? Now, they feigned innocence. She had seen through it all. In this desolate end of days, even a hint of compassion could lead one into trouble. Thankfully, these experiences had enlightened her to the true essence of a post-apocalyptic world. Don't dawdle. The voice of Leopard Head came from behind, announcing the arrival of the medical team to assist in distributing supplies. Mu-Ching took a deep breath, nodded, and approached the entrance. There, several Snow Leopard team members were escorting volunteers carrying medical supplies into the hall. One young girl, wearing glasses, caught her attention. It was Lu Ying, the university student who had come from the villa area. Senior Mu. Lu Ying exclaimed softly upon spotting her. What are you doing here? It's a long story, Mu-Ching replied with a strained smile, taking the medical box from her hands. Let us get to work. On the other side of the hall, the Snow Leopard leader was conversing with Chen Feng. Captain, the survivors are now largely under control, but their numbers far exceed our expectations. We request additional supplies. He ended the communication, his gaze sweeping over the throng of survivors, a shadow of gravity crossing his features. Among the more than 100 individuals gathered, how many were truly innocent? And how many posed potential threats? In a world where resources were scarce, every decision was a matter of life and death. Chapter 31. Establishing a survivor management system and forming a law enforcement team. Within the operations room, a holographic map flickered with a multitude of green dots, each representing a collected survivor. Lin Yi stared at the number, 637, and it was visibly increasing at an alarming rate. Marshal, Chun Feng's voice carried a note of tension. At this rate, the number of survivors may surpass 1,000 by tonight. Our resource consumption will escalate exponentially. He paused. Moreover, our current manpower is already stretched thin. Maintaining basic order alone requires 1 infantry squad and 6 Snow Leopard team members. Lin Ye's fingers gently tapped rhythmically on the mahogany table, the tempo slow and heavy. He was not particularly worried about resource issues. The living supplies exchanged through the system were inexpensive, and merit points were steadily accumulating every minute. However, managing thousands of survivors, each with complex backgrounds and varying mindsets, presented a truly formidable challenge. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Yi inquired, raising his gaze towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, his mind racing with thoughts. He believed that the pressing priority was to establish a system of self-governance among the survivors. He pointed to several green areas marked on the map, indicating that the first step was to formulate clear survival rules, labor in exchange for food. A strict prohibition on violence and looting and adherence to a unified distribution system. He paused momentarily, suggesting that they needed to select a leader from among the survivors and then form a law enforcement team. This way, the maintenance of daily order would no longer rely entirely on their own personnel. Lin Yi nodded slightly, finding the line of thought quite lucid. Employing survivors to manage their peers would not only alleviate their own burden, but also foster an effective management system. However, the critical aspect lay in the choice of the leader. Lin Yi squinted, inquiring who he deemed suitable. Chun Feng pressed his lips into a thin line, acknowledging that this was indeed the most challenging part. In a post-apocalyptic world, trust had become a rare luxury. Among the survivors, how many would genuinely comply? How many harbored malicious intent? And how many might transform into a new deputy Zhao upon gaining power? After a brief silence, Lin Yi suddenly shifted the topic, asking about a woman named Mu Qing and her performance that day. Chun Feng was taken aback, but promptly reported she exceeded expectations. She utilized her climbing skills to rescue at least 10 trapped survivors from the upper floors of a complex building. Her actions were agile, her judgments decisive. He hesitated for a moment, and those she rescued trust her immensely. Oh, Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight, amused smile. It seems my judgment was not amiss. However, Chun Feng chose his words carefully. Ultimately, she is a woman, and her heart may not be sufficiently ruthless. In extreme situations, she tends to hesitate unnecessarily. He referred to Mu Qing's shock and questioning in response to the slain assailant. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. A compassionate heart in a world of despair could be a fatal weakness. A leader must possess the coldness to make the difficult decisions to abandon the weak when resources are scarce. What about Li Hua? Lin Yi inquired suddenly. Li Hua? Chun Feng recalled the slick, middle-aged man, acknowledging that he did possess some leadership qualities. Before joining them, he had already organized a small group of survivors. He was adept at navigating social dynamics. Suddenly, Chun Feng grasped Lin Yi's intention. The marshal seemed to suggest that Li Hua should be the leader. For the time being, he appeared to be the most suitable candidate. Lin Yi rose and approached the window, stating, "We do not know the new survivors well enough. Promoting someone hastily poses too great a risk. Li Hua has at least demonstrated some organizational capabilities." He cast a meaningful glance at Chun Feng, fully aware of the consequences of betrayal. Chun Feng immediately understood. Li Hua had witnessed the iron-fisted methods of the Snow Leopard team and knew the fate of challenging authority. Such fear could sometimes prove more reliable than loyalty. What about the law enforcement team? Chun Feng pressed. The buzzcut man, Lin Yi replied without hesitation. I have observed his actions. They are clean and efficient, his tactical maneuvers are standard, and he remains calm under pressure. He is not an ordinary veteran. He likely hails from a special forces background. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Chun Feng's eyes, acknowledging the marshal's discerning insight. This individual is indeed a remarkable talent, displaying decisiveness and exceptional psychological fortitude. Let him establish a 10-member law enforcement team. Lin Yi decreed, equipping them with batons and riot shields, along with 3 Type 92 handguns, to be directly commanded by him. As for Mu Qing, she shall assemble a rescue team. Lin Yi turned, his gaze fixating on the screen displaying the high-risk, unaddressed areas, appointing her as captain, specifically tasked with search and rescue operations in complex terrains. Additionally, she will be allotted 5 assistants, prioritizing survivors with medical or mountaineering backgrounds. Chun Feng swiftly noted these arrangements, secretly admiring Lin Yi's strategic acumen. This configuration demonstrated optimal utilization of each individual's strengths, Li Hua's managerial capabilities, the combat proficiency of the buzzcut man, and Mu Qing's specialized skills, all positioned with precision in roles that suited them best. More importantly, these 3 teams would maintain a balance of power amongst themselves. The law enforcement team would oversee management, while the rescue team would operate independently from the other 2. By the way, Lin Yi added, the distribution of supplies for all teams must be conducted through our hands. Controlling food, weapons, and medical supplies means controlling the lifeblood. Understood. Chun Feng stood attentively, acknowledging his superior's orders and preparing to arrange them. As Chun Feng turned to leave, Lin Yi's gaze returned to the map. The flickering points of light transformed from mere burdens into nodes of a network of power expanding gradually around him. Each survivor would become a part of this web, nourishing his ascent. On this chessboard of the apocalypse, Lin Yi had already positioned a crucial piece, and the game had only just begun. At that moment, suddenly, the thunderous roar of helicopter blades shattered the silence. Lin Yi and Chun Feng simultaneously turned to the window. 3 olive-green armed helicopters soared low over the villa, stirring the air and causing the trees in the courtyard to sway violently. Government helicopters? Chun Feng's pupils constricted as he rushed towards the tactical map. This direction had already been activated on the electronic sand table by Lin Yi. His finger precisely landing on the blinking cursor, the Eastern Suburban Financial Center, the Twin Towers. The two exchanged a glance, both sensing suspicion and alertness in each other's eyes. The government forces, at this juncture, risking the deployment of such precious aerial assets with a clear target, must harbor significant intentions. Chun Feng swiftly accessed the three-dimensional structural diagram of the Twin Towers. Marshal, based on our prior intelligence, the refuge layer of the Twin Towers has gathered at least 1,000 survivors. The government's mobilization is extensive. Could it be they are attempting to rescue a vital figure? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, fragments of memories from his past life intertwining with the consciousness of his current self. He vaguely recalled that during this period in his previous life, there had indeed been a helicopter operation by the government forces aimed at rescuing a prominent individual. However, the specifics had become hazy, the only clear detail being that out of the 3 helicopters, only one returned, battered and scarred. To deploy 3 armed helicopters at any cost. Lin Yi's voice was low and steely, could only be to rescue a figure capable of influencing the dynamics of Donghai. Chapter 32. Naming. Dawn Base. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. Marshal, if this is indeed the case, then this represents our opportunity. He excitedly pointed at the map, indicating the financial center, densely populated with zombies. Once the government troops engage in combat with the undead in the Twin Towers, it will undoubtedly attract the entire horde from the eastern suburbs. At that moment, the pressure on us will significantly diminish, allowing us to advance at least 500 meters amidst the chaos. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth. Chun Feng's thoughts coincided perfectly with his own. In the apocalypse, any disorder presents a chance for expansion. With the government forces creating such a commotion, they could reap the benefits. Relay the orders, Lin Yi decisively commanded. The 1st and 2nd Infantry squads must immediately enter a state of readiness. All Snow Leopard team members are to conclude their rest, and ammunition supplies will be doubled. His finger traced a route on the map. Once gunfire is heard from the direction of the Twin Towers, we will advance according to Plan B. Understood. Chun Feng replied solemnly, about to turn to convey the orders when Lin Yi called him back. Wait. Lin Yi's gaze fell upon the survivors on the surveillance screen, busily transporting supplies and clearing debris. While we still have time, we must implement the survivor management system we just discussed. Chun Feng immediately grasped the implication. Before the impending expansion, it was imperative to secure their rear. Under what name shall we issue this? He inquired. Should we continue using Cloud Villa? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No. From today onward, we shall be known as Dawn Base. Dawn Base, Chun Feng softly echoed, a flicker of understanding shining in his eyes. This name not only suggests hope, but also carries connotations of dominion, making it far more appropriate than a mere geographical designation. I will take care of it. Chun Feng saluted and strode toward the communication station. Lin Yi stood alone by the window, gazing at the helicopters in the distance. Now mere black dots against the sky, his expression deep and contemplative. What significant figures are concealed within the Twin Towers that warrant such a grand mobilization from the government troops? Furthermore, how will this rescue operation alter the power dynamics in Donghai City? He instinctively touched the cold metal of his sidearm, its chill sharpening his focus. Regardless of how the situation evolves, he must seize every opportunity to gradually expand the influence of Dawn Base. Only in doing so can he control his fate in this merciless apocalypse. Dawn Base, Lin Yi murmured softly, a smile gradually spreading across his face. This was not merely a name, it was a declaration. He, Lin Yi, would become the first ray of light piercing the darkness of this wasteland. In the distance, the last vestiges of twilight had been consumed by darkness. From the direction of the Twin Towers, the roar of rotors and sporadic gunfire could faintly be heard. A storm is about to descend. Soon, Chun Feng's orders were disseminated, and soldiers began gathering survivors at designated locations. Shortly thereafter, Chun Feng drove Lin Yi's Humvee at breakneck speed. Moments later, he stood before the vehicle, his sharp gaze sweeping over the dense throng of people before him. Over 600 survivors huddled together in a makeshift clearing, their faces etched with anxiety and confusion. Attention! Chun Feng's voice boomed like thunder, instantly silencing the bustling crowd. By the order of the marshal, we hereby establish the Dawn Base. He paused momentarily to ensure that every individual grasped the gravity of his words. Li Hua. Chun Feng suddenly called out. A middle-aged man, his hair slicked back and face heavily made up, trembled involuntarily as he hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. Yes, Commander. The Marshal has appointed you as the Director of the Survivor Management Office, tasked with the daily allocation of resources, personnel coordination, and discipline enforcement. Chen Feng's tone was devoid of emotion. Remember, your authority derives from the Marshal. Perform well, and you shall be rewarded. Falter. He left the sentence unfinished. But the presence of the 92-style pistol at his waist spoke volumes. Li Hua's face quivered with excitement, and he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Understood. Thank you for the Marshal's trust. I, Li Hua, will dedicate myself wholeheartedly." A murmur of whispers erupted among the crowd. Some were envious, others resentful, while a few regarded him with disdain. Silence. Chen Feng barked, turning his gaze towards a man with a buzz cut, standing at the edge. You step forward. The man advanced silently. His posture as straight as a pine tree. Name, Lung Feng. Previous unit, Southeast War Zone, Sharp Blade Special Operations Brigade. A flicker of appreciation crossed Chen Feng's eyes. The Marshal appoints you as the captain of the enforcement team. Select 10 individuals to form your unit. Equip them with batons, riot shields, and 3 handguns. He lowered his voice. Remember, the enforcement team is accountable solely to the Marshal. Should you discover any actions threatening the base's safety, including those of Li Hua's survivors, you are to handle it on the spot without seeking approval. Lung Feng's eyes subtly shifted, and he imperceptibly nodded. Mu Qing. A girl in climbing gear jogged forward, her figure drawing the attention of numerous male survivors as she moved. You are responsible for forming a rescue team, specializing in search and rescue in complex terrains. Chen Feng handed her a first aid kit. Prioritize selecting individuals with medical or climbing experience. Mu Qing accepted the first aid kit, her bright eyes sparkling with enthused. 3 armed helicopters circled ominously atop the twin towers, the fiery tongues of their machine guns starkly visible against the twilight. He began to murmur to himself, pressing down on the accelerator as the Humvee roared towards the command center. The expansion plan for the base must be initiated immediately. The helicopters hovered above the twin towers, their rotors' thunderous roar reverberating through the building, causing it to tremble ever so slightly. Within the refuge level, the previously despondent crowd suddenly erupted with fervor, a glimmer of hope sparking in their desperate eyes. It was the government troops. They had come to rescue us. Hurry, to the rooftop. Open the door. The crowd surged towards the alloyed doors of the refuge, a chaotic mix of shoving, screaming, and cries blending into a cacophony. A few rational souls attempted to intervene, but faced with the overwhelming tide of humanity, they were forced to relent. Damn it, are these people seeking death? A burly man cursed. The building is crawling with zombies. Rushing out now is a death sentence. Yet hope had clouded the minds of those around him. They twisted the door lock and heaved open the heavy alloy door. As it swung wide, a nauseating stench of decay assaulted their senses. In the stairwell, a throng of zombies, drawn by the helicopter's roar, scrambled upwards in a frenzy. At that moment, upon hearing the doors creak, they lifted their heads, their murky eyes fixated on the crowd pouring out. With a terrifying roar, the horde erupted, like a black tide, surging forth. Those at the forefront were instantly overwhelmed, their screams tearing through the air. Blood sprayed as the zombies sank their teeth into the flesh of the living, while those behind could not halt their momentum, one after another crashing into the sea of corpses. It was a hell on earth. Chapter 33, The Rescue by the Government Troops Inside the Refuge. Mo Yushue and Ruren, poised to follow the crowd outside, were abruptly halted by Li Hang and several others. Swear, do not act rashly. Li Hang grasped Mo Yushue's wrist firmly, his tone grave. Going up now is tantamount to seeking death. Let me go? Mo Yushue struggled. The helicopter is right above us. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Calm down. Li Hang bellowed. This building is swarming with zombies. Rushing out now is no different from walking into a tiger's den. And Ruren, equally distressed, retorted, You toad. What gives you the right to stop us? Veins throbbed at Li Hang's temples as he suppressed his anger. Listen, the helicopter won't leave immediately. We will wait until the troops have cleared the zombies from the rooftop before we go out. Otherwise, suddenly, the alloy door of the refuge was flung open by the last individuals darting out, followed immediately by heart-wrenching screams and the roars of zombies from outside. Mo Yushue's face turned ashen as she finally grasped Li Hang's intent. Now you believe me? Li Hang scoffed coldly, signaling his men to secure the door once more. With a resounding boom, the alloy door slammed shut, isolating them from the cacophony of anguish outside. Within the refuge, the remaining individuals exchanged fearful glances, their eyes filled with dread and a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the 3 armed helicopters had successfully landed on the rooftop of the twin towers. Quick, establish a defensive line. The The commanding officer shouted, "Gunners, suppress the zombie horde. Rescue teams, take your positions." Rat-a-tat-tat. The airborne heavy machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage, raining bullets down upon the zombies surging onto the rooftop, tearing them to shreds. Report. A multitude of survivors is rushing up the stairwell. What? The officer's face turned pale. Stop them. Do not let the horde catch up. But it was too late. The fire door of the stairwell was smashed open, and dozens of blood-soaked survivors erupted forth, closely followed by a tide of ravenous zombies. Open fire! Open fire! The officer bellowed. Rat-a-tat-tat. The machine guns fired indiscriminately, piercing through both survivors and zombies, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. They trampled over corpses, frantically lunging towards the helicopter. "Sir, we can't hold them. Retreat. Immediately retreat." The officer gritted his teeth, ordering the abandonment of the rescue mission to prioritize the safety of the helicopter. 3 helicopters swiftly ascended, but one had its landing gear grasped tightly by several zombies, causing the fuselage to shake violently. "Damn it. We can't shake them off. Use the cannon." Boom. The cannon fired, obliterating zombies into fragments, but the helicopter sustained damage from the proximity of the explosion, black smoke billowing from its tail. Helicopter 2 is damaged. Repeat, Helicopter 2 is damaged. Abort the mission. All personnel evacuate. Ultimately, only 2 helicopters managed to escape, while the third, trailing smoke, wobbled into the distance before crashing into a cluster of buildings several kilometers away, erupting into a massive fireball. Inside the refuge layer, Imo Yoshua and others heard the explosion, their faces paling. "It's over," and Ruo Ran collapsed onto the ground. "The helicopter has left?" Li Hang fell silent for a moment before suddenly letting out a cold laugh. "No, they will return, for they never intended to rescue everyone." He gazed at Imo Yoshua, his eyes deep. These helicopters likely have but one target. You." Imo Yoshua trembled involuntarily. At this moment, outside the Twin Towers, the horde of zombies had been thoroughly enraged, surging towards every entrance of the building. After a while, 2 armed helicopters, akin to angered falcons, circled back, their heavy machine guns spewing forth even more ferocious flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets lashed out like 2 whips of death, striking fiercely at the masses of zombies gathered near the rooftop and stairwell. The 7.62mm and even 127mm projectiles effortlessly shredded decaying limbs, creating a rain of putrid blood. The zombies fell in droves, like harvested wheat, as dark, foul blood quickly soaked the concrete surface of the rooftop. Within the cockpit, the commanding officer's countenance was as dark as a storm cloud, and he roared into the communicator, his voice strained with immense anger and a barely perceptible pang of sorrow. "Alternate cover. Fire in succession. Conserve ammunition. Damn it. We lost an entire squad and a precious doe in just one encounter. All thanks to those brainless fools." He glanced through the window, observing the mountain of mixed bodies of survivors and zombies piled near the stairwell below, devoid of any compassion, only coldness and irritation. "Fortunately, we have sufficient ammunition this time." He cast a fleeting glance at the heavy ammunition box affixed to the wall, filled to the brim with gleaming yellow bullets, sufficient to sustain half an hour of intense combat. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the microphone connected to the powerful external loudspeaker. His voice, amplified through the waves, cut through the roar of the propellers and the gunfire, reaching clearly down below. Miss Imo Yoshua, if you hear this, please remain calm. We are the special rescue team of the East Sea Garrison. We have come at Mr. Mo's behest to rescue you. The rooftop threat is being neutralized. Please remain in place. Stay concealed. Repeat, please remain in place. Stay concealed. Under no circumstances should you attempt to rush to the rooftop without our explicit instructions. We will resolve all threats. Await the safety signal. The officer's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Within the refuge level, Imo Yoshua abruptly lifted her head. Her dim eyes suddenly ignited with hope. "It's Dad. It truly is Dad who has sent someone. They are calling my name." She excitedly grasped Ruren's arm, her voice choked with emotion. Li Hang's judgment was correct. The helicopter was indeed headed towards her. This feeling of being chosen resolutely dispelled a portion of the despair that had shrouded her heart. "Humph. It seems they are somewhat useful." And Ruren pouted, yet her tense body visibly relaxed. At that moment, Li Hang approached. His face bore a perfectly measured concern, holding a half-wrinkled piece of chocolate. "Schwer," he said gently, extending the chocolate towards Imo Yoshua. "Eat this to replenish your strength. You may need to run shortly." His gaze casually swept over the tightly shut metal door. as if assessing something. Mo Yoshua looked at the chocolate, then at Li Hang's earnest eyes. The gnawing hunger in her abdomen and the impending pressure of escape made it impossible for her to refuse. Without uttering a word of thanks, she silently accepted it, carefully breaking off a small piece to place in her mouth. The rich sweetness melted on her tongue, offering a fleeting sense of solace. She meticulously stowed the remainder away. This was vital sustenance for the critical moment. "Hey, you toad." And Reborn began to complain. "What about mine? You only give it to Sister Schweck? That's so biased." Li Hang's lips twitched imperceptibly, a flicker of offended ire flashing in his eyes. Yet, he managed a slightly helpless smile. "Miss Reborn, I sincerely apologize. But this is all I have left. I gave some to a few injured brothers earlier." He spread his hands, indicating his inability to assist further. And Reborn huffed, puffing out her cheeks. "Humph. Stingy. Sister Schwer, let's ignore him." She clung to Mo Yoshua's arm, turning her head away. Li Hang chose to disregard Reborn's petulance. He cast a deep glance at Mo Yoshua. "Conserve your strength. Remain vigilant," he murmured softly before turning to retreat to a relatively quiet corner. Leaning against the cold wall as he sat down, he closed his eyes, seemingly gathering his energy. Yet, at an unnoticed angle, his right hand's fingers unconsciously rubbed against a hard protrusion beneath his clothing at his waist, again and again. His other hand stealthily slipped into his pocket, feeling the 3 remaining individually wrapped, high-concentration energy chocolate beans. He silently counted. 3, sufficient to sustain a single intense burst of speed. Outside, the gunfire on the rooftop raged fiercely, dense as the sound of exploding beans, intermingled with the dying groans of zombies. Each roar of the heavy machine gun sent tremors through the ground of the refuge level, dust cascading down. Li Hang closed his eyes, yet the corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a cold arc. He tilted his head slightly, glancing in the direction where Mo Yoshua was. His gaze shrouded in shadowy ambiguity. The sky outside was tainted an eerie orange-red by flames and smoke. Chapter 34, Hostage, and Reborn. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd Infantry squads under Lin Yi were coordinating seamlessly, advancing steadily towards the eastern flank. The armored vehicle led the way, while the firepower of the 127mm heavy machine gun swept across the streets. Infantry members dispersed to the sides, eliminating scattered zombies. Chun Feng commanded from the rear, adjusting tactics based on real-time battlefield information provided by the Snow Leopard assault team. Their pace of advancement was twice as fast as anticipated. Chun Feng observed the tactical map, a slight smile gracing his lips, grateful for the government forces drawing enemy fire. He raised his gaze towards the distant Twin Towers, where the battle still raged. 3 helicopters had been reduced to 2, one trailing black smoke as it plummeted in the distance. "Advance. Take advantage of the distraction caused by the zombie horde to expand our control zone." 20 minutes later, atop the Twin Towers, the officer surveyed the ground littered with corpses, his expression somber. The severed limbs of zombies mingled with the flesh and blood of survivors, the air thick with a nauseating stench. "All clear," a soldier reported. The officer took a deep breath and picked up the megaphone. "Miss Mo, it is now safe. Please ascend to the rooftop immediately. I repeat, please ascend to the rooftop." Within the refuge level, Mo Yoshua heard the announcement and immediately stood up. "Reborn, let us go?" Li Hang seized her arm. "Wait, let me scout ahead." Cautiously, he pushed open the refuge level door, confirming that the stairwell was temporarily free of zombies before signaling the 2 women to follow. However, just as they stepped outside, chaotic footsteps echoed from behind. "Wait for us." A throng of survivors surged forward, desperate not to be left behind. "Damn it," Li Hang cursed under his breath. But there was no time to concern himself with them. He could only quicken his pace. "Run. Hurry," Li Hang bellowed, grabbing Mo Yoshua and Reborn. Racing towards the rooftop, the survivors screamed in terror, some being knocked down by zombies, their cries resonating through the stairwell. Yet at that moment, no one dared to pause for rescue. These unfortunate souls had instead become bait, slowing the zombies' pursuit. With a kick, Li Hang forced open the rooftop iron door, pulling the 2 women out. "Close the door," he shouted in anger. Several of his comrades immediately braced against the door, but a burly man charged forward. "Let me in, or none of us will survive. Get lost," Li Hang roared, but the man's strength was overwhelming, shoving him aside. Bang! As a few subordinates regained their senses, they unitedly braced the door, trapping the burly man within its crevice, while the claws of the undead clutched at his shoulder. His anguished screams abruptly ceased, and blood erupted from the gap in the door. "Shut the door. Quickly, shut the door," Li Hang bellowed. With a resounding crash, the iron door was finally sealed. Yet the frenzied pounding from behind it echoed ominously, the screech of twisted metal sending shivers down spines. Mo Yoshua and Enrurin collapsed to the ground, gazing at the sea of corpses and pools of blood, their stomachs churning violently, leading them to vomit. Even Li Hang's complexion turned ashen as he fought against his nausea. "Who is Miss Mo?" came the officer's voice. Mo Yoshua feebly raised her hand. I am." Several soldiers immediately rushed forward, lifting her and hastening toward the helicopter. "Miss, hurry aboard." "Wait." Mo Yoshua struggled to look back. "Take Rurin with me." "I'm sorry, miss. Our orders are to bring only you back," the soldier replied coldly. And Rurin's face drained of color. "How dare you? My father is in Rusin, the deputy director of Donghai City." The soldier remained expressionless. "I'm sorry, your father has already been infected." "What?" And Rurin felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. Bang, bang. The collisions behind the iron door grew increasingly violent, the frame beginning to warp. "There's no time. Move," the officer shouted from the helicopter. Mo Yoshua clutched the soldier tightly. "Take her. Otherwise, I want to leave." The soldier hesitated, glancing at the officer. The officer gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Fine. Get on." But the helicopter can only accommodate 3 more. A glint of cold realization flickered in Li Hang's eyes. He understood the officer's implication, that a choice had to be made. Without hesitation, he drew a concealed Glock handgun, pressing it against Enrurin's temple. "Take me, or she dies." Everyone stood in shock. Li Hang. Mo Yoshua gazed at him in disbelief. The officer's face turned a shade of ashen fury. "For God's sake, stop talking nonsense." Li Hang sneered. "Either take me with you, or we all perish here." The undead had already cracked the doorframe, decaying arms reaching through the gaps. Gritting her teeth, Mo Yoshua relented. "All right, take him." The officer cursed under his breath, but had no choice but to acquiesce. "Get in, quickly." Li Hang dragged Enrurin and dashed toward Mo Yoshua. Suppressing her panic, spoke softly. "Li Hang, do not act impulsively. We have already promised to take you away." "Take me away?" A flicker of derision crossed Li Hang's eyes. "The first to perish upon reaching your sanctuary will be none other than myself." His gaze swept outside the window, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. "Change the plan. Place me in the forefront of that villa." "The Cloud Villa?" The officer's pupils constricted in disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? There are countless zombies outside. You are courting death." "Silence." Li Hang pressed the gun's muzzle against Enrurin, who gasped in pain. "Either you comply, or we all meet our demise together." Mo Yoshua gritted her teeth. "Very well. Lower him." The officer's forehead pulsed with veins. Yet he had no choice but to activate the communicator. "Unit 1 will return first. We will follow shortly." On the battlefield, Chun Feng's earpiece suddenly erupted with alarms. "Captain, an unidentified armed helicopter is advancing towards the Cloud Villa." Chun Feng's blood ran cold in an instant, and he roared throughout the communication channel. "All units retreat. Immediately fall back to the villa. Repeat, fall back at once." Though the 2 infantry squads were perplexed, military orders were absolute. The armored vehicle executed a sharp turn, its tires screeching against the ground. The soldiers swiftly regrouped, providing cover as they sprinted towards the base. Chun Feng leaped into the Humvee, flooring the accelerator, and the dashboard needle shot into the red zone. His eyes locked onto the descending helicopter in the distance, nearly igniting with fury. "How dare they invade my homeland?